Hello friends, welcome to Sleeper Scientist. Did you know that nearly 80% of our viewers aren't subscribed yet? If you find yourself enjoying the content, I would be truly grateful if you tapped that subscribe button. It makes a huge difference. Also, please remember to drop a like and share your thoughts down in the comments. By the way, where are you tuning in from? Let me know below. Have you ever taken a drive through Nevada at 2 a.m.? I don't mean the strip with its flashing neon lights, but the Rayol, Nevada. You know the place, where the only thing breaking up the infinite visibility is the beam of your headlights. That is exactly the kind of journey Marcus found himself on, navigating from Reno to Las Vegas down Route 6. He was hauling a refrigerated load of pharmaceuticals. Marcus had been making this exact trip for 3 years, consistently following the same path, taking breaks at the usual spots, and tuning into the same late-night talk radio shows during the endless stretches of empty road. He was familiar with every bend, every bump, and every single cellular dead zone he crossed. The isolation didn't bother him anymore. To be honest, he had come to favor it over the daytime shifts, which were full of never-ending traffic jams and angry motorists. However, this particular night was unusual. Or at least, he couldn't quite put his finger on what was off. The highway appeared identical. The stars shone brilliantly overhead. There wasn't a single cloud in sight. The air was crisp, though not freezing. Everything seemed completely standard. Except, it really wasn't. The initial detail that grabbed his focus was the radio. The static had been steadily increasing over the last 10 minutes, slowly drowning out the overnight broadcast until Marcus finally just switched it off. The quiet inside the truck cabin was heavy, lacking even the familiar hum of the open road. It felt far too silent, almost as if the whole universe had muted its volume. Then, he spotted the light. Initially, Marcus assumed it was merely another semi-truck approaching rapidly from the rear. He glanced at his mirrors, prepared to signal them around, but the illumination wasn't coming from behind. It was positioned off to his right side, roughly half a mile away across the flat desert terrain. It was entirely stationary, a brilliant white glow, yet not blinding, simply resting there in the absolute middle of nowhere. Perhaps it was a ranch house, or some sort of installation. But Marcus was intimately familiar with this section of the journey. There was absolutely nothing out in that direction. The Tonopah Test Range was situated further to the north, and even that area was designated as restricted airspace. There were no farms, no residences, no logical explanations for any illumination. He reduced his speed, stretching his neck to gain a clearer view. The light remained completely still. It didn't waver or blink. It just hovered right at ground level, flawlessly motionless, looking as though someone had erected a massive stage spotlight out in the wasteland and simply neglected to switch it off. Marcus experienced a sudden tightness in his chest. It wasn't exactly pure terror, but it was hovering very close to it. It was a profound unease, that specific sensation you get when your subconscious recognizes something is deeply wrong before your conscious mind can articulate the reason. He verified his speed, 62 miles per hour. The digital clock on the dash read 2:17 a.m. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 full. Every instrument was reporting normal conditions, yet his hands were clenching the steering wheel much harder than necessary. When he threw another glance back, the light was still present, still flawlessly frozen in place. And that is when it dawned on him, there was no ambient glow surrounding it. An illumination of that intensity ought to have cast light on its surroundings. The dust, the desert floor, the particles in the air. Instead, this light appeared to exist in total isolation, looking almost as if it had been painted directly onto the fabric of reality rather than actually existing within it. Marcus fumbled for his smartphone to capture an image. As expected in this desolate area, there was zero cellular service, but the camera function was still operational. He raised the device, keeping one eye fixed on the asphalt ahead, attempting to center the bright anomaly through the passenger side glass. Suddenly, the phone's screen transitioned to pure black. It wasn't the dead black of a drained battery. It was simply a vacant darkness, as if the digital sensor was entirely incapable of registering what his physical eyes were observing. He forced his focus back to the highway ahead. His pulse was definitely racing now. The seasoned trucker aspect of his mind was instructing him to simply keep pushing forward, keep his speed steady, and remain on his delivery timeline. Meanwhile, the other aspect of his mind, the part that had consumed way too many late-night paranormal documentaries, was practically screaming at him to press the gas pedal to the floor. He settled on a middle ground, holding a steady 65 miles per hour, keeping his gaze locked forward and his grip firm. The mysterious glow stayed present in his peripheral sight for an additional 2 miles before the highway banked, and it vanished from view. Marcus hadn't even registered that he was holding his breath until he let out a forceful exhale, lightly fogging the interior glass. "Pull yourself together," he murmured under his breath. "It's probably just some sort of Air Force drill, a training maneuver." But the military didn't typically leave blinding lights resting completely still out in the wasteland at 2 o'clock in the morning. Their equipment soared, it maneuvered, it produced deafening roars. This phenomenon had exhibited none of those characteristics. Roughly 60 miles to the north, Lydia was seated within the temperature-controlled gloom of the radar monitoring station, observing neon green blips creep across her display. Working the graveyard shift at the Tonopah Test Range was far from glamorous work, but the compensation was excellent and it required very few explanations. The majority of her nights were uneventful. Civilian commercial flights sticking to their designated lanes, the infrequent military exercise that always arrived with plenty of prior warning, and an overwhelming amount of vacant airspace. She had been assigned to this position for 8 months, a duration long enough to recognize the standard routines, yet short enough that her focus hadn't entirely degraded into pure robotic habit. Her current monitor displayed 5 aircraft, a pair of commercial airliners cruising at 35,000 feet heading toward the southeast, a single military cargo plane at 28,000 feet tracking northward, which was fully scheduled and anticipated, and 2 smaller private aircraft staying safely within the civilian flight paths. Everything was accounted for, everything was exactly where it was supposed to be. Lydia reached out for her mug of coffee, her 3rd cup of the shift, and took a tentative sip. It had gone cold. She winced slightly, but swallowed it anyway. The radar system emitted a gentle ping as it finalized another rotation. That is the exact moment she noticed it. It wasn't an unexpected blip, rather, it was a complete absence. Sector 7 Delta, located roughly 15 miles south of her current station. The system was mapping everything in the surrounding vicinity perfectly. Topographical details, atmospheric bouncebacks, even a passing flock of birds that registered as a cluster of scattered static. However, in one highly specific location, a roughly circular patch about half a mile across, there was absolutely nothing. It wasn't simply clear airspace, it was a total void. It looked as though somebody had taken a digital eraser directly to her monitor. Lydia leaned in closer, completely abandoning her cold coffee. She was familiar with technical hiccups, burned-out pixels, calibration drift, random signal interference. This anomaly didn't match any of those profiles. The radar array was functioning flawlessly in every other direction, failing only in that one singular spot. She initiated a system diagnostic. The results all returned bright green. She reviewed the operational logs. There were absolutely no tests scheduled for that specific zone. No temporary flight restrictions, no planned maintenance intervals. The empty void simply stayed on her display, flawlessly circular and flawlessly stationary. Lydia grabbed her communication radio. "Control, this is Station Delta 7. I am observing an anomaly within Sector 7 Delta. I am receiving 0 returns in a circular zone approximately half a mile in diameter. Can you verify?" Static popped for a brief second before a highly disinterested voice replied. "Delta 7, Control. Please stand by." She held her position, keeping her eyes locked on the empty patch. It didn't shift, it didn't alter its dimensions. It simply rested there, resembling a literal hole punched through the world. "Delta 7, we are registering standard returns across 7 Delta. Verify your equipment calibration." Lydia frowned. "Control, my calibration is showing green across all metrics. I am receiving solid returns in all directions with the exception of this one specific coordinate. Another brief silence. Is there actually anything occupying that airspace? Any active aircraft? Negative. That is exactly the issue. I am receiving absolutely zero returns. No aircraft, no geographical terrain, no atmospheric data. It is a complete and total blank. Initiate a Level 2 diagnostic protocol and report your findings. The radio clicked off. Lydia started the advanced diagnostic, fully aware it would require a solid 15 minutes to complete. She refused to take her eyes off the void. After a brief pause, she reached for her smartphone and opened up a civilian flight tracking application. She figured perhaps something was emitting an ADS-B signal that her military radar was somehow missing. The application displayed the exact same commercial and private planes that her main screen showed. Nothing was present within the blank zone. But then she paused. There was exactly one civilian truck transponder registering on Route 6, positioned right on the boundary of where the empty zone would sit if it were projected directly down to the Earth's surface. The application identified it as a commercial transport vehicle, traveling southeast at standard highway velocities. Lydia zoomed in on the digital map. The truck's coordinates placed it almost perfectly underneath the dead center of her radar's blind patch. She tried to tell herself it had to be a pure coincidence. Terrestrial vehicles absolutely did not impact aerial search radar systems. They functioned on entirely separate scientific principles and utilized completely different radio frequencies. She monitored the small truck icon as it progressed down Route 6. The radar's dead zone remained entirely fixed above it. It wasn't actively tracking the truck, which would have been completely unhinged, but it wasn't shifting away either. Lydia's hand hovered hesitantly over her radio transmitter. She knew she ought to file a report about this. But what, exactly, was she supposed to say? That she was tracking a localized radar glitch that only she could detect, which just happened to be hovering directly over a random civilian semi-truck. They would immediately tell her to step away, check herself for sleep deprivation, and perhaps mandate her for an equipment recertification course. The system diagnostic finished. Every system was reading as normal. The void stubbornly remained. Lydia made her choice. She snatched up a physical notepad and began meticulously logging every single detail by hand. The exact time, the specific coordinates, the estimated dimensions of the anomaly, the precise location of the commercial truck beneath it, and any other object that moved near or through the impacted zone. If there was genuinely something occurring out in the dark, she was determined to have a physical record that couldn't simply be waved away as a minor instrument glitch. On her monitor, the empty circle sat in perfect stillness, a literal blind spot in her radar sight. All the while, directly beneath it, assuming her mental projection was accurate, a solitary truck driver kept rolling down Route 6, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had just vanished from her technological vision, or that whatever was hovering above him might be equally invisible. Marcus's cell phone suddenly rang. The abrupt noise piercing the silent cabin startled him so violently that he jerked the wheel, drifting briefly into the right-hand lane. He quickly overcorrected, his heart pounding in his chest, and darted a look at the display. 2 bars of service. Just enough. The caller identification read Danny, his dispatch. Marcus tapped the accept call button integrated into his steering wheel. Yeah, he answered. Marcus, is everything all right? You are currently 8 minutes late for your scheduled checkpoint. 8 minutes. Marcus shifted his gaze to the digital clock on his dash. 2:47 a.m. His previous mandatory checkpoint was supposed to be at Warm Springs Summit at exactly 2:35. When had he actually crossed it? He strained to recall. The bizarre illumination out in the wasteland had appeared roughly at 2:15. He should have reached the summit perhaps 10 minutes following that event. I'm doing fine, Marcus replied, fighting to keep his tone perfectly level. I had to reduce my speed due to an obstruction on the highway. Some road debris. I am fully back on track now. Understood. I just wanted to verify. Are you keeping a good pace for the Las Vegas drop-off? Yeah, It won't be an issue. I will arrive at the Henderson checkpoint right on schedule. Sounds good. Keep it safe on the road. The connection terminated with a click. Marcus noticed his hands were trembling faintly against the steering wheel. 8 entire minutes. He had inexplicably lost 8 minutes of his life somewhere between spotting that radiant anomaly and cresting the summit. Yet the highway had been completely empty. He hadn't pulled over. He hadn't even significantly dropped his speed. The calculations simply didn't add up. Unless, of course, he actually had brought the truck to a halt and simply retained zero memory of it. That particular realization sent a shudder down his spine that felt significantly icier than the frigid desert air outside. He considered himself a seasoned professional. Drivers like him didn't just space out, they certainly didn't misplace chunks of time. His commercial license, and by extension his entire livelihood, relied entirely upon sustaining absolute vigilance during every mile. Yet, 8 minutes had vanished into thin air. He found himself obsessively checking his side mirrors, sweeping the pitch-black surroundings for any returning glint of that strange illumination. The wasteland stayed vacant. A canopy of stars above, the dark pavement below, and absolutely nothing beyond that. It all looked standard and secure, but the atmosphere felt anything but safe. Marcus attempted to turn on the radio once more. It yielded only static. He tested the audio library on his smartphone, which functioned perfectly fine, but the moment he toggled back to the FM bands, he was met with nothing except harsh white noise dominating every single station. He ultimately resigned himself to his downloaded playlist and attempted to lock his concentration back onto the asphalt. Way off in the distance, the faint glow of Tonopah began to emerge, a tiny pocket of humanity amid an ocean of nothingness. He had driven past it countless times before, typically without even easing off the throttle. On this particular night, however, he felt a powerful urge to pull over, grab a cup of hot coffee, converse with a real living person, and essentially verify that the laws of reality were still operating correctly. However, being 8 minutes behind was already stretching his delivery window thin. He simply couldn't risk any further setbacks. The sparse lights of Tonopah eventually drifted by on his passenger side. A lone fueling station. A handful of residences. A small-time casino featuring a sputtering neon cactus sign. And then, he was plunged right back into the overwhelming darkness. His phone started ringing again. Danny's contact info flashed across the display, yet Marcus paused for a moment before taking the call. Something about the situation felt incredibly wrong. The sequence of events was highly unusual. The dispatch office rarely, if ever, performed double check-ins during a standard delivery route. He pressed the connect button regardless. Yeah. He was met with static. Wait, no, it wasn't exactly static. It was something entirely different. It resembled the rushing of wind, but it possessed a distinct cadence to it, mimicking the sound of deep respiration. Danny, are you on the line? The strange audio persisted. It was absolutely not the wind. It sounded more akin to digital white noise being channeled through some sort of biological filter. It swelled and faded with a deeply unsettling, rhythmic consistency. Marcus's thumb lingered hesitantly over the end call icon. Suddenly, a voice broke through, fighting to be heard beneath the layer of interference. Turn around. The blood in Marcus's veins turned to ice. That absolutely did not belong to Danny. The tone was entirely wrong. It was far too monotone, completely devoid of any emotion. Who am I speaking to? Turn around. Head back. The connection instantly severed. Marcus didn't hesitate. He immediately dialed dispatch. The line chimed 4 times until Danny finally answered, his voice laced with mild irritation. What's going on, Marcus? Are you having a difficult shift out there? Did you literally just try to call me? No, buddy. I reached out to you 20 minutes back. I've been occupied managing another rig's mechanical failure ever since. Why do you ask? Marcus felt his throat go completely parched. Somebody just contacted me using your exact caller ID. They instructed me to turn the truck around. Complete silence stretched across the connection. Eventually, Danny replied, "Marcus, I have no idea what sort of prank you're trying to pull, but I certainly didn't dial your number, and my handset has been resting right here on my workstation this entire time. Are you feeling all right out on the road?" Yeah, I'm totally fine. It was probably just some bizarre network interference or a crossed line. You're sounding incredibly tense, man. Do you need to pull onto the shoulder for a breather? Marcus desperately wanted to agree. He wanted nothing more than to park the rig, step out of the claustrophobic cabin, bask in the glow of a normal street lamp, and feel the solid, predictable earth beneath his boots. But doing so would require offering a justification, and he possessed no rationale that wouldn't make him come across as completely unhinged. "No, I'm perfectly fine. Just a little exhausted. I will be okay." "All right, but I mean it, if you need to rest, just take the break. It is vastly better to arrive delayed than to end up in a ditch." Agreed. Agreed. I appreciate it, Danny. Marcus terminated the connection and instantly felt a wave of regret. He was now isolated once more, left to contend with his racing mind, the suffocating blackness, and those unexplainable 8 missing minutes. The beam of his headlights suddenly illuminated a green highway marker. Las Vegas, 127 miles. Roughly 2 hours. Just a couple more hours of driving and he would finally reach civilization, surrounded by actual people, far away from this desolate wasteland, logic-defying illuminations, and phantom phone calls. He applied a bit more pressure to the gas pedal. The heavy vehicle reacted, accelerating up to 70 miles per hour. It was still within the legal limit, still a safe cruising speed, but undeniably quicker. Back at the station, Lydia had been staring unblinkingly at the vacant hole on her radar interface for 45 continuous minutes. It hadn't drifted, its shape remained constant, and it accomplished absolutely nothing besides continuing its impossible existence. The commercial rig that had initially been driving beneath it had maintained its pace, ultimately rolling right out of her scanner's range, yet the strange void lingered, anchored in the atmosphere directly above an especially barren segment of Route 6. She had initiated 3 additional system checks. Every single one returned flawless results. She had even reached out to a pair of neighboring radar outposts within their grid. Both facilities confirmed they were getting crystal-clear readings in her designated zone. Based on their equipment, she was staring at nothing but vacant airspace, but she knew she wasn't. Lydia brought up the historical service records for her console. The most recent recalibration was performed a mere 14 days prior. The upcoming maintenance window wasn't slated for another month and a half. Every piece of hardware was functioning entirely within its designated parameters. The radar array was, for all intents and purposes, completely flawless across every quantifiable metric, save for that solitary patch where it was utterly blind. She had thoroughly recorded the event in her physical notepad. Timestamps, precise latitude and longitude, and dimensional approximations derived from the display. She had even drawn a rough visual of the void, although sketching a flawless circle hardly demanded advanced artistic talent. Then, right at 3:15 a.m., the situation shifted. The empty sector started to travel. It wasn't a rapid or chaotic motion. It was a sluggish, consistent glide heading northwest at a speed of roughly 15 miles per hour. It kept its perfectly round boundary, it kept its exact dimensions, but there was no denying its mobility. Lydia snatched her communication mic. "Control, this is Delta 7. The anomaly located in Sector 7 Delta has just become mobile. It is currently tracking northwest at roughly 15 miles per hour. Vertical altitude remains unknown. I am still registering absolutely 0 returns inside the compromised zone. Delta 7, we are continuing to register standard returns on our end. Are you absolutely positive your hardware is operating correctly? Control, I have executed 4 separate diagnostic sweeps. Every system is returning green. I am observing this directly on my display at this very second. Can you patch into my visual feed remotely?" There was a much more drawn-out silence this time. "Please hold, Delta 7. Lydia sat tensely, monitoring the vacant circle as it slowly crawled across her digital map. It was actively mirroring the path of Route 6 now, hovering in an alignment directly above the asphalt. The speaker popped to life. Delta 7, we have successfully tapped into your live feed. We are observing. Wait. Hold on. The operator's tone had drastically shifted. The boredom was gone, replaced by a sharp, dialed-in intensity. Delta 7, I need you to verify the exact coordinates of your current anomaly. Lydia recited the numbers with absolute precision. Understood. We are actively detecting an irregularity in the signal processing data at those specific coordinates. Maintain your position while we conduct an analysis. An irregularity. That was at least an admission. It wasn't framed as a hardware malfunction or a mistake by the user. It was a legitimate confirmation that the incoming data was severely flawed. Lydia experienced a fleeting wave of justification. However, that feeling was instantly overshadowed by a fresh wave of anxiety. If the command center could perceive it as well, it validated that the event was entirely real. And if it was real, that implied there was genuinely an object hovering out in the dark, actively punching a hole through advanced military surveillance. Delta 7, you are to sustain your visual observation and keep manually logging the event. Do not broadcast any further details over unencrypted frequencies. We are immediately escalating this matter to high-level operations. Operations. That was a tier of authority significantly beyond her security clearance. Vastly beyond it. Acknowledged. Control. I am maintaining visual. Lydia noticed a slight tremor in her fingers as she let go of the transmission key. Over the course of 8 tedious months of staring at green monitors, this was simultaneously the most fascinating and deeply frightening incident she had ever encountered. The void persisted in its lazy drift to the northwest, tracing the layout of Route 6 as though it had a predetermined destination in mind. Then, precisely at 3:22 a.m., it simply halted. It didn't gradually decelerate. It went from motion to absolute stillness in a fraction of a second, acting as if it had slammed into a transparent barrier. Lydia pressed her face closer to the glass. The empty patch retained its stationary coordinate for 30 seconds flat. Suddenly, it launched back into motion, except now it was traveling southeast, directly retreating along its original path, and its velocity was dramatically increasing. Control, this is Delta 7. The anomaly has abruptly inverted its trajectory and is rapidly building momentum. It is currently clocking at, my God, 200 miles per hour. It remains locked onto the Route 6 corridor. Delta 7, you need to verify that velocity reading. Affirmative, 200 miles per hour and still accelerating. The geometric shape remains perfectly round. I am still getting absolute zero radar bounce back from within the zone. The vacant circle tore across her digital layout, swallowing its previous distance in a matter of moments. The instant it arrived back at its starting coordinate, it slammed to a halt once more. And then, it began to drop in altitude. Lydia closely monitored the vertical positioning readouts flowing from her array's elevation scanners. The strange void, whatever it might physically be, was plummeting vertically. It dropped like a stone initially, before noticeably applying the brakes as it neared the Earth. At 3:24 a.m., the empty zone leveled out roughly 50 feet above the sandy terrain and hovered. And then, at the exact stroke of 3:25 a.m., it vanished. It wasn't a fade or a gradual dissolution. In the span of a single rotational sweep of the radar, it ceased to exist on her instruments. Lydia's monitor instantly repopulated with standard data. The geographic mapping, the atmospheric static, the typical mess of terrestrial bouncebacks, everything was restored exactly as if the phenomenon had never occurred. Control, Delta 7 reporting. The anomaly has completely dissipated. I am currently receiving fully standard returns across Sector 7 Delta. Understood, Delta 7. Hold your current position. Representatives from operations will be reaching out to you momentarily. The comms channel fell dead. Lydia remained planted in her dimly lit workspace, gazing vacantly at her completely ordinary-looking monitor. The trembling in her fingers had subsided, but her thoughts were sprinting at top speed. She glanced down at her physical notepad, reviewing the meticulous entries she had transcribed, concrete data points, legitimate visual observations. An entity of some kind had undeniably been occupying that airspace. It possessed the capability to mask itself entirely from advanced tracking, to traverse distances at logic-defying speeds, and to essentially blink out of existence on command. Meanwhile, located somewhere directly beneath that flight path, the asphalt of Route 6 cut across the wasteland, supporting civilian haulers and ordinary commuters who were likely completely oblivious to the reality that they had just passed directly beneath an unknown intelligence's focal point. Lydia grabbed her mug, the liquid inside still freezing and still tasting awful, and took a massive gulp. This shift was shaping up to be exceptionally long. Out on the road, Marcus had pushed forward for an additional half hour when his massive rig started displaying mechanical quirks. The onset was incredibly subtle. A minute delay when he pressed the gas pedal, a faint strobe effect across the instrument panel. He could have easily chalked it up to his own imagination, dismissing it as the byproduct of a grueling schedule. However, the cabin radio suddenly powered itself back on. It wasn't broadcasting a country station or a late-night host, it was emitting that exact same noise. That deep, rhythmic respiration. The digitally distorted white noise swelling and dropping in a cadence that closely mimicked human breathing, yet felt distinctly alien. Marcus instantly lunged toward the dial to kill the audio, but his arm froze in mid-air. Layered beneath the synthetic breathing, he detected an entirely different sound. A voice. Actually, several voices. They sounded like overlapping, hushed whispers, far too muffled to decipher any actual words, but undeniably present and communicative. The lights on the dashboard violently flashed once more. His speed indicator needle violently ripped across the dial, jumping from 70 down to 0, spiking to 120, and refusing to stabilize. The fuel reading mimicked the chaos. His entire array of diagnostic gauges was entering a state of total electronic meltdown. Despite the digital anarchy, the physical truck continued to operate seamlessly. The diesel engine hummed along smoothly. The steering column remained firm and cooperative. It was as if the digital brain of the vehicle was experiencing a massive panic attack, while the mechanical organs remained completely unbothered. Marcus squeezed the steering wheel until his knuckles ached. He threw glances at his side mirrors. Not a single vehicle trailing him. Nobody flanked his sides. It was just a void of pavement and shadows. The chorus of whispers from the speakers amplified marginally, still impossible to translate, but taking on a frantic, pressing tone. Suddenly, every single diagnostic warning lamp on the dash illuminated in unison. The check engine alert, the low oil pressure warning, the brake system failure icon, the battery drain indicator, the ABS warning, the tire pressure sensors. Every possible light was screaming in brilliant shades of red and yellow. "Are you kidding me?" Marcus growled under his breath. "Not right now. Not out in the middle of this." His smartphone display suddenly flared to life on the passenger seat, despite him never making contact with it. It displayed no incoming call, no active software, just a blindingly intense white light that caused physical pain to his retinas. Without warning, the semi's forward headlights entirely died. An impenetrable wall of darkness instantly consumed the highway in front of him. Operating purely on instinct, Marcus yanked his boot off the gas pedal. Countless years of highway experience screamed at him that pushing forward without visibility was a death sentence. However, a split second before he could engage the air brakes, the exterior halogens violently flickered back into existence. They immediately cast light on a solitary figure positioned directly in the center of the asphalt lane. Marcus stomped on the brake pedal with all his might. The rig's anti-lock braking system aggressively engaged, sending violent shudders through the massive chassis as it fought to shed its momentum. The silhouette standing on the road refused to budge. It displayed zero reaction to the oncoming mechanical beast, simply standing completely paralyzed within the glare of the beams. The enormous truck screeched to a halt a mere 20 feet away from the entity. Marcus's heart was beating with such ferocity he felt the pulse in his windpipe. His fingers were physically throbbing from the death grip he had on the wheel. Every fiber of his being was demanding that he throw the transmission into reverse, whip the trailer around, and flee for his life. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to tear his gaze away from the entity. It possessed a generally humanoid silhouette and stood at an average height. Nevertheless, the physical geometry was deeply unsettling. The cranium appeared marginally oversized for the frame, the upper limbs drooped just a fraction too far down its sides, and it was clad in what resembled a pitch-black mechanic's suit or aviator gear, completely devoid of details and featuring a flat, non-reflective texture. The most horrifying detail, however, was the complete lack of a shadow, despite the fact that the figure was bathed directly in thousands of lumens from the truck's high beams. The chaotic whispering from the speakers abruptly cut off. The dashboard warnings extinguished, returning to their standard state. The needles on the gauges snapped back to their correct, logical positions. Absolute silence reclaimed the cabin. Marcus remained completely rigid, the diesel engine rumbling softly beneath him, his eyes locked onto the anomaly. A small fragment of his logic tried to process the scene. Perhaps it was a lost traveler, a driver with a broken-down vehicle, a desperate person requiring assistance. Yet that rational voice was entirely overwhelmed by a primitive, deafening alarm bell shrieking that the entire scenario was deeply unnatural. The entire setup was fundamentally wrong, and his only priority should be immediate evacuation. The silhouette deliberately lifted a single arm. The gesture lacked any overt hostility. It resembled a calm wave or a deliberate signal. Marcus absolutely did not reciprocate the greeting. He aggressively shifted the gearbox into reverse, preparing to peel backward and maneuver a wide arc around the obstacle. That is the exact moment he registered the secondary illumination. It wasn't originating from his own vehicle. It was a fresh source of light beaming down from the sky, directly behind his cab. It intensified at an alarming rate, flooding over the roof of the rig and projecting aggressive, unnaturally shifting shadows across the desert floor. Marcus darted a look into his side mirror. The source was hovering squarely above his trailer, and it was lowering itself. He recognized it instantly. It was the identical phenomenon he had witnessed far out in the wasteland earlier in the night. That exact same physics-defying white radiance that appeared totally self-contained, casting a glow only upon its own form. The entity blocking the asphalt maintained its frozen posture. The overhead brilliance magnified. Marcus began to physically sense an escalation in temperature radiating through the insulated ceiling of his cabin. It wasn't a blistering, destructive heat, but a distinct, encompassing warmth. It was highly uncharacteristic of any standard spotlight or industrial LED array. It felt much closer to baking beneath a mid-July sun. Predictably, his semi's digital nervous system short-circuited once more. Every dashboard bulb, every analog needle, every digital readout began spasming erratically. The radio tuner began aggressively scanning across frequencies without any physical input. Fragments of pop music, late-night interviews, and aggressive static merged together into a chaotic, unintelligible symphony. And then, cutting cleanly through the cacophony, Marcus perceived it. A singular voice, impossibly lucid and defined, vibrating directly within the confines of his own skull, completely bypassing his auditory canals. "Stop running." The tone carried no malice or threat. It sounded profoundly sorrowful, resembling the cadence of someone gently attempting to pacify a terrified, cornered beast. Marcus's hands were convulsing so severely he couldn't have steered the massive vehicle if he tried. Forcing the words through his tightened throat, he managed a raspy whisper. "What do you want from me?" He received no verbal reply. However, the blinding radiance from above began to wane. It started as a gradual fade before accelerating rapidly into darkness. The chaotic light show on his dashboard neutralized. The radio snapped to absolute silence. When Marcus dragged his eyes back to the highway in front of his bumper, the silhouette had vanished. There was nothing remaining but the vacant strip of Route 6 slicing into the night. The celestial glow dissipated entirely. Marcus sat paralyzed inside his vibrating rig, completely isolated on the empty highway, devoid of any physical proof that a reality-bending event had just occurred, save for the violent hammering in his chest and the icy perspiration drenching his work clothes. He snapped a look at the digital time. 3:27 a.m. He had suffered another time jump. He was missing at least a solid 15 minutes, judging by his current geographic coordinates. A quarter of an hour that his brain processed as a mere 120 seconds. Trembling slightly, Marcus jammed the transmission back into its drive gear. His physical grip was solidifying, yet his psychological state was in a complete tailspin. Any attempt to apply rational logic instantly disintegrated upon closer inspection. A mechanical glitch could not produce an entity that absorbed light without casting a shadow. Electrical interference could not project telepathic sentences directly into his cerebral cortex. General sleep deprivation did not account for vast chunks of missing time. A genuine event had just transpired. A tangible occurrence that actively shattered every fundamental law regarding how the universe was supposed to operate. He eased the truck forward at a crawl initially, before methodically building his momentum back up to cruising limits. The pavement ahead was entirely unobstructed. The canopy above looked frustratingly normal. Starlight, vast shadows, and nothing but endless miles separating him from the next pocket of civilization. Marcus snatched up his cell. His immediate impulse was to dial a contact, to file a formal alert, to simply hear the grounding voice of another living person. Yet, what exactly was his report going to entail? That he had encountered floating spheres, mispaced his own timeline, and conjured a shadowless ghoul in his headlights? The company would yank him from active duty in a heartbeat, force him into a rigorous psychological evaluation, and likely revoke his commercial license indefinitely. He literally did not possess the financial stability to survive that. This trucking route was his entire source of revenue, his medical coverage, his daily anchor. Consequently, he defaulted to the exact same coping mechanism utilized by thousands of individuals throughout human history when faced with an impossible truth. He resolved to simply bury it. He mentally categorized the horror under the label of bizarre highway anomaly, and forced himself to trudge onward. He narrowed his entire existence down to the cargo, the strict timetable, and the undeniable tactile reality of gripping a steering wheel, allowing the paranormal terror to dissolve into a hazy, questionable recollection. By the time he finally pulled into the Henderson Way station some 40 minutes after the fact, he had nearly succeeded in brainwashing himself into believing it was all a hallucination. A deeply unsettling, hyper-realistic nightmare born of job-related stress. Just a trick of an exhausted mind. Almost. However, the moment he stepped out of his driver's side door to work the stiffness out of his joints, a specific detail caught his eye. The upper exterior of his cabin bore a distinct marking. It wasn't a smudge of highway grime or a stain from local wildlife. It was a flawlessly geometric, circular fading of the industrial paint, roughly 3 feet across, aligned perfectly over the space where he had been seated. Furthermore, the metallic surface retained a distinct, lingering warmth, sitting in stark contrast to the chilly desert breeze. Marcus stood locked in place, staring at the physical evidence for an extended period. Eventually, he hauled himself back into the driver's seat, successfully dropped off his pharmaceutical payload, and navigated his way back to his apartment in absolute silence. He never breathed a single word about the events of that drive to a living soul. Lydia found herself seated inside a completely windowless conference room at 6 a.m. She was profoundly exhausted, yet her nerves were entirely wired from consuming terrible coffee. Across the table sat 3 individuals in sharp suits who had vaguely introduced themselves strictly as operations personnel. They had shown up roughly an hour after her scheduled shift was supposed to conclude, requested that she remain on site, and immediately launched into an intense interrogation regarding every minute aspect of the radar anomaly. Her physical logbook had been confiscated, handled with politeness, yet with absolute finality. Every byte of her radar station's digital data had been cloned onto highly encrypted hard drives. Now, they were demanding to hear her recount the event once more, for what felt like the 3rd time. "You mentioned that the anomaly initially manifested at precisely 2:14 a.m., stated the woman positioned in the center. Her identification badge simply displayed the surname Morrison, lacking any first name. "Could you articulate exactly what you witnessed?" Lydia fought back a heavy sigh. It was a perfectly circular zone, roughly half a mile across, generating absolute zero radar returns. No geographical terrain, no atmospheric weather effects, no aircraft whatsoever. It was entirely blank. "And you remain absolutely positive that this wasn't a localized equipment malfunction?" Morrison pressed. "I initiated 4 separate diagnostic sweeps," Lydia replied firmly. "Every single one returned standard results. Furthermore, Control explicitly verified that they observed the exact same anomaly when they tapped into my visual feed remotely." Morrison traded a fleeting glance with one of her associates, a distinguished-looking man with silver hair who hadn't uttered a single syllable since arriving. He responded with a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. "Did you manage to observe any physical visual phenomena?" Morrison inquired further. "Any strange lights, tangible objects, or anything out of the ordinary visible through the exterior windows of the facility?" Lydia simply shook her head. "My specific monitoring station does not possess any exterior-facing windows. I only have access to the hardware room and my digital radar displays." "Did you register any sort of electromagnetic interference? Communication radio glitches, cellular phone dead zones, or anything of that nature?" "Negative. Every piece of electronic equipment functioned flawlessly, with the sole exception being the radar bouncebacks within that highly specific coordinate." Morrison tapped a quick note onto her digital tablet. "And at 3:25 a.m., when the anomaly ultimately dissipated, did anything else unusual occur? Were there any power fluctuations? Any auditory sounds?" "No," Lydia confirmed. "In the literal span between one radar rotation and the subsequent sweep, it simply vanished. Standard returns repopulate the screen instantly." The silver-haired operative finally broke his silence, his tone remarkably hushed yet incredibly precise. "Miss Taylor, leaning purely on your professional expertise, what is your assessment of what you observed tonight?" Lydia had been actively dreading this exact inquiry. She had burned through the past 3 hours agonizing over it, and every potential conclusion felt utterly impossible. "I truly don't know," she confessed. "However, something was undeniably occupying that airspace. Something with enough physical density to completely obstruct radar waves, yet somehow remained undetected by the neighboring station's hardware. A mass capable of traveling at 200 miles per hour and decelerating to a dead stop instantaneously. Something that methodically lowered itself to a near-ground altitude before completely erasing itself from existence." "Is it at all possible that this was merely an extreme weather phenomenon?" he suggested. "A severe temperature inversion, perhaps some form of atmospheric ducting, or a naturally occurring event?" "No, absolutely not," Lydia stated. "The geometric pattern was entirely too flawless, far too deliberately controlled. Naturally occurring weather phenomena do not travel in perfect linear paths, they do not invert their trajectories in a split second, and they certainly do not retain impeccably circular boundaries." Morrison and her silver-haired counterpart shared another loaded look. It was a form of silent professional communication that Lydia was completely unable to decipher. "Miss Taylor," Morrison began with extreme caution, "the information we are about to share with you is highly classified. You will be required to execute a strict non-disclosure agreement, which we will provide immediately. You must fully comprehend that violating this NDA carries severe, life-altering legal ramifications. Are you prepared to proceed under these conditions?" Lydia's overwhelming fatigue instantly evaporated, swiftly replaced by a razor-sharp focus. "Yes." Morrison smoothly pushed a thick document across the surface of the table. Lydia quickly skimmed the pages. It was packed with dense legal jargon detailing state secrets, the severe penalties for unauthorized data disclosure, and federal prosecution. She inked her signature exactly where instructed. "You are by no means the first individual to document this exact phenomenon," Morrison revealed. We have actively tracked 6 incredibly similar incidents over the course of the past 14 months. They have occurred at varying geographical coordinates and at different times of night, yet they all feature the identical radar signature, a perfectly circular blind spot that becomes mobile, lowers its altitude, and abruptly vanishes. 6 separate occurrences. Lydia felt a distinct chill wash over her. Has anyone managed to figure out what this thing actually is? The silver-haired official took over the explanation. We possess numerous theories, but absolutely zero confirmed facts. Our current working hypothesis leans toward highly experimental aircraft, potentially of foreign origin, equipped with next-generation stealth capabilities. However, several critical variables completely defy all known technological capabilities. Specifically, the instantaneous acceleration, the absolute totality of the radar invisibility, and... He paused briefly, choosing his words. Highly correlated reports originating from civilian witnesses located in those exact operational zones. Ordinary people reporting bizarre illuminations, suffering massive electrical failures in their vehicles, and inexplicably losing chunks of time. Losing chunks of time. That specific phrase sent an icy spike straight down Lydia's spine. Similar to the commercial truck driver, she blurted out. The specific vehicle whose transponder beacon was positioned directly underneath my anomaly when it initially manifested. Morrison's facial expression instantly hardened. What commercial truck driver? I was actively tracking a civilian transport utilizing my personal flight tracker application, Lydia explained. It was traveling down Route 6, aligned perfectly underneath the radar's dead zone. I had simply assumed it was a bizarre coincidence. Did you happen to record the vehicle's identification data? I only managed to grab the transponder frequency code, but I logged it. Lydia quickly flipped open the cover of her confiscated physical notepad, which the agents had slid back to her during the interrogation. She located the specific string of digits and read them aloud. The silver-haired operative was already aggressively typing the data into his secure smartphone. It's a commercial freight transport, legally registered to Southwest Logistics. The driver in question is... He slowly raised his eyes from the screen, his facial expression an impenetrable mask. The driver checked in exactly 8 minutes behind his projected schedule at 2:47 a.m. He officially cited road debris as the cause of his delay. 0 other incidents were filed. Despite his stoic demeanor, Lydia could read the tension in his eyes. There was undeniably more to the story. An entire layer of truth they were actively withholding. What exactly happened to that man? She demanded. Absolutely nothing, Morrison answered rapidly. Far too rapidly. He successfully completed his designated delivery route and returned to his residence. It was a completely standard cargo run. The silver-haired agent rose from his chair. Miss Taylor, you have performed your duties admirably this evening. Your meticulously detailed handwritten logs will prove utterly invaluable for our ongoing analysis. We may potentially reach out to you for secondary follow-up inquiries. During the interim, you are expressly forbidden from discussing this incident with any living soul, including your direct colleagues. Should anyone question the event, you are to state that the system suffered from temporary equipment calibration issues. Is that entirely understood? Lydia offered a stiff nod, even as her brain was practically vibrating with 100 fresh, terrifying questions. Morrison reached out and handed her a plain white business card. It bore no name or title, only a 10-digit phone number. Should you experience anything even slightly unusual, literally anything at all, you are to dial this number immediately, regardless of the hour. And just like that, they vanished, leaving Lydia sitting alone within the stark confines of the conference room. She was left with nothing but freezing coffee and the absolute, chilling certainty that she had just witnessed something vastly more significant than a mere technical radar glitch. She had witnessed a phenomenon that had manifested 6 times prior. A phenomenon that had tangibly impacted a solitary truck driver who had miraculously lost 8 minutes of his life. Something that was undeniably still out there, completely invisible and utterly unexplained, silently gliding through the pitch-black Nevada night. Marcus finally pulled into the parking lot of his Henderson apartment complex at 8:30 a.m. He secured his massive rig and dragged himself straight to his mattress. Sleep, however, completely eluded him. Every single time he allowed his eyelids to fall heavy, his brain projected the image of that terrifying, shadowless silhouette illuminated by his high beams. He continued to hear that crystal-clear voice echoing the words, "Stop running," directly into the core of his consciousness. After burning through an hour simply glaring up at the plaster ceiling, he abandoned the attempt, dragged himself out of bed, and brewed a pot of incredibly strong coffee. His smartphone display indicated 3 missed audio calls from the dispatch office. They were all just routine, post-route check-ins that he had deliberately ignored. He decided he would handle them eventually. In this exact moment, he desperately needed to process his thoughts. The logical sector of his mind continuously attempted to manufacture rational explanations. A catastrophic electrical malfunction triggering the dashboard anarchy. A stranded helpless motorist that his sleep-deprived brain had somehow distorted into a monster. The blinding overhead spotlights of a military helicopter or an advanced drone conducting midnight drills over the Nevada wasteland. Yet, every single logical theory instantly crumbled the moment he applied any real scrutiny to it. Marcus unlocked his device, booted up a search engine, and began frantically hunting for answers. Nevada UFO sightings. The query yielded dozens, then hundreds of results. The vast majority were blatant, attention-seeking hoaxes or incredibly blurry images of smudges that could have literally been anything. However, buried deep within the digital noise, he stumbled across a handful of personal accounts that felt uncomfortably, terrifyingly familiar. Accounts detailing inexplicable illuminations hovering over the Route 6 desert corridor, massive electrical vehicle failures, victims reporting hours of missing time, and descriptions of strange figures standing in desolate locations. He managed to unearth a hidden forum thread originating from roughly 2 months prior. A user operating under the handle NV_driver had documented a nearly identical, beat-for-beat nightmare. A blinding radiance trailing their sedan near the Tonopah region. Intense, rhythmic radio interference. An entire dashboard violently short-circuiting. Disturbingly, the thread had been forcibly locked by the platform moderators, stamped with a highly suspicious automated note, "Duplicate post. Topic already discussed." Marcus obsessively scoured the site for this supposed original thread. It had been completely scrubbed from the servers. He blew through 3 solid hours plunging headfirst down that digital rabbit hole. The overwhelming bulk of the data he consumed was pure garbage, unhinged conspiracy theories, easily debunked fabrications, and individuals desperately craving online attention. But every so often, he would trip over a fragment that resonated with absolute truth. A highly specific detail that mirrored his own terrifying ordeal perfectly. A written description that flawlessly captured the unnatural, isolated quality of that specific white glow, or the bizarre geometry of the silhouette. Other individuals had definitely encountered this entity, whatever it actually was, and it was blatantly obvious that a powerful group actively suppressed these narratives from gaining any real traction online. Marcus finally dropped his smartphone onto the counter and aggressively rubbed his burning eyes. He could physically feel the crushing weight of a monumental decision bearing down on his shoulders. He possessed the option to file an official report, to alert the FAA or the local state troopers, to drag this secret into the light. But choosing that path guaranteed unwanted media attention, endless interrogations, and potentially devastating consequences for his commercial driving career. Alternatively, he could take the route the smart survivors took. He could bury the memory entirely, force himself to move forward, and simply accept the fact that he had endured a deeply unnatural event but had miraculously survived to haul freight for another day. His weary gaze drifted over to the apartment window. The morning sunlight was brilliant and completely normal. The mundane sounds of commuter traffic drifted up from the asphalt below. Reality within the city limits was solid, predictable, safe, and easily explainable. The pitch-black Nevada desert at 3 a.m. operated on an entirely different set of rules. Marcus snatched his phone back up, meticulously deleted his entire search history, aggressively purged his browser cache, and thoroughly sterilized every digital trace of his paranormal curiosity. Afterward, he crawled back under his sheets and, mercifully, his exhaustion finally pulled him under. He immediately began dreaming of blinding illuminations hovering over the sand, accompanied by a voice that bypassed his ears to whisper, "Stop running." When his alarm finally ripped him awake at 4 p.m. to prepare for his upcoming graveyard shift, he had nearly succeeded in forgetting the nightmare. Nearly. Fast forward 3 months, and Lydia had completely given up on ever receiving any real answers. The clandestine operations personnel never reached out to her again. Her meticulously detailed handwritten logs were permanently confiscated. Her designated radar station resumed its flawless operation, silently tracking commercial aircraft and storm fronts across the Nevada airspace without a single subsequent anomaly. Her daily life had settled back into a tedious routine, yet her mind simply refused to let the incident go. She endlessly agonized over the 6 prior events that Morrison had casually mentioned. She thought constantly about the unknown civilian truck driver who had inexplicably forfeited 8 minutes of his existence. She obsessed over that geometrically perfect circular blind spot that had maneuvered, plummeted, and vanished into thin air. She had inked her name on a legally binding NDA, but that legal threat couldn't possibly prevent her from remaining hypervigilant. It couldn't stop her from dedicating extra focus to her monitors during the graveyard shifts, or from maintaining a highly secretive, unofficial diary in a personal notebook that she kept strictly confined within the walls of her own apartment. As it turned out, she wasn't suffering alone in this paranoia. Roughly 3 weeks following her encounter, she had been nursing a coffee in the staff break room when a fellow radar technician named Felix, a guy assigned to monitor the northern sector, casually dropped a comment about witnessing bizarre, vacant holes appearing on his digital map the previous year. He claimed they were merely fleeting glitches, nothing substantial enough to warrant an official report. Lydia had gently probed for more details, taking extreme care not to expose her own terrifying experience. Felix had simply shrugged the entire thing off. Probably just aging equipment, he had muttered. Probably nothing at all. However, the deeply unsettled look in his eyes had communicated a vastly different narrative. Now, deep into a freezing January night exactly 3 months later, Lydia was positioned at her console, monitoring her sweeping displays with an almost predatory level of awareness. Civilian commercial traffic was incredibly sparse. A heavy military transport plane was lagging slightly behind schedule out of Nellis Air Force Base. Aside from that, everything read as perfectly normal. Then, at precisely 2:14 a.m., the exact identical timestamp as her previous encounter, an entity materialized within Sector 7 Delta. It wasn't occupying the exact same geographical coordinates. It had manifested roughly 30 miles east of the original event's location. However, the digital footprint was unmistakably identical. A geometrically flawless circle, yielding absolute zero radar bounceback, measuring approximately half a mile across. Lydia's hand shot out to snatch the communication radio, but she froze midway. Her mind flashed to the blank white business card Morrison had provided, currently tucked safely inside her wallet, the specific emergency hotline she had been instructed to utilize for anything remotely unusual. Her thoughts drifted to the anonymous truck driver who had endured catastrophic electrical failures, suffered missing time, and blindly completed his cargo run without ever breathing a word to the authorities. She deeply considered the 6 prior occurrences that had been thoroughly documented, highly classified, and permanently buried in some dark archive. In that split second, Lydia made a definitive choice. She grabbed her personal smartphone and immediately launched the civilian flight and transit tracking application. Route 6, once again. On this occasion, the digital tracking system highlighted a commercial truck transponder heading steadily northwest, driving on a direct collision course toward the exact airspace where her military radar had gone entirely blind. She aggressively pinched the screen to zoom in and snapped a digital screenshot of the data. The vehicle's registration ID, the exact timestamp, the precise GPS coordinates. Following that, she booted up a heavily encrypted secure messaging application she had deliberately installed in the wake of her first terrifying encounter. It was a paranoid piece of software designed to bounce data packets across multiple offshore servers, rendering it incredibly difficult to trace. She attached the captured image file and quickly typed out a frantic message. It is actively happening again. Identical radar signature, varied geographic location. A civilian transport vehicle is rapidly approaching the compromised zone. Timestamp, 2:14 a.m., January 15th. Someone urgently needs to intercept and warn them. She slammed her thumb against the send icon before her logical brain could talk her out of committing treason. Having secured her digital insurance policy, she finally snatched up her official communication radio and filed the formal alert. Control, this is Delta 7. I am currently observing a massive anomaly within Sector 7 Delta. It has manifested in a fresh location. The signature is a circular blind spot, measuring approximately half a mile in diameter. I am requesting an immediate systems analysis. The exact same disinterested board operator's voice from 3 months prior filtered through the speaker. Delta 7, please stand by. Lydia remained glued to her monitors. The vacant anomaly held its position, perfectly stationary. The commercial transport rolling down Route 6 relentlessly continued its approach. There were roughly 2 minutes remaining until their paths violently intersected. Come on, please, Lydia whispered desperately at the glowing glass. Just turn the rig around. Choose a different route, please. However, she knew that Route 6 was literally the sole paved artery cutting through that desolate expanse of wasteland. The driver had absolutely nowhere else to maneuver. 90 seconds until impact. Her console radio burst with static. Delta 7, we have visual confirmation of the anomaly on our end. High-level operations is currently being briefed. You are to continue your visual observation. 60 seconds. The small digital icon representing the civilian rig on her smartphone app drifted steadily, inexorably toward the absolute dead center of the military radar's blind zone. 30 seconds. Lydia's fingers hovered agonizingly close to her phone's dial pad. She had the technical ability to contact the transport cabin directly. The commercial transponder registry data definitely included a direct emergency contact line. But what insane warning was she supposed to offer? Slam on your brakes because my highly classified military radar system cannot perceive a massive object hovering directly in your path? They would write her off as a complete lunatic. 15 seconds. The digital truck icon finally breached the outer boundary of the invisible anomaly on her tracking app. In that precise second, the civilian transponder signal completely evaporated. It wasn't a gradual signal degradation. In one literal heartbeat, it was present, cruising at standard highway velocity, and in the next subsequent heartbeat, it had ceased to exist entirely. Lydia inhaled sharply, her breath hitching in her throat. Up on her primary military display, the flawlessly circular anomaly maintained its frozen, stationary posture. She violently shifted her focus back down to her civilian smartphone app. There was no truck. There was zero GPS signal. There was absolutely nothing but a terrifyingly empty ribbon of Route 6 where a massive commercial vehicle had been a second prior. Control, this is Delta 7, she broadcasted, fighting a losing battle to keep the tremor out of her voice. A civilian transport vehicle has just physically entered the compromised sector, and its transponder beacon has instantly gone dark. An entirely new voice commanded the radio frequency. This one was significantly older, radiating absolute, unquestionable authority. Delta 7, this is Operations Command. You are to continue your visual observation protocols. Do not transmit any further data over unsecured channels. We are actively deploying a tactical response team to your specified coordinates. Acknowledged, Lydia replied. What is the estimated time of arrival for the response unit? 30 minutes. 30 excruciating minutes. That was an absolute eternity for an innocent driver currently trapped beneath whatever massive entity was generating that technological void. Lydia remained paralyzed, glaring holes into her monitor, mentally begging the digital truck icon to blink back into existence. Praying for the anonymous driver to simply punch through and emerge unharmed on the opposite edge. Pleading with the universe for this entire nightmare to just be a catastrophic equipment failure. a bizarre algorithmic coincidence, or literally anything based in normal reality. The minutes agonizingly ticked away. The massive blind spot refused to budge. The commercial rig refused to reappear. Finally, at precisely 2:28 a.m., the anomaly initiated its descent, mirroring its exact behavior from 3 months prior, sinking steadily toward the desert floor at a highly controlled, deliberate velocity. At 2:32 a.m., the void leveled out roughly 50 feet above the asphalt and locked into a hover. A minute later, at exactly 2:33 a.m., it completely blinked out of existence. Lydia immediately snapped her attention back to the civilian flight tracking software. For a terrifying, breathless moment, she saw absolutely nothing. Just miles of vacant highway and zero signal. Then, at exactly 2:34 a.m., the truck's transponder pinged violently back online. It occupied the exact same geographical space it had vanished from. It was already traveling at standard highway speeds. It continued its relentless push to the northwest, behaving exactly as if a catastrophic, reality-bending event hadn't just occurred. Lydia practically tore the radio mic from its housing. Control. The civilian transport has successfully reappeared on the grid. It is actively resuming its original plotted course. The radar anomaly has completely dissipated. Copy that. Delta 7. Our tactical response unit remains en route. They have been instructed to intercept the specified vehicle to conduct a mandatory welfare check. Lydia collapsed heavily back into her operator's chair, her heart executing a frantic drum solo against her ribs. The anonymous trucker had survived. The rig was successfully moving. They had miraculously punched through whatever nightmare was hovering out there. But what horrors had that driver actually endured during those missing minutes? And what terrifying realization awaited them now that they had finally stopped running? The driver behind the wheel was Jennifer Park, a 42-year-old former Marine with a solid 11-year tenure driving for Southwest Logistics. She boasted a pristine driving record, completely free of any infractions or bizarre incidents. When the interception team, which consisted of 2 Nevada state troopers flashing heavily classified federal credentials, finally flagged her down roughly 10 miles past the anomaly zone, she was understandably confused but entirely cooperative. Yes, her physical health was perfectly fine. No, she had absolutely not witnessed anything out of the ordinary in the sky. Yes, the massive rig was functioning flawlessly. And no, she had absolutely zero idea why federal agents were pulling a commercial hauler onto the shoulder. The troopers methodically processed their mandated checklist. They executed a thorough equipment inspection, administered a field sobriety test, and heavily scrutinized her transit logs. Every single metric returned a perfect result. "Ma'am," one of the troopers began, his tone incredibly measured. "Did you happen to observe anything highly unusual approximately 15 minutes ago? Any intense aerial illuminations? Any unexplainable audio interference? Any sudden electrical failures within your vehicle?" Jennifer simply scowled at the bizarre line of questioning. "No, I didn't." "Why? Did something happen out here?" "It is merely a routine follow-up protocol regarding some recent radar anomalies in this sector," the trooper lied smoothly. "Occasionally, these anomalies correlate with highly specific atmospheric conditions that have been known to negatively impact passing motorists. You are absolutely positive you did not endure any sudden dashboard electrical shorts or intense radio interference?" "No, it's been a completely standard, boring haul all night." The 2 federal troopers traded a highly loaded look. One of them smoothly produced a digital tablet. "Ma'am, according to the GPS data pulled directly from your rig's transponder log, you breached a very specific geographical coordinate at exactly 2:21 a.m., yet you did not exit that designated zone until 2:34 a.m. That equates to a 13-minute total gap covering a stretch of asphalt that should require a maximum of 3 minutes to traverse at your recorded highway speed. Can you offer any logical explanation for that discrepancy?" Jennifer's expression rapidly transitioned from mild confusion to outright annoyance. "I have been holding a steady 65 miles per hour this entire shift. I have not pulled onto the shoulder, and I certainly haven't dropped my speed. Whatever tracking hardware you're relying on is clearly busted. You are absolutely positive you didn't bring the vehicle to a halt? Not even for a momentary breather. I am completely certain, she fired back. However, the exact second the words left her mouth, Jennifer experienced a violent, chilling flicker of doubt. Had she actually stopped? Her brain easily recalled the asphalt, the pitch-black surroundings, the monotonous routine of holding the wheel. Yet, now that these agents had explicitly pointed it out, she could feel it, a hollow void in her memory. It wasn't a specific, terrifying image. It was simply a deeply unsettling, vague awareness that a chunk of time had evaporated without any physical events anchoring it. Ma'am, is this vehicle currently equipped with a forward-facing dashboard camera? Yeah, it's standard-issue company hardware. We are formally requesting to review the digital footage covering the previous 30 minutes, if you don't object. Jennifer offered a dismissive shrug. Sure, go crazy. Help yourself. One of the troopers hauled himself up into the cabin, leaving his partner standing guard beside Jennifer. They lingered in the freezing desert air, their breath forming faint clouds of mist, while the occasional late-night holler roared past them down Route 6. After 5 agonizing minutes, the investigating trooper climbed back down. His facial expression was crafted into a mask of complete neutrality. Ma'am, your onboard camera recorded perfectly standard highway footage right up until 2:21 a.m. Following that exact timestamp, the file devolves into absolute, dead static for a duration of 13 minutes. The visual feed then abruptly resumes at 2:34 a.m., showing you simply cruising down the interstate. The digital timestamp encoded in the file remains entirely continuous, yet there is absolutely zero visual data captured during that window. Jennifer suddenly felt incredibly cold, and it had absolutely nothing to do with the harsh Nevada winds. That is physically impossible. That camera has been functioning flawlessly. When was the last time you actively reviewed the recorded files? The trooper pressed. I have no idea. The system just loops automatically. I never actually watch the playback unless I've been involved in a collision or an incident. The trooper reached into his vest and handed her a plain white card, virtually identical to the one Morrison had forced upon Lydia back at the radar base. It featured nothing but a 10-digit number. Ma'am, should you experience anything even slightly out of the ordinary over the course of the next several days, bizarre nightmares, sudden memory voids, or discover unexplainable scorch marks on the exterior of your rig, you are to dial this number immediately. What? Why the hell would I experience any of that? It is strictly a precautionary measure. Occasionally, motorists who have navigated through zones plagued by heavy electromagnetic interference end up reporting delayed psychological effects. It is highly likely to be absolutely nothing, but our agency prefers to be excessively thorough. Jennifer snatched the card from his hand, her nerves now thoroughly and completely shredded. Am I legally free to leave? Yes, ma'am. Please drive safe. She hauled herself back up into the driver's seat, her hands trembling faintly against the leather wrapping of the steering wheel. 13 entirely missing minutes. Dead digital static consuming her dash cam. Bizarre interrogations regarding unexplainable lights, phantom audio interference, and catastrophic dashboard meltdowns. Nightmares she supposedly hadn't actually experienced. Or had she? Jennifer shifted the massive rig into gear and merged back onto the lonely stretch of Route 6, holding an incredibly cautious speed while compulsively checking her side mirrors every few seconds. The surrounding wasteland appeared totally normal, entirely vacant, and perfectly safe. Yet, buried deep within the darkest recesses of her subconscious, a chilling voice that absolutely did not belong to her own internal monologue softly whispered, "Stop running." She aggressively cranked the radio volume to maximum and slammed her boot down on the accelerator. 6 months later, an intimidatingly thick file rested on Morrison's desk. It was classified significantly above top secret status, plastered with extreme security clearance codes that the vast majority of military brass would never lay eyes on. Phenomenon Sector 7 Delta incidents. There were 19 fully documented cases now. The sheer frequency of the occurrences was rapidly accelerating. What had previously amounted to a mere 6 cases over a 14-month span had violently mutated into 19 within a 20-month window, and those were strictly the events they were actively aware of. Morrison meticulously reviewed the most recent data supplied by the psychological assessment team. Of the 11 civilian motorists they had successfully tracked down and interviewed after traversing the compromised zones, every single one recounted identical experiences. Time discrepancies ranging anywhere from 8 to 15 minutes. Absolute zero memory regarding the missing intervals. Immediate, catastrophic equipment malfunctions that magically resolved themselves seconds later. A profound, lingering sensation of dread or the distinct feeling of being closely observed. Repetitive nightmares featuring blinding lights out in the wasteland. And an entirely inexplicable, deep-seated reluctance to ever discuss the events out loud. Not a single subject presented with any physical injuries. None exhibited psychological trauma that exceeded standard baseline stress. Every individual had simply resumed their ordinary routines following the encounters, yet the psychological evaluations exposed undeniably consistent patterns. Severely elevated anxiety levels whenever the incidents were explicitly brought up. Spastic rapid eye movements strongly indicating heavily suppressed memories. Spiking physiological stress markers the instant they were presented with photographs of pitch-black desert landscapes. Something profound was actively manipulating these people. The military radar operators were suffering from nearly identical symptoms. Lydia Taylor had officially filed a report regarding a second anomaly manifestation, completely disregarding the terrifying NDA she had signed. 2 additional technicians manning entirely separate monitoring stations had stepped forward with their own deeply unsettling observations shortly after that. All of them described the exact same technological signature, the identical, impossible, perfectly circular blind spots. Furthermore, every single one of them had resorted to keeping highly secretive personal logs, obsessively monitoring their screens, simply waiting for the next inevitable event. The silver-haired operative, whose actual identity was Dr. Elliot Graves, a fact known to perhaps a handful of living people, strode into Morrison's office without bothering to knock. "We have finally secured confirmed optical observations," he announced, completely skipping any preamble. The Air Force successfully routed an unmanned drone directly through Sector 7 Delta during the most recent anomaly manifestation. They ran a full visual spectrum sweep, including infrared and ultraviolet. The drone's visual feeds went completely dark for 9 straight minutes. The moment the connection was re-established, the drone was actively flying 3 miles off its designated course. Morrison's head snapped up sharply. How is that physically possible? The onboard guidance systems were functioning correctly. According to the drone's encrypted internal logs, it flew in a perfectly straight, level path the entire duration. However, the GPS data, the visual confirmation feeds, and our terrestrial tracking arrays all confirm that it deviated from its flight path massively. It behaved as if physical space itself had warped around an object. That is literally not possible. "I am fully aware," Graves replied, sinking heavily into an empty chair. "But we possess the hard data. We have multiple, completely redundant systems corroborating the exact same finding. Whatever entity is occupying that specific airspace is actively generating highly localized gravitational distortions. It isn't merely relying on radar invisibility anymore. We are dealing with literal, physical spatial anomalies." A distinct chill crawled up Morrison's spine. She had spent 23 grueling years working in intelligence, and she had never brushed up against anything remotely resembling this. "What is your official recommendation?" The Military Advisory Board is pushing to officially classify the impacted zones as restricted airspace. Forcibly reroute all civilian transit corridors around the perimeter. Dramatically escalate our on-the-ground observation assets. Furthermore, if this phenomenon proves to be mobile, if these manifestations refuse to remain anchored to a single location, then we actively track it to the absolute best of our abilities and simply pray that it confines itself to unpopulated wastelands. Morrison pointed a finger toward the massive file on her desk. "And what is the protocol for the civilian drivers?" The witnesses. We stick to standard procedure. We monitor them, we conduct interviews, and we provide psychological counseling if they explicitly ask for it. The vast majority of them won't. Human beings are remarkably skilled at repressing memories of things they fundamentally cannot comprehend. But certain individuals won't be able to forget. Graves locked eyes with her. No. Certain individuals absolutely will not. They lingered in absolute silence for an extended moment. Beyond the glass of Morrison's office window, the neon skyline of Las Vegas shimmered brightly in the distance. It represented ordinary life, ordinary, predictable reality. Yet, far out in the desolate expanse of the desert, hiding in the pitch-black voids separating the cities, something entirely different was thriving. Something possessing the capability to render itself completely invisible, to literally warp the fabric of space, to breach the confines of enclosed vehicles, and to manipulate human consciousness and time itself. And whatever it was undeniably growing bolder. There is one additional detail, Graves murmured quietly. The Pattern Recognition and Analysis Division uncovered something deeply troubling. These isolated incidents are not occurring randomly. They are actively mapping out a trajectory, a roughly circular perimeter anchored dead center on the Tonopah Test Range. The radius of this circle is physically expanding outward by approximately 2 miles every single month. Expanding. Morrison echoed. Are you implying that this phenomenon is somehow spreading out, or that it's actively hunting for something? She could practically feel the crushing gravity of the information. 19 isolated incidents rapidly ballooning into 20, then 30, then 50. An increasing number of civilian drivers forfeiting chunks of their lives. A growing army of radar technicians staring at impossible blind spots winking in and out of existence. An overwhelming avalanche of questions that not a single human being possessed the answers to. What exactly are we supposed to tell the public? She demanded. Graves slowly stood up, methodically adjusting the lapels of his suit jacket. We offer them the truth, or at least as much of it as we can reasonably manage. We blame bizarre atmospheric phenomena, unprecedented equipment anomalies. We label it as unexplained, yet entirely non-threatening. Because the moment they stop buying that narrative, we are going to be facing significantly more catastrophic problems than a few missing minutes and some radar glitches. He exited the office without uttering a single word of farewell. Morrison dragged her focus back to the suffocating pile of files, to the endless reports, the psychological profiles, and the concrete data mapping an entirely impossible reality that was manifesting with terrifying frequency. She thought about Lydia Taylor, sitting in the dark every night, obsessively monitoring her glowing monitors, bracing for the next circular void. She considered Marcus, Jennifer, and the dozens of other anonymous motorists who had blindly driven through those anomalies and emerged on the other side fundamentally altered in ways they lacked the vocabulary to explain. She pictured Route 6, a lonely ribbon of asphalt slicing through the Nevada wasteland, continuously ferrying innocent people through the pitch-black night toward destinations they would never quite arrive at in the same psychological state. And she sat there wondering exactly what horrors transpired during those stolen minutes. What the military radar arrays were blind to, what the terrified drivers couldn't recall, and what precisely was still lurking out in the dark, slowly spiraling closer. Marcus had not navigated Route 6 after sundown in a solid 6 months. He had successfully petitioned his dispatch for daytime-only routes, willingly accepting a noticeable reduction in pay strictly to avoid the graveyard runs. His direct supervisor had been surprisingly accommodating and hadn't pressed him for any justifications. However, Marcus intimately knew the truth, and harboring that knowledge was arguably far more torturous than the actual experience itself. Because now, every single time he allowed his gaze to drift up toward the night sky, his brain instantly superimposed that blinding white light over the stars. Whenever he found himself isolated in the dark, he could clearly hear that unnatural voice, not echoing in the physical room, but vibrating deep within his own cerebral cortex. A haunting whisper that hovered somewhere between a suppressed memory and a persistent, external presence. Stop running. He had desperately tried to scrub the entire ordeal from his mind. He had permanently purged his browser searches, actively shunned any related news broadcasts, and aggressively buried himself in the mundane, concrete realities of his daylight routine. The nightmares, however, utterly refused to cease. They were identical every single time. He would find himself paralyzed inside the cabin of his idling rig, staring at the shadowless entity bathed in his headlights, listening to the voice uttering profound things that completely evaporated the exact second his eyes snapped open. Then there was the physical brand on his vehicle's roof, that geometrically flawless, discolored circle. He had attempted to aggressively polish it away, layered fresh paint over it, and even took an industrial sander to the metal. Absolutely nothing worked. The damaged steel continuously retained that bizarre, localized heat, maintaining its perfect circular boundary. It felt exactly like a deliberate brand, permanently marking him as an individual who had been selected for reasons completely beyond his comprehension. On a sweltering night in late July, exactly half a year following his initial encounter, Marcus was staring at his apartment ceiling, entirely unable to force himself to sleep. The window-mounted air conditioning unit rattled aggressively. The muted roar of distant highway traffic drifted through the glass. It was all so completely normal, so utterly safe. Without warning, his smartphone screen flared to life on the nightstand. There was no incoming caller ID, no audible ringtone. It was simply a stark text message manifesting out of the digital ether. Route 6 tonight. 2:14 a.m. You will understand. Marcus stared at the glowing pixels, his hands immediately breaking into a violent tremor. His logic screamed at him to ignore the prompt, to delete the message instantly, to contact the authorities. Instead, at exactly 1:30 a.m., he silently got dressed, hauled himself up into the cab of his truck, and began driving northwest. He aggressively berated himself the entire way, labeling his actions as incredibly stupid, hopelessly reckless, and dangerously insane. However, operating on a level significantly deeper than conscious thought or raw panic, a powerful force was reeling him in. It was the exact same phenomenon that had permanently scarred the roof of his rig, the identical presence that relentlessly whispered through his night terrors. By 2:10 a.m., Marcus was rolling down the desolate expanse of Route 6, entirely isolated in the suffocating darkness, rapidly closing the distance on the exact same stretch of wasteland where his entire reality had fractured 6 months prior. His cabin radio was powered down. His smartphone was completely shut off. It was just him, the glowing asphalt, and the canopy of stars hovering above. At precisely 2:14 a.m., the blinding light materialized. On this occasion, he did not attempt to flee. This time, he brought his massive rig to a complete, controlled stop, pushed his driver's side door open, stepped out onto the asphalt, and stood completely exposed in the freezing desert air, staring directly up at that impossible, brilliant glow. And in that exact moment, the missing memories flooded back. He remembered every single detail. It hadn't been a violent abduction. It wasn't an act of hostility. It had been pure contact. It was communication. It was an impossibly advanced presence desperately attempting to decipher the human condition by silently observing individuals during their most deeply isolated moments. By monitoring solitary drivers navigating through the pitch black, by directly analyzing their internal thoughts, and by attempting to build a bridge across an evolutionary chasm so unfathomably vast that standard spoken language couldn't possibly hope to cross it. They were not malevolent entities. They were simply incomprehensibly foreign, and they were suffering from a profound loneliness that made human isolation feel incredibly trivial by comparison. Marcus finally comprehended exactly why the voice had instructed him to stop running. Fleeing was the exact mechanism that kept the chasm unbridgeable. Blind, instinctual terror was the sole variable rendering true contact completely impossible. The brilliant light slowly initiated its descent. Marcus held his ground, utterly motionless. His rig's complex electronics remained perfectly silent this time. There was no chaotic dashboard meltdown, no frantic radio static. Just an incredibly strange, almost serene atmosphere of waiting. The exact second the light fully enveloped him, he experienced the warmth again. It wasn't a standard, physical temperature change. It was something vastly different, a profound sensation of recognition, a formal greeting, and a distinct, wordless, yet crystal-clear inquiry. "Will you help us understand?" Marcus quickly thought about Lydia meticulously monitoring her glowing radar interfaces. He thought about Jennifer blindly steering her rig through a void of missing minutes. He considered all the countless other anonymous individuals who had accidentally collided with this phenomenon and immediately fled into the safety of deliberate amnesia. He realized the impossible choice they had all been silently presented with, entirely without their own knowledge. He tilted his head back toward the blinding radiance and projected a single, resounding thought. Clearly, yes. The unnatural warmth spiked in intensity for a fleeting second before rapidly fading away. The brilliant anomaly effortlessly ascended back into the night sky, continuing its trajectory toward the northwest, faithfully following the path of Route 6 in search of its next target. Marcus remained standing motionless on the desert highway for a considerable amount of time after the light had completely vanished from view. Eventually, he climbed back up into the safety of his cabin, fired up the massive diesel engine, and simply resumed his scheduled drive. The digital clock on his dash read exactly 2:17 a.m. 3 minutes had passed. There was zero missing time, no traumatic memory gaps. Simply a profound choice that had been offered and willingly accepted. And somewhere much further out in the sprawling Nevada wasteland, other blinding lights were silently drifting through the blackness, methodically hunting for other solitary travelers, broadcasting other silent inquiries, and desperately hoping for other moments of acceptance. The phenomenon wasn't drawing to a close. It was only just beginning. And the specific individuals who actively chose to stop running would ultimately become the ones to bridge that impossible, evolutionary gap. One lonely night drive at a time. Owen Garrett had been managing the security oversight protocols for the Tonopah Test Range cargo convoys for a solid 11 years. Over the course of that tenure, he had personally reviewed many thousands of hours of incredibly tedious dashboard camera footage, tactical helmet recordings, and static perimeter surveillance feeds. It was mind-numbingly boring work, predominantly featuring heavy transports hauling classified logistics from point A to point B while the military drivers strictly adhered to standard operational protocols. Absolutely nothing noteworthy had ever occurred on his watch, until the specific night of March 14th, when literally everything happened, and not a single soul retained the memory to prove it. He was firmly stationed inside the secure monitoring hub at 0300 hours, aggressively grinding his way through the midway point of his graveyard shift, mechanically processing the routine video review of that evening's highly classified convoy run. 6 heavily armored transport trucks had successfully relocated sensitive hardware from Nellis Air Force Base directly to the Tonopah installation, a standard run they executed twice every week. Standard operating procedure strictly mandated that Owen verify that all visual camera feeds were unobstructed, all driving protocols were faithfully executed, and all digital timestamps aligned perfectly. The footage from the initial 5 transports cleared his inspection without a single red flag. The driving was incredibly smooth, the spacing between the vehicles was strictly maintained by the book, and the internal radio chatter was minimal and highly professional. Owen was already mentally checking out, his focus drifting rapidly toward the impending end of his shift, when he clicked open the master video feed corresponding to the 6th transport vehicle in the lineup. The digital timestamp hovering in the corner of the frame read 22 hours 47 minutes and 33 seconds. The interior cabin camera displayed Specialist Davis gripping the steering wheel, while Corporal Martinez rode in the passenger seat. The tactical night vision overlay washed the entire interior in a distinct, glowing greenish hue. Both soldiers appeared highly alert, their eyes locked firmly on the road ahead, operating with complete professionalism. 22 hours 47 minutes and 34 seconds, 35, 36, and then absolute nothingness. The video feed violently snapped to black. It wasn't digital static, nor was it signal interference. It was an absolute, suffocating void, looking exactly as if someone had physically slapped a thick coat of matte black paint directly over the camera lens. Owen physically leaned forward in his chair, his brow furrowing deeply. He immediately checked the digital timestamp counter. It now read 22 hours 47 minutes and 52 seconds. 19 seconds. The primary video feed had inexplicably vaulted forward by 19 entire seconds, offering absolutely zero visual data during the interim. Then, exactly at 22 hours 47 minutes and 53 seconds, the visual feed abruptly re-established itself. It was the exact same interior cabin, the identical two soldiers, washed in the same night vision green. Davis was still maintaining control of the wheel. Martinez was still secured in the passenger seat. Superficially, nothing appeared to have changed, with the glaring exception that both men were now clutching their seats with white-knuckled desperation. Martinez's hand was death-gripping the interior door latch. Davis's knuckles were stark white against the steering column, and yet, neither soldier uttered a single syllable regarding the obvious terror they were experiencing. Owen rapidly scrubbed the video file backward and scrutinized the sequence a second time. The exact same result played out. Flawless, routine driving, 19 seconds of absolute blackness, followed instantly by a resumption of the feed featuring two visibly shaken military operatives who flat-out refused to acknowledge that a catastrophic event had just occurred. He quickly pulled up the truck's exterior camera arrays. All four separate video feeds originating from Truck 6 displayed the exact same terrifying pattern. A perfectly synchronized, 19-second gap. Every single camera completely failed at exactly 22 hours 47 minutes and 37 seconds, and every single one simultaneously revived at exactly 22 hours 47 minutes and 53 seconds. That was a technological impossibility. The exterior and interior cameras functioned on entirely independent power grids utilizing isolated backup battery supplies. They were technically capable of failing independently, but they could never shut down simultaneously unless a massive, localized event completely annihilated the truck's entire electrical infrastructure. However, the transport's highly sensitive diagnostic logs indicated absolutely zero power fluctuations. Every single mechanical and digital system had hummed along flawlessly throughout the entire duration of the journey. Owen quickly triggered the video feeds belonging to the other 5 transports in the convoy. He began by analyzing Truck 5, which had been positioned directly ahead of the 6th vehicle in the formation. The footage was completely normal. No sudden interruptions, no missing time. The digital timestamp cascaded perfectly from 22 hours 47 minutes and 37 seconds straight through to 22 hours 47 minutes and 53 seconds without a single hiccup. He meticulously checked the footage for Truck 4. It yielded the exact same result, a totally continuous video feed. Trucks 3, 2, and the lead vehicle all returned normal, flawless recordings. No gaps. No glitches. Truck 6 was the sole vehicle in the entire heavily armored convoy that had inexplicably forfeited 19 seconds of existence. Owen felt a sudden, sharp chill course through his body that had absolutely nothing to do with the facility's air conditioning unit. He aggressively pulled up the convoy's master GPS tracking logs. All 6 heavy transports registered completely continuous forward momentum during that highly specific time frame. Truck CX's onboard transponder had successfully beamed its geographic coordinates back to base every single second, right through the 19-second window when its visual cameras were recording pure darkness. According to the raw GPS data, the massive vehicle had seamlessly traveled 0.34 miles during that exact blind spot, flawlessly maintaining a perfectly steady velocity of 65 miles per hour. It was completely normal and entirely expected behavior, yet the cameras had captured nothing but an impossible void. Owen slowly reached out, picked up his hardline desk phone, and punched in the extension for the active convoy supervisor. The line rang 3 times before Captain Reeves finally picked up. "Sir, this is Owen Garrett operating down in the monitoring hub. I have just discovered a massive anomaly buried in tonight's convoy footage that requires your immediate review." A heavy pause hung on the line. What specific type of anomaly are we talking about? A perfectly synchronized, total camera failure affecting Truck 6. It is a 19-second visual gap spanning all 4 independent feeds. It's an equipment malfunction. That's exactly what I initially assumed, sir. However, the internal diagnostic logs explicitly confirm normal operations across the board. Furthermore, the other 5 transports in the formation experienced 0 issues. Another agonizing pause stretched over the connection, significantly longer this time. "I will be down in your office in exactly 10 minutes. The line severed with a sharp click. Owen sat back heavily in his chair, his eyes locked onto the frozen digital frame displaying Davis and Martinez looking absolutely terrified inside their sealed cabin. He snatched up his physical notebook and began frantically logging the hard data. The exact time of the event, the precise duration of the blackout, the specific vehicle identification number, and the exact camera arrays affected. Following that, he executed an action that was a massive violation of strict military protocol, but one that his gut instincts were absolutely screaming at him to perform. He digitally cloned the highly classified video file onto a personal, heavily encrypted flash drive and quickly buried it deep inside his pocket. 11 grueling years of monitoring boring surveillance feeds had taught him one very critical lesson. Whenever something genuinely unexplainable and terrifying actually occurred, the official military records possessed a highly convenient habit of becoming permanently unavailable. Specialist Ryan Davis was resting in the barracks when the unexpected summons finally arrived. It was 0900 hours, a mere 6 hours after their heavy convoy had officially finished its route. He had successfully scraped together perhaps 4 hours of fitful sleep, plagued by unsettling nightmares that slipped his mind the moment he woke, leaving him with a throbbing headache that seemed to pulse directly behind his eyes. "Davis, the captain expects you in briefing room 3, right now." Ryan sluggishly hauled his body upright, still wearing his physical training gear. "What exactly is this regarding?" he asked. "They didn't specify. Just grab Martinez and get moving." Ryan tracked down his convoy partner sitting in the mess hall, aimlessly shoving scrambled eggs around a tray without taking a single bite. Martinez's physical appearance mirrored exactly how Ryan felt on the inside. Profoundly exhausted, deeply unsettled, and completely unable to articulate the reason why. "We just got summoned by command," Ryan murmured, sliding into the empty chair directly across the table. Martinez slowly raised his head. His eyes were heavily bloodshot. "It has to be about last night's run, I imagine. Did something specific happen out there?" Martinez's facial expression instantly shifted to a carefully constructed blank mask. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "I honestly don't know. I'm just asking, do you recall anything bizarre happening?" For a fleeting second, it appeared as though Martinez desperately wanted to confess something. His jaw muscle twitched aggressively, and his grip on the metal fork tightened considerably. Eventually, he just shook his head. "No. It was a completely standard run." "Why are you asking?" However, Ryan could clearly see right through the fabrication. Well, it wasn't exactly a deliberate lie. It was arguably something much worse. Martinez genuinely couldn't retrieve the memory, yet some fractured aspect of his subconscious was painfully aware that a crucial memory was missing. It was akin to struggling to grasp the details of a vivid nightmare that completely dissolved the second consciousness returned. "No specific reason," Ryan dismissed. "Come on, let's move. The captain is expecting us." They marched toward the designated briefing room in total silence. Ryan's lingering headache was steadily intensifying, manifesting as a heavy pressure mounting directly behind his retinas, which made the glaring morning sunlight feel incredibly abrasive. He continually fought to dredge up concrete memories from the previous night's transport run. He easily recalled climbing into the heavy rig, navigating through the pitch-black environment, and staring down the infinite, desolate ribbon of Route 6 slicing straight through the barren wasteland. But what occurred immediately after that? There was undeniably something hidden there. An empty void. It wasn't at all like he had simply nodded off at the wheel. He explicitly remembered maintaining strict alertness the entire duration, yet it felt exactly as if an unseen entity had taken a pair of shears to his timeline and surgically excised one highly specific segment. The moment they stepped through the doors of the briefing room, they found Captain Reeves already waiting alongside a pair of superior officers whom Ryan could not identify. Also present was a civilian dressed casually in slacks and a polo shirt, radiating the unmistakable aura of an independent government contractor. Owen Garrett was positioned in the corner as well, appearing incredibly fatigued and wound dangerously tight. "Gentlemen, please take a seat," Reeves instructed, his vocal tone remaining meticulously neutral. Ryan and Martinez quickly claimed their chairs. The harsh glare of the overhead fluorescent lighting caused the throbbing in Ryan's skull to violently spike. One of the unidentified officers, whose collar insignia marked him as a major, Ryan quickly deduced, stepped closer to the table. "Specialist Davis, Corporal Martinez, we have summoned you here to ask a few highly specific questions regarding your transport run from the previous evening." "Understood, sir," both enlisted men replied in unison. "Did either of you experience any highly unusual events during the course of the operation?" Ryan and Martinez shared a brief, loaded glance. Ryan was the first to break the silence. "Negative, sir. It was a completely standard logistical run." "Were there any sudden equipment malfunctions, severe communication radio dropouts, or inexplicable GPS navigation problems?" "No, sir. Every single onboard system operated exactly within normal parameters." The major shifted his focus toward Owen, who immediately powered up a secured laptop and angled the high-definition display toward the two soldiers. "I am going to play back a segment of the recorded footage captured directly by your interior dashboard cameras. I need you both to observe the screen very carefully and inform me if you notice anything that strikes you as unusual." The digital monitor displayed the enclosed interior of their armored transport cabin, washed entirely in the distinctive green tint of tactical night vision. Ryan instantly recognized the exact moment in the timeline. They had been roughly 1 solid hour into the designated route, navigating a desolate stretch of absolute nothingness situated somewhere between Nellis and the Tonopah facility. He sat there watching his digital self expertly handle the steering wheel, while simultaneously observing Martinez casually glance at his smartphone. It was aggressively ordinary, utterly boring. And then, the video feed violently snapped to absolute black. Ryan immediately felt a sharp, physical knot twist deep within his gut. It wasn't motion sickness or nausea. It was pure, terrifying recognition. It felt exactly as if his physiological nervous system explicitly remembered an event that his conscious brain stubbornly refused to validate. The suffocating darkness lingered on the screen. Ryan instinctively counted the seconds in his head. 15, 16, 17. Suddenly, the visual picture burst back onto the monitor. Both he and Martinez appeared visibly shaken. His own digital hands were strangling the steering wheel with such extreme force that he could visibly read the strained tension radiating through his own shoulders on the video. However, he possessed absolutely zero recollection of feeling that physical tension. He had zero memory of whatever nightmare had provoked such a reaction. "Well," the major prompted sharply. Ryan found his mouth had gone completely dry. I honestly don't remember that occurring." "You do not remember what, specialist?" The visual cameras cutting to black. "I have absolutely no memory of the recording hardware failing." "What exactly do you recall?" Ryan squeezed his eyes shut, fighting desperately to drag the lost data back to the surface. "Driving. I just remember driving the rig. It was pitch black outside the cabin. We were holding a steady cruising speed. I specifically remember glancing down at the GPS interface and confirming that we were perfectly on schedule." "And what precise time was that?" "I couldn't say for sure. Perhaps 22:45, or maybe 22:50. Owen finally chimed in, his voice incredibly quiet. The visual blackout officially initiated at exactly 22:47 and 37 seconds. "I absolutely do not remember anything out of the ordinary happening at that specific timestamp," Ryan fiercely insisted. Yet, even as the words left his mouth, he could feel the inherent falsehood vibrating deep within his own bones. The major pivoted his attention toward the passenger. "Corporal." Martinez was absolutely transfixed, staring intensely at the frozen digital frame on the laptop monitor. His facial expression was incredibly bizarre. It wasn't general confusion, it was bordering on profound terror. I do remember. I specifically remember we were actively discussing the basketball game. The Lakers were playing right around this specific time frame. At least, I believe so. But I definitely do not recall the visual cameras blacking out. I don't remember anything going wrong at all. The unidentified civilian contractor finally spoke up for the very first time. His vocal tone was incredibly composed and strictly clinical. Do either of you soldiers recall experiencing any bizarre feelings of disorientation? Were there any sudden physical symptoms, such as acute dizziness, waves of nausea, or a distinct building pressure inside your skulls? The dull ache in Ryan's head flared aggressively. I am currently suffering from a severe headache right now. It originated the exact moment I woke up in the barracks. I have one as well, Martinez murmured quietly in agreement. The civilian expertly jotted a quick note onto his digital tablet. Did either of you experience any highly unusual or vivid dreams during your sleep cycle last night? Ryan hesitated. He knew for an absolute fact that he had experienced a profound nightmare. However, attempting to grasp the specific details was exactly like trying to catch physical smoke with his bare hands. Maybe. I honestly cannot remember. That is perfectly acceptable. Please do not attempt to force the recollection. The civilian shifted his gaze toward the major. Would it be permissible for me to have a brief, private moment with the two operatives? The major offered a curt nod. He, Captain Reeves, and the remaining military brass promptly filed out into the hallway. Owen initially moved to follow the exodus, but the civilian offered a subtle hand gesture instructing him to remain planted. The second the heavy door clicked shut, the civilian dragged a chair across the floor and positioned himself directly at eye level with Ryan and Martinez. My name is Dr. Foster. I am a specialized psychologist actively contracted by the Department of Defense to formally investigate highly unusual and anomalous incidents. The information I am about to disclose to you is strictly classified, and you will both be required to execute legal documentation before we advance any further. Are you both willing to comply with that? Both soldiers gave affirmative nods. Foster smoothly slid two digital tablets across the surface of the table. Standard non-disclosure agreements, Ryan instantly recognized as his eyes scanned the dense legal text. He applied his digital signature. Excellent, Foster noted once the devices were pushed back across the table. You men are by no means the first logistical convoy to fall victim to this exact phenomenon. Ryan felt an uncomfortable constriction deep in his chest. What specific phenomenon are you referring to, Doctor? We are not entirely certain of its true nature. However, over the span of the previous 8 months, we have cataloged 4 entirely separate incidents directly involving armored military transports navigating the Route 6 corridor during nocturnal operations. In every single documented case, the internal dashboard cameras recorded flawlessly synchronized visual blackouts spanning anywhere from 14 to 23 seconds. In every instance, the operating personnel retained absolutely zero memory of the missing time, yet universally reported experiencing a lingering sense of profound unease in the aftermath. Martinez leaned forward, his elbows resting heavily on the table. What exactly is generating these blackouts? We simply do not know. It is definitively not a standard hardware malfunction. The data patterns are far too consistent across vastly different vehicle chassis and varied camera architectures. It is not naturally occurring atmospheric interference. And it is not. Dr. Foster paused for a long second, selecting his next words with extreme caution. It is not anything that we currently possess a rational scientific explanation for. Ryan's thoughts were sprinting at a breakneck pace. You are literally sitting here telling us that something unknown is actively operating out in that desert. An entity capable of completely blinding military-grade cameras and actively wiping human memory. I am stating that we are currently investigating highly unusual technological data patterns and actively attempting to isolate their root cause. But to answer your question directly, yes. Something incredibly significant appears to be manifesting within a highly specific geographical boundary along the Route 6 corridor. What exact kind of something? Ryan demanded. Foster held his gaze with unwavering intensity. If I possessed the answer to that question, specialist, we wouldn't be sitting in this room conducting an investigation. The heavy briefing room door abruptly swung open. Captain Reeves poked his head through the gap. Dr. Foster, we have just discovered a piece of footage that you urgently need to review. Foster immediately pushed back from the table and stood up. Please excuse me for a moment, gentlemen. He swiftly exited the room. Ryan and Martinez were left entirely alone, marinating in the suffocating silence. After an agonizing minute, Martinez leaned in and whispered, "Do you honestly have zero recollection of what happened out there?" Ryan desperately wanted to answer yes. He wanted nothing more than to preserve the comforting lie. However, Martinez had been sealed inside that armored cabin right alongside him. Martinez had earned the absolute truth. I clearly remember experiencing pure terror, Ryan confessed, keeping his voice incredibly low. I cannot recall the catalyst, but I vividly remember the sensation of absolute fear. Martinez offered a slow, heavy nod. I felt the exact same thing. And I also remember. He trailed off mid-sentence, his brow deeply furrowed. You remember what? Ryan pressed. A blinding light. An impossibly intense, brilliant white light. However, I am honestly not sure if that is a genuine suppressed memory, or if my brain is simply fabricating the imagery because we are actively discussing the missing time. Ryan squeezed his eyes shut. Light. Yes. That specific detail violently resonated deep within his subconscious. An illumination powerful enough to completely wash out every other visual detail in the cabin. A glow brilliant enough to. The fragmented memory suddenly dissolved back into the dark before he could successfully lock onto it. We need to officially inform them about this, Martinez urged. Inform them of what, exactly? Ryan shot back. That we vaguely suspect we might recall a bright flash, but we lack the mental capacity to confirm if it was actually real. It is significantly better than offering them absolutely nothing. However, before the two soldiers could reach a consensus on their story, Dr. Foster abruptly marched back into the room, flanked by Captain Reeves and the Major. The facial expressions on all three men were exceptionally grim. Gentlemen, the Major announced with heavy authority, we require you to accompany us immediately. We have just uncovered a highly disturbing anomaly buried within the visual footage retrieved from the rest of the convoy. Owen quietly trailed behind the procession as they relocated to a much larger, more advanced briefing theater. A military technician had already hastily arranged an array of 6 separate high-definition monitors, dedicating one screen to every individual transport within the armored column. The civilian contractor, Dr. Foster, had explicitly commanded that all 6 visual feeds be perfectly synchronized to align with the precise time frame of Truck CX's inexplicable blackout. Initiate simultaneous playback, Foster ordered. The technician engaged the system, launching all 6 recordings exactly at 22 hours 47 minutes and 30 seconds, a mere 7 seconds prior to the anomaly trigger point. Owen stood near the back of the room, his rapid gaze frantically darting between the 6 glowing displays. Trucks 1 through 5 exhibited completely standard, uneventful footage. It was just a routine night drive, illuminated only by the faint glow of the internal dashboard instruments. Truck 6 displayed the exact same mundane reality. Then the counter hit 22 hours 47 minutes and 37 seconds. Truck CX's entire video feed violently snapped to pitch black. However, an entirely separate phenomenon instantly manifested across the remaining 5 monitors. Truck 5, which had been holding a position directly ahead of the affected vehicle, registered an explosive burst of blinding brightness captured solely on its rear-facing external camera. It initially resembled high-beam headlights approaching from the rear, but the physical characteristics were entirely wrong. The illumination was far too intensely white, far too geometrically uniform. It completely washed out the military-grade night vision sensors for a fraction of a second. Truck 4 captured the exact same impossible burst of blinding white light on its rear optics. Trucks 3, 2, and even the heavily armored lead vehicle at the very front of the column all registered the identical brilliant flash. Every single one of them logged the event at precisely 22 hours 47 minutes and 37 seconds. Owen found himself leaning aggressively closer to the bank of screens. The intense, blinding burst persisted for perhaps half a single second uniformly across the entire convoy. Then, the standard darkness of the Nevada night instantly reasserted itself. The armored column mindlessly pushed forward. There were no sudden applications of the brakes, no violent evasive swerves, and absolutely zero physical panic from any of the operatives at the wheel. That is, until the timestamp ticked to 22 hours 47 minutes and 38 seconds. Inside Truck 5, the driver, a Sergeant Patterson, could be visibly observed snapping his head to look at his passenger and mouthing a frantic question. The internal audio array picked up the exchange flawlessly. "Did you catch a glimpse of that?" Patterson demanded. His passenger, Private Miller, looked entirely confused. "Catch a glimpse of what, exactly?" Patterson hesitated. Never mind. Forget it." A remarkably similar interaction played out inside the cabin of Truck 4. The driver explicitly asked if his partner had registered the blinding flash. The passenger firmly denied seeing anything even remotely out of the ordinary. In Truck 3, the driver visibly eased off the throttle for a split second, aggressively sweeping his exterior mirrors, before simply shrugging it off and resuming his cruising speed without uttering a word. Truck 2 offered zero outward reaction, though the driver's knuckles did briefly whiten against the steering column. Inside the lead transport, Truck 1, the operative behind the wheel simply darted a quick, confused glare upward through his windshield glass, his brow deeply furrowed, before locking his eyes back onto the asphalt. All of these subtle, disjointed reactions were unfolding simultaneously, right while the cameras mounted to Truck 6 were capturing absolutely nothing but a terrifying, suffocating void. Eventually, at 22 hours 47 minutes and 53 seconds, the visual data streaming from Truck 6 violently popped back into existence. The monitors showed Davis and Martinez looking profoundly rattled, desperately strangling their respective seats, yet refusing to speak a single word to one another. 19 entire seconds, Owen murmured quietly to the room. Truck 6 was effectively erased for 19 seconds, and some unknown entity generated a brilliant illumination visible to the rest of the column at the precise millisecond the anomaly initiated. Dr. Foster was actively stabbing rapid, frantic notes into his digital tablet. "Reset the playback. Run it again, significantly slower this time. I need to dissect the footage frame by frame directly around the point of the flash." The technician quickly complied. When scrubbed at a painstakingly slow frame-by-frame velocity, the true nature of the flash became terrifyingly distinct. It absolutely was not a random reflection. It was definitively not approaching headlights. The blinding radiance originated from directly above the armored column, completely drowning all 6 transports in a simultaneous wash of brilliant white. And buried deep within that singular, overexposed frame where the radiance hit its absolute peak, Owen spotted a detail that caused the air to physically catch in his throat. Captured on Truck 1's forward-facing windshield array, which was angled slightly upward to properly monitor the horizon line, there was a distinct, physical shape. It was incredibly difficult to isolate against the aggressively overexposed glare, but the geometry was unmistakable. It was perfectly circular, incredibly massive, and it was actively descending from the sky. "Freeze playback right there," Owen shouted. "Look closely at the forward feed from the lead transport." The technician instantly locked the digital frame. Every single person in the room leaned aggressively toward the glowing monitor. Captain Reeves was the first man to break the stunned silence. "What in the absolute hell is that thing?" Dr. Foster provided the terrifyingly hollow response, his tone maintained with extreme, clinical control. "I possess absolutely no idea, Captain. But whatever that entity happens to be, it was hovering directly above your men the exact second the memory anomaly was triggered. The physical mass was incredibly difficult to properly define. The sheer intensity of the radiant burst effectively scrubbed away any surface details, but the outer perimeter was undeniable. It was a flawless circle, measuring perhaps 50 feet across in diameter, suspended roughly 100 feet directly over the armored vehicles. It clearly registered as a solid physical object, not some bizarre weather phenomenon, and it was caught mid-descent. Upon advancing to the very next digital frame, the object had completely vanished. The monitors showed nothing but the standard Nevada darkness and the military column blindly continuing its journey. The Major slowly pivoted his head to glare at Dr. Foster. "You stated this marks the 5th recorded incident of this nature." "That is affirmative, sir." "And have our analytics teams ever successfully isolated this specific physical shape prior to tonight?" Foster quickly tapped his tablet screen, scrolling aggressively through a highly encrypted directory. "Armored truck convoy. Occurred January 17th. We recorded a nearly identical flash, but failed to capture a clear visual confirmation of the origin source. Heavy supply run, dated February 3rd. The blinding flash was highly visible. The digital optics on the lead transport suffered a catastrophic glitch spanning exactly 8 seconds. High-value personnel transport. February 28th. A massive flash accompanied by a synchronized 17-second blackout exclusively targeting the rearguard vehicle. And now, we have tonight's event. The operational pattern is undeniably established. It invariably targets the Route 6 corridor. It exclusively strikes between the hours of 2200 and 0300. It relentlessly isolates and paralyzes the rearmost vehicle in the formation, while simultaneously projecting a massive visual phenomenon that is easily observable by the remainder of the convoy. Furthermore, it strictly confines its activities to an incredibly tight geographical window, roughly spanning between highway mile markers 47 and 52. The Major's facial features hardened into a mask of pure, tactical aggression. That is merely a 5-mile stretch of desolate highway. We possess the technological assets to lock that entire grid down and monitor every inch of it. "We have been doing exactly that, sir," Foster corrected. "We have maintained a continuous, unbroken surveillance net since the February escalation. However, our high-altitude drones fail to perceive anything even remotely out of the ordinary. Our buried seismic ground sensors register 0 anomalies. The entity simply refuses to manifest unless active transport vehicles are physically present within the kill box. It is actively reacting to the military convoys," Owen suddenly blurted out. Every single officer in the room simultaneously snapped their gaze toward him. Owen felt a hot flush creep up his neck, but he stubbornly pushed forward. "Whatever this phenomenon actually is, it isn't just passively loitering out in the desert. It is deliberately responding to our presence. It is meticulously targeting highly specific transports and intentionally generating these memory gaps." Dr. Foster offered a very slow, grim nod of agreement. "That aligns perfectly with our primary working hypothesis." Specialist Davis finally spoke up, his vocal cords stretched incredibly tight. "So, let me get this straight. You are confirming that an unknown entity is actively hunting military transport columns, and, what exactly? It is physically doing something to us while we are blacked out." "We honestly do not know what its ultimate objective is," Foster admitted. "You soldiers possess 0 physical injuries. Your armored vehicles display absolutely no signs of structural damage or tampering. We have executed exhaustive medical and neurological screenings on every single operative previously exposed to this anomaly. Every test returns a perfectly healthy baseline. With the rather glaring exception that we absolutely cannot remember the event actually happening," Martinez pointed out bitterly. Foster sighed. "With that singular, terrifying exception, yes." The Major crossed his thick arms tightly across his chest. "I want your official tactical recommendations, Dr. Foster. We must proceed with our standard logistical operations, but we must drastically upgrade our active monitoring protocols. I am officially requesting that highly sensitive body cameras be strapped to every single convoy operative. I demand completely uninterrupted, millisecond-precise GPS tracking. Furthermore, I require a dedicated chase vehicle, manned by completely independent observers, to trail the primary convoy at a safe distance in order to provide external visual verification. Captain Reeves scowled. "You are literally asking to use my men as bait." "I am asking for the necessary tools to properly observe a threat," Foster shot back. "As of this moment, we are operating blindly on broken fragments. We have digital camera glitches, highly unreliable driver testimonies, and wildly incomplete video files. We desperately require comprehensive, undeniable hard data if we are ever going to understand what we are actually fighting against." The Major silently chewed on the proposal. "You are demanding that I deliberately, knowingly expose my military personnel to an entirely unknown, potentially hostile phenomenon. I am demanding that you assist my team in determining whether this phenomenon is actually a hostile threat or not," Foster countered. "Because as we sit here right now, Major, you have active duty soldiers suffering from massive, unexplainable memory wipes right in the middle of transporting highly classified military assets. That is an absolutely catastrophic security vulnerability, regardless of whether or not they are in immediate physical danger." The muscle in the Major's jaw twitched aggressively. "I am going to have to escalate this request directly to High Command. However, you are authorized to begin prepping your advanced monitoring protocols immediately. If we somehow secure the green light, I want every single microsecond of the operation thoroughly documented." He then aggressively pivoted toward Davis and Martinez. "You two operatives are officially grounded from all active convoy duty pending a completely exhaustive medical and psychological review. Do not interpret that as a punitive measure. It is strictly by the book procedure. Captain Reeves will sort out your administrative details." "Yes, sir." Both shaken soldiers responded automatically. The Major spun on his heel and stormed out of the briefing room. Dr. Foster immediately began breaking down his laptop and gathering his digital files. Owen simply stood frozen in place, his eyes boring holes into the locked digital frame that clearly displayed the massive, circular entity dropping out of the sky toward the unsuspecting convoy. "Mr. Garrett," Foster called out suddenly, "may I borrow you for a brief word?" The two men quietly stepped out into the stark, fluorescent-lit hallway. Foster ensured his voice was dropped to a barely audible whisper. "You secretly cloned a copy of that video footage down in the hub, didn't you?" Owen's hand immediately, instinctively twitched toward the exact pocket where the heavily encrypted flash drive was currently burning a hole through the fabric. "I am absolutely not going to confirm or deny that accusation. I just need you to listen to me very carefully. I have been actively investigating these bizarre, anomalous phenomena on behalf of the Department of Defense for 6 solid years. I have personally witnessed mountains of undeniable data simply vanish into thin air. I have watched critical field reports get classified so deeply that they become impossible to retrieve. I have seen highly credible witnesses get abruptly reassigned to black site installations where they are legally prevented from ever discussing what they've seen." "Are you officially telling me?" "I am officially telling you that if you happen to possess unauthorized personal copies of that encounter, you need to bury them somewhere incredibly secure. And if you begin to notice anything that remotely reeks of institutional suppression or deliberate interference, there is an underground network of individuals you can reach out to. People who are just as desperate to uncover the absolute truth as you are." Without warning, Foster smoothly slipped a small, plain white card directly into Owen's palm. It featured 0 names or organizational logos. It simply displayed a 10-digit phone number sporting a 202 area code. Washington, D.C. "I really don't understand any of this," Owen murmured, staring down at the card. "You literally work for the Defense Department. Why on earth would you?" "I work exclusively for the truth," Foster interrupted sharply. "Occasionally, that objective happens to align perfectly with the government's official interests. Oftentimes, it absolutely does not. Just make damn sure you keep that physical drive safe." He quickly turned and marched down the corridor, leaving Owen planted alone in the sterile hallway. He was left clutching the mysterious card in his sweating palm, his mind violently spinning with an endless barrage of terrifying questions. 3 days later, the subsequent transport convoy was officially green-lit. The Major had somehow secured authorization from command. Dr. Foster's comprehensive monitoring protocol was fully implemented. Body cameras were strapped to all 12 operatives across the 6 armored trucks. Dashboard camera systems were significantly upgraded with redundant digital recording backups. GPS trackers boasted millisecond accuracy, and a dedicated chase vehicle, carrying Foster alongside 2 military observers, was assigned to trail the column exactly half a mile behind. Owen found himself seated inside that very chase vehicle. Foster had explicitly requested his presence, citing Owen's deep comprehension of the specific data patterns. Captain Reeves had signed off on the transfer, perhaps secretly relieved to have military eyes keeping watch over the civilian contractor's actions. The column rolled out of Nellis Air Force Base exactly at 2,100 hours. The 6 massive trucks moved out ahead of them, maintaining strict regulation spacing. Sitting in the rear compartment of the chase vehicle, Owen meticulously monitored a trio of screens streaming the convoy's live camera feeds. The man behind their wheel was a remarkably quiet sergeant going by the name of Williams. The secondary observer was a Lieutenant Diaz, an officer who had been briefed on the prior anomalies but clearly believed the entire situation was massively exaggerated. "We are literally out here chasing shadows," Diaz grumbled as their SUV merged onto Route 6. "It's highly likely just some stray electromagnetic interference bleeding over from the test range." Sitting shotgun, Foster didn't even bother to formulate a response. His entire focus was glued to a digital tablet displaying live GPS coordinates and ambient sensor diagnostics. Owen kept his eyes fixed on the monitors displaying the transports ahead. They were utilizing entirely new drivers for this run. Captain Reeves had deliberately rotated the entire personnel roster to prevent any residual psychological contamination from the previous blackout. These operatives were aware they were under heavy surveillance, but they remained clueless as to the actual reason. They had been fed a standard cover story. It was merely a routine procedure involving enhanced documentation for a hardware evaluation. They cruised through the darkness. Soon, they crossed mile marker 40. The time read 22:13 hours. Then mile marker 45. The armored column held a flawless 65 miles per hour. Tactical radio chatter was virtually non-existent. Everything was operating perfectly within standard parameters. 22:38 hours. Mile marker 47 approached. They were actively crossing the threshold into the danger zone. Owen could feel his heart rate begin to spike. His surveillance monitors displayed absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. The dashboard visual feeds remained crystal clear. 0 anomalies detected. 22:45 hours. Still entirely uneventful. Owen slowly started to question if Diaz might actually be correct. Perhaps it really was just a catastrophic string of equipment failures. Maybe the established pattern was going to shatter tonight. Maybe. Then, at precisely 22:47 and 22 seconds, every single digital monitor packed inside the chase vehicle violently snapped to black in perfect unison. "What the?" Diaz blurted out. Immediately following that, their own vehicle's internal electronics completely flatlined. The combustion engine didn't stall, but literally everything else instantly died. The glowing dashboard instruments, the tactical radio, the GPS navigation, the surveillance monitors in the rear, all of it vanished in a split second, abandoning them to roll forward through the pitch-black desert, relying strictly on the ambient glow of the starlight to trace the asphalt. Sergeant Williams somehow maintained control, relying on pure muscle memory to keep the heavy SUV steady on the highway even after being rendered effectively blind. The glowing dial on Owen's analog wristwatch read 22 hours 47 minutes and 24 seconds. He began counting in his head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Without warning, the digital electronics roared back to life. A massive power surge caused the rear monitors to strobe blindingly bright before finally stabilizing. The analog dashboard lights blazed back into existence. The tactical radio shrieked with aggressive static. Owen instantly rechecked his watch. 22 hours 47 minutes and 43 seconds. A total of 19 seconds. Did everyone in this vehicle just witness that? Foster demanded, his vocal tone incredibly level but laced with deep urgency. "Affirmative," Williams grunted. "Catastrophic electrical failure. 19 entire seconds." "I was counting," Owen confirmed. "I saw the whole thing," Diaz whispered. He didn't sound remotely skeptical anymore. He sounded terrified. Owen immediately snapped his focus back to his surveillance array. The visual streams broadcasting from the armored convoy were live once again, but the physical orientation of the massive trucks had drastically altered. "Their spacing is completely wrong, they are way too far apart, and they have completely stopped," Owen announced. All 6 heavy transports had been pulled entirely onto the dirt shoulder of Route 6. Their amber hazard lights were aggressively flashing into the night. Absolutely no one was exiting the vehicles. Sergeant Williams brought their chase SUV to a screeching halt roughly 50 yards behind the rearmost transport. Dr. Foster was already tearing off his seatbelt and shoving the passenger door open. "Hold your position," Williams ordered. "Operational protocol strictly mandates that we maintain a safe observation distance." "Your protocol completely failed to account for the entire convoy abruptly parking on the shoulder. We need to verify their status immediately." Foster threw his door wide open and stepped out into the chill. Owen didn't hesitate to follow him, completely brushing off the sergeant's loud protests. Lieutenant Diaz piled out as well, his right hand instinctively hovering directly over his holstered sidearm. The Nevada desert air was freezing and draped in an absolute, suffocating silence. There was no rustle of wind, no chirping insects, zero audio besides the harsh crunch of their boots against the gravel shoulder. They cautiously approached the final transport in the line. Truck number 6 once again, Owen quickly realized. The interior dome lights were blazing. Peering through the heavy windshield glass, he observed the 2 military operatives sitting completely paralyzed, their empty gazes locked dead ahead. Foster rapped his knuckles aggressively against the driver's side window. Zero reaction. He hammered his fist significantly harder. "This is Dr. Foster. Are you soldiers all right in there?" The operative behind the wheel, a young female whose uniform tape identified her as PFC Ruiz, sluggishly rotated her neck. Her pupils were massively dilated and entirely unfocused. She stared in Foster's general direction, but it looked as if she was gazing straight through his skull, rather than making actual eye contact. Foster yanked on the exterior handle. It was bolted shut. "Private Ruiz, I require you to disengage the locking mechanism immediately." After an agonizingly long pause, her hand drifted over and did just that. The heavy latch clicked. Foster swung the armored door open. "Are either of you physically injured?" he demanded. Ruiz offered a lethargic shake of her head. "No. We are unharmed." "Then why exactly did you pull the convoy over?" She blinked, clearly bewildered. "I honestly don't have an answer. We were cruising down the highway, and then, we were suddenly right here, parked. I have absolutely no memory of maneuvering onto the shoulder." Her assigned partner, a specialist named Quan, finally mumbled in a deeply hazy tone. "The illumination. Was there a brilliant light?" Foster zeroed in on him. "What specific kind of light are you referring to?" "Incredibly bright, directly over our roof. I glanced upwards, and it was so blindingly intense, I couldn't register anything else." Foster whipped out his digital tablet. "Did any of the other transports attempt to establish radio contact?" Ruiz sluggishly checked her console. "Negative. No incoming signals, no outgoing broadcasts. Our final logged transmission occurred at 22:45. Owen shifted his gaze down the line of parked vehicles. Military personnel were slowly beginning to stumble out of their respective cabins, every single one of them looking profoundly disoriented. They all shared the exact same haunted expression, a terrifying awareness that a massive event had just occurred, hopelessly intertwined with a total inability to recall what it actually was. Foster sprinted rapidly from one armored transport to the next, firing off the exact same series of interrogations, only to receive identically vague, disjointed responses. A blinding overhead flash, an abrupt halt, and absolutely zero recollection of physically stopping the massive vehicles. Every single operative was echoing the identical sentiment. Profound, lingering terror without possessing any logical context for why they felt so afraid. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Diaz was actively scanning the paved surface surrounding the convoy. He suddenly shouted, "Dr. Foster, you urgently need to take a look at this." The group quickly rallied around Diaz's crouched position. He was aiming the beam of his tactical flashlight directly down at the asphalt. The surface of the highway was radiating heat. It wasn't blistering hot, but it was incredibly, noticeably warmer than the freezing ambient temperature of the desert night. What's more, there was a highly distinct geometric pattern to it. It was a perfectly circular patch, measuring roughly 100 feet across in diameter, positioned squarely between the fourth and fifth transports in the column. The thermal radiation was highly concentrated at the exact center and gradually faded out as it neared the perimeter. Foster instantly retrieved a handheld thermal imaging scanner and swept the asphalt. The geometric footprint was undeniable on the glowing display. It was a flawless circle boasting an elevated temperature exactly 8 degrees higher than the surrounding environment. An entity was physically resting here, Foster whispered. An object capable of generating immense thermal energy, and it was occupying this space incredibly recently, likely within the past few moments. Owen tilted his head back to scan the pitch-black canopy. A brilliant sea of stars, an entirely clear atmosphere, zero cloud cover, and absolutely no military aircraft in sight. Yet, something massive had unquestionably occupied this exact space. A presence equipped with the capability to completely annihilate complex electronic grids, surgically alter human memory, project intense localized radiation, and simply evaporate without leaving a single trace behind. "We have to mobilize immediately," Sergeant Williams barked. "We are extracting this convoy back to the installation. We will conduct the formal documentation phase on secure ground." Foster offered a deeply reluctant nod. "I agree. Order all personnel back into their respective cabins. Re-establish the defensive formation. We will execute the full debriefing upon our arrival at Tonopah." The rattled operatives sluggishly hauled themselves back into their heavy transports, their movements still plagued by that dreamlike lethargy. The massive diesel engines roared to life. The halogen headlights pierced the darkness. The armored column reassembled itself and resumed its push toward the northwest. Owen lingered outside on the asphalt for a few precious seconds longer, planting his boots directly in the dead center of the radiating thermal circle, glaring up into the vacant void above. His watch read 22 hours 59 minutes and 15 seconds. Exactly 12 minutes had elapsed since the initial electronic blackout. 12 full minutes of standing out on this desolate highway, interrogating confused soldiers and gathering physical evidence. Yet, according to his internal biological clock, it felt as though perhaps 3, maybe 4 minutes had passed at absolute maximum. Owen compulsively verified his wristwatch against the digital readout on his smartphone. They were perfectly synced. Both devices now displayed 22 hours 59 minutes and 16 seconds, but his subjective perception of reality was entirely fractured. He had mentally experienced barely a quarter of the actual elapsed time frame. Had he personally been subjected to the time loss anomaly as well? While the entire tactical unit had been standing around in a bewildered daze, had an unseen force silently stolen nearly 10 minutes from every single one of them? Owen quickly climbed back into the rear of the chase SUV. Foster was already frantically analyzing the digital footage on his tablet, aggressively scrubbing back and forth across the recorded timeline. "It wasn't merely 19 seconds, Owen announced grimly. Foster snapped his head up. "Excuse me. We hemorrhaged additional time while we were parked on the shoulder. During the window we were actively inspecting the operatives. That entire interaction felt like 3 minutes tops. Verify the master timestamps." Foster's clinical demeanor instantly shattered, replaced by raw alarm. He immediately loaded the master GPS tracking logs. His index finger traced the raw digital timeline. 22 hours 47 minutes and 22 seconds. Initial electronic blackout triggers. 22 hours 47 minutes and 43 seconds. Internal electronics reboot. 22 hours and 48 minutes. Chase vehicle comes to a complete halt. 22 hours 48 minutes and 15 seconds. Foster physically exits the cabin. And then, absolute nothingness. The satellite tracking data confirmed the chase vehicle remained completely stationary, but logged absolutely zero activity whatsoever until 22 hours and 59 minutes, when the armored column finally initiated forward movement. 11 entire minutes, Foster whispered in horror. We were physically standing on that asphalt for 11 minutes, yet my brain can only access roughly 4 minutes of actual memory. 7 completely missing minutes, Owen clarified, layered directly on top of the initial 19 seconds during the violent blackout. 7 minutes that every single person in this unit was robbed of. Foster whipped his head toward Williams and Diaz in the front seats. Do either of you possess any concrete memory of your actions between 22:48 and 22:59? Sergeant Williams scowled deeply. I remained secured behind the wheel, keeping a visual on you guys outside. But I honestly can't recall any specific details. I just remember the sensation of waiting. Lieutenant Diaz looked profoundly disturbed. I clearly recall sweeping the perimeter, discovering that thermal footprint on the pavement. But you are absolutely right. There is no physical way that took 11 minutes. 5 minutes at the absolute maximum. Which proves this phenomenon infected all of us, Foster concluded grimly. It wasn't exclusively targeting the transport convoy. It impacted every conscious mind trapped within a specific geographic radius. Owen felt ice water flood his veins despite the SUV's aggressive heating system. What kind of power was capable of achieving that? What force possessed the ability to effortlessly strip 7 minutes of existence from 14 highly trained individuals, leaving them with absolutely zero recollection of the theft? Dr. Foster remained wrapped in silence for an agonizingly long period. When he finally found his voice, it was incredibly cautious and meticulously measured. I do not possess the answers, but I do know this. We have now endured the anomaly firsthand. We are no longer simply a team analyzing second-hand reports. We are active, primary witnesses. The armored column plowed through the remainder of the freezing night. Owen kept his eyes glued to the security monitors, but his consciousness was entirely elsewhere, desperately attempting to hook onto those missing 7 minutes, trying to force his brain to retrieve the deleted files. There was undeniably something buried in the void, perhaps a low-frequency hum, or a suffocating physical presence, something impossibly massive, hovering directly over them, silently observing. However, every single time he conceptually reached out to grab the memory, it instantly evaporated into thin air. By the time the convoy finally breached the Tonopah facility gates at 0040 hours, Owen had entirely abandoned the mental struggle. It became glaringly obvious that certain events possessed mechanisms to ensure they remained forgotten. The subsequent military debriefing dragged on for 6 grueling hours. 14 separate individuals, the 12 tactical convoy operatives, combined with Owen and Dr. Foster from the secondary vehicle, were subjected to intense interrogation. Every single person recounted the identical phenomenon. There were minor variations regarding specific details, but the foundational nightmare was universal. A blinding illumination radiating from the sky, a violent deceleration to a complete halt, severe chronological dislocation, and a profound, suffocating terror completely devoid of any logical origin. Exhaustive medical examinations yielded absolutely nothing. Comprehensive blood panels returned flawless results. Advanced neurological scans were perfectly normal. 0 signs of physical trauma, 0 traces of radioactive or biological contamination. There was absolutely no tangible evidence indicating that a reality-bending event had transpired, with exactly one glaring exception. Every single one of the 14 operatives tested for massively elevated concentrations of cortisol, the primary biological stress hormone, at levels strictly consistent with enduring a prolonged period of extreme, life-threatening terror. However, the chemical concentrations completely contradicted their conscious timelines. The raw cortisol saturation indicated that their bodies had been subjected to roughly 20 solid minutes of unrelenting, high-stakes panic. Yet, they had only been consciously aware of their distress for perhaps 2 minutes following the electronic reboot. This biologically proved that their physical forms had been subjected to 18 continuous minutes of pure horror that their conscious minds were entirely blocked from accessing. Dr. Foster meticulously synthesized all of these terrifying metrics into a highly classified dossier. Owen actively assisted, cross-referencing the fractured video files, the raw satellite GPS logs, and the undeniable medical panels. They relentlessly pushed through the morning and deep into the afternoon, entirely sustained by terrible military coffee and the chilling realization that they had physically brushed against something far beyond human comprehension. Right at 1,600 hours, the Major suddenly materialized inside their requisitioned workspace. "Dr. Foster, Mr. Garrett. You are to report immediately to Conference Room Alpha in exactly 30 minutes. Prepare a comprehensive presentation. High Command intends to receive this briefing directly from the source." He spun around and vanished before either man could offer an acknowledgement. Owen cast a nervous glance toward Foster. "High Command, that implies we're talking to literal generals." This situation escalated incredibly quickly. Foster did not appear even remotely thrilled by the development. "Isn't that a positive step?" Owen pressed. "It means significantly more resources, expanded funding for the investigation. Or it translates to a massive bureaucratic push to permanently classify the entire event and violently shut down any further inquiry," Foster countered. He quickly saved his digital files and slapped heavy encryption protocols on the hard drive. Whenever an anomaly of this magnitude occurs, the institutional reflex generally splits down one of two paths: rigorous scientific investigation, or absolute, ruthless suppression. We are approximately 30 minutes away from discovering which path they've chosen. Half an hour later, they stepped through the heavy doors of Conference Room Alpha. The space was occupied by a trio of imposing generals, a pair of rigid colonels, and a handful of unidentified civilians who practically radiated the aura of the covert intelligence community. Dr. Foster delivered his briefing with absolute, icy calm. He was highly factual, methodically displaying the fractured video feeds, the undeniable GPS logs, and the established behavioral patterns. He deliberately minimized any wild speculation, tightly restricting his analysis strictly to physically observable evidence. The moment he concluded his presentation, one of the generals, a sharp-featured woman sporting steel-gray hair and 2 stars on her uniform, was the first to break the heavy silence. "Dr. Foster, relying strictly upon your professional expertise, what exactly are we up against here?" "General, I do not currently possess a sufficient volume of raw data to formulate an absolute, concrete conclusion. However, relying purely upon the established metrics, we are dealing with an unknown phenomenon that actively exhibits signs of higher intelligence or highly responsive behavior. It wields a level of technological superiority that vastly eclipses our current scientific frameworks. It possesses a highly specific, targeted interest in classified military operations. And finally, it demonstrates the terrifying capability to completely dominate both advanced electronic grids and the foundational architecture of human consciousness." "You realize you are outlining a scenario that perfectly mimics the stereotypical UFO conspiracy narrative," she replied coldly. Dr. Foster completely held his ground. "Affirmative, General. I am acutely aware of the unfortunate optics. However, the raw data is completely indifferent to cultural narratives. We have a highly advanced, physical entity operating within our borders. It generates measurable thermal and gravitational effects, and it is actively neutralizing our highly trained personnel." One of the intelligence community civilians shifted aggressively forward in his chair. "How many ordinary civilians have filed reports regarding similar anomalies operating within this specific geographical sector?" Foster tapped his tablet screen. "We have successfully isolated 7 potentially correlated civilian accounts spanning the previous 18 months. Commercial truck drivers actively reporting severe chronological discrepancies, massive localized equipment failures, and completely unexplainable aerial illuminations strictly along the Route 6 corridor. Naturally, none of these civilian events boast the rigorous documentation of our military encounters, but the operational signature is identical. Are any of these civilian testimonies currently accessible to the general public? A handful were originally published to online forums. The vast majority of them have since been forcefully scrubbed from the internet or heavily discredited. Scrubbed by whom, exactly? The originating source remains entirely unknown. However, we have tracked several highly credible accounts that were systematically deleted from public servers mere days after their initial publication. The men in civilian suits traded highly loaded, extremely subtle glances. One of them began scribbling furiously on a legal pad. The two-star general commanded the room once more. "I want your tactical recommendations. We must drastically escalate our active monitoring operations utilizing highly advanced protocols," Foster stated without hesitation. "I am formally requesting authorization to construct a permanent, fortified observation outpost directly inside the active strike zone. Furthermore, I am requesting permission to initiate a scenario designed for controlled contact." A suffocating, absolute silence immediately descended upon the conference room. "Explain that logic," the general demanded softly. Foster instantly transitioned to a fresh digital slide. "We have definitively proven that this entity actively responds to vehicular movement. It surgically isolates highly specific targets utilizing predictable methodologies. That behavior inherently proves advanced intention and a complex capacity for target discrimination. If we deploy a fully stationary observation facility, equipped with high-yield invitation signals, complex strobe arrays, broadband radio looping, anything specifically engineered to bait its attention, we might finally secure the opportunity to analyze this entity under rigidly controlled, scientific parameters." You literally want to send out an invitation to this thing. "My ultimate objective is to establish a foundational line of communication. Yes, even if that initial dialogue amounts to nothing more than establishing mutual awareness, acknowledging that we see it, and it sees us." One of the colonels finally broke his silence, his tone dripping with heavy skepticism. "And what happens if this advanced entity chooses to respond with overwhelming aggression? What if your little light show is actively interpreted as a hostile military challenge?" "Sir, this phenomenon has already possessed dozens of flawless opportunities to annihilate our personnel. It has actively chosen not to. Every single recorded encounter has concluded with our operatives being heavily disoriented, yet completely physically intact. That behavioral profile strongly indicates calculated restraint, or at the very least, a strictly non-hostile operational intent. Or it simply means it hasn't fully accomplished its primary objective yet," the colonel fired back. Foster found himself completely unable to formulate a logical counter-argument to that terrifying possibility. The two-star general slowly rose to her feet, signaling the end of the discussion. "Dr. Foster, Mr. Garrett, we appreciate your comprehensive analysis. This board will deliberate on the findings and inform you of our final strategic decision. Effective immediately, however, all military convoy logistics routed along the Route 6 corridor are indefinitely suspended. We will rely entirely upon secondary arteries for all future classified material relocation." "General," Foster protested quickly, "if we completely suspend the vehicular bait, there is a massive probability that the phenomenon will simply relocate its hunting grounds or drastically alter its operational behavior. We could completely lose our only viable window to—" "Doctor," she interrupted sharply, "I currently have 14 active duty operatives who just endured catastrophic chronological dislocation and severe neurological tampering. In my eyes, that represents 14 massive, highly critical security breaches. Until your team can offer a blood oath guarantee that this entity isn't aggressively hostile, or isn't actively extracting highly classified intelligence during those memory wipes, the operational suspension remains absolute." She immediately marched out of the room. The rest of the military brass quickly followed her exit. In less than 2 minutes, Owen and Dr. Foster were left entirely abandoned in the massive briefing room. "They are going to permanently bury this entire file," Owen muttered in a low voice. Foster methodically packed his digital hardware into his briefcase. Perhaps. Or, alternatively, they intend to launch a massive, highly classified shadow investigation. You have to understand, within these walls, there are always competing factions. You have the operatives desperate to uncover the absolute truth, constantly at war with the bureaucrats who exclusively desire total control. And which specific faction do you believe just secured the victory in this room? Owen asked. Foster flashed an incredibly weary, humorless smile. Only time will reveal that answer. However, I have been playing this specific game for a very long time. Long enough to ensure I am heavily insulated against both potential outcomes. Without warning, he pressed a brand new business card into Owen's hand. It displayed an entirely different sequence of numbers than the previous one. If I inexplicably vanish, or if I am suddenly reassigned to a black site, if this entire investigative initiative is violently dissolved, you dial this exact number. You confess every single detail. There is an underground coalition of individuals dedicated to preserving this highly volatile data. People who ensure that these realities are never permanently erased from the historical record. Owen slowly accepted the card. Are you actively anticipating a forced reassignment? I am actively anticipating literally any outcome, because in this specific line of work, that is the only rational survival strategy. They quietly exited the conference room together. Owen tramped back down to his standard monitoring hub. Watching the incredibly mundane, routine security feeds of the military installation suddenly felt profoundly absurd after staring directly into the abyss of the unknown. He collapsed into his desk chair and booted up his personal laptop. The heavily encrypted flash drive, containing the illicitly cloned video files, was currently resting inside his locked desk drawer. Every logical instinct screamed at him to permanently incinerate the hardware. Harboring stolen, highly classified military data was a severe federal crime carrying decades of prison time. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he meticulously uploaded every single byte of the footage to 3 entirely independent, offshore cloud servers, utilizing completely fabricated identities and bouncing the packets across multiple proxy networks. If government agents eventually kicked his door down for the physical drive, the terrifying truth would still survive out in the digital ether. His smartphone suddenly vibrated against the desk. It was an incoming text originating from an entirely untraceable number. Meet at the exact same diner as our previous encounter. You have 20 minutes. Owen scowled deeply at the screen. He hadn't visited a diner in weeks. However, as he continued to glare at the digital text, a highly fragmented memory slowly bubbled to the surface of his consciousness. It was incredibly hazy and disjointed, resembling the fading echoes of a half-forgotten dream. A greasy diner booth. Sitting directly across from an anonymous figure. Discussing terrifying concepts that he couldn't quite bring into sharp focus. When exactly had that supposed meeting taken place? He frantically scrolled through his digital calendar app. There were 0 unexplainable gaps, 0 missing blocks of time. Yet, the phantom memory resonated with an undeniable, heavy reality, despite his complete lack of logical context for the event. The phone violently buzzed a second time. You are starting to remember now, aren't you? Get moving. Owen snatched his jacket off the back of his chair. He casually informed the active duty officer that he was clocking out for his mandated break and quickly bolted from the facility. The diner in question was located roughly 10 minutes outside the perimeter of the military base, a highly dilapidated, neon-lit joint famous for dispensing incredibly bitter coffee and aggressively mediocre cheeseburgers. Owen had definitely patronized the establishment a handful of times over his career, but he was entirely unable to pinpoint the date of his most recent meal there. The moment he pushed through the glass doors, he spotted a woman clad in a sharp, pitch-black suit occupying the furthest booth in the rear. Her facial features were completely alien to him, yet some deep, primal instinct registered her presence as entirely anticipated. Owen cautiously approached and slid into the cracked vinyl seat directly across the table from her. You possess absolutely zero recollection of our initial dialogue, she stated flatly. It wasn't framed as a question, it was an established fact. No, I don't. You eventually will. The neurological memory suppression generated by the phenomenon is fundamentally temporary. The encrypted data typically begins to organically resurface anywhere between 48 to 72 hours post-exposure. She smoothly pushed a thick manila folder across the sticky surface of the table. My identity is Sarah Vance. I operate in conjunction with a highly compartmentalized syndicate dedicated strictly to monitoring these specific anomalous events. Dr. Foster officially reached out to our network. Owen slowly flipped open the heavy cover of the dossier. The interior was packed with high-resolution glossies. Dozens of varying military convoys, wildly different geographic coordinates, yet the terrifying pattern was universally identical. Massive armored vehicles parked haphazardly on the shoulders. Heavily armed personnel wandering the asphalt in a bewildered daze. Distinct, perfectly circular thermal radiation burns scorched permanently into the highway pavement. Exactly how many of these incidents have occurred? Owen demanded, his voice barely a whisper. Fully documented? We are currently sitting at 47 confirmed manifestations spanning the previous 36 months. They are heavily concentrated across Nevada, New Mexico, and the Arizona deserts. Every single strike has occurred in incredibly close proximity to classified military installations or active weapons testing ranges. They all strictly adhere to the exact same operational playbook. 47. Owen gasped. But Dr. Foster explicitly stated there were only 5. Dr. Foster is only privy to the specific events that were formally logged and escalated through heavily monitored military channels. Our syndicate has been aggressively mining civilian testimonies, intercepting local law enforcement dispatches, and heavily analyzing emergency room admissions related to severe chronological disorientation and massive time loss. The true scope of this phenomenon is exponentially more massive than the Pentagon even realizes. A wave of intense vertigo washed over Owen. What in God's name is actually generating this? Vance leaned comfortably back against the vinyl upholstery. We possess a multitude of working theories, but absolutely zero concrete proof. However, the sheer volume of statistical evidence overwhelmingly suggests that humanity is actively being studied. We are being systematically dissected and observed by an entity wielding a level of technology that renders our greatest scientific achievements utterly obsolete. Observed for what specific objective? That remains entirely unknown. However, we have confirmed one terrifying reality. The operation is rapidly escalating. The physical manifestations are occurring with terrifyingly increased frequency. The severity of the chronological dislocation is drastically multiplying. 36 months ago, these temporal gaps spanned a mere 2 to 5 seconds. Right now, as you personally experienced, we are clocking 19-second blackouts layered with massive, extended periods of total neurological memory suppression. Furthermore, their operational hunting ground is actively expanding outward. Expanding in which direction? It is radiating outward from the absolute epicenter of the Tonopah Test Range, expanding exactly like concentric ripples violently disrupting a still pond. Our primary hypothesis dictates that something unfathomable either physically crashed there, or was deliberately awakened there, and it has been methodically mapping our world ever since. Owen instantly flashed back to the impossibly massive circular silhouette dropping out of the sky toward their convoy. He thought about the radiating thermal burns scorched into the asphalt, the 19 seconds of absolute digital blindness, and the 7 stolen minutes of pure, unadulterated terror. What exactly do you require from me? I need you to continue your obsessive documentation. I need you to relentlessly clone every byte of classified data you can lay your hands on. And when your missing memories inevitably breach the surface, and I promise you, they absolutely will, you must record every single detail instantaneously. You have to physically transcribe the data before the neurological suppression algorithm forcefully reasserts control over your brain. The suppression reasserts itself? Owen repeated, horrified. You are literally saying these entities can forcefully wipe our minds on repeat? We do not believe it is a deliberate, malicious attack. Our analysts strongly suspect it is merely a biological side effect. Whatever highly advanced mechanism they utilize to successfully observe our reality inherently shatters the human brain's capacity for short-term memory formation. However, the human neurological network aggressively attempts to heal the damage and reconstruct the timeline. You are going to experience incredibly brief, fleeting windows of absolute clarity where you remember everything. You must exploit those windows. Vance abruptly stood up from the booth, preparing to exit. One final warning. The military brass is going to officially offer you a sudden reassignment. It will be a highly lucrative transfer to an entirely different installation, operating in a completely unrelated role. This is their standard operating procedure for any operative who wanders entirely too close to the absolute truth. You can accept the golden parachute or reject it, that is entirely your prerogative. But you must understand that choosing to remain here guarantees that you will witness significantly more of this nightmare. And enduring that level of exposure fundamentally breaks a person. She rapidly exited the diner before Owen could even attempt to fire off another desperate question. Owen remained paralyzed in the sticky vinyl booth, his eyes locked dead onto the terrifying dossier of evidence. 47 confirmed strikes. Years of this impossible phenomenon operating with total impunity. And realistically, how many hundreds of additional encounters had simply vanished without a trace of documentation? His smartphone violently vibrated against the table. It was an urgent email dispatched directly from High Command. Highly lucrative position currently available. Relocation to Fort Meade, Maryland. Senior Security Analytics Division. Immediate, expedited transfer authorized if you submit an application. And there it was. The heavily orchestrated reassignment. The ultimate, consequence-free escape hatch. Owen calmly deleted the encrypted email without bothering to draft a response. His mind drifted back to Specialist Davis and Corporal Martinez, both currently grounded, stripped of their duties, and drowning in psychological confusion. He thought about the 14 highly trained operatives who had been violently robbed of their timeline and lacked the mental capacity to comprehend the theft. He pictured the flawless thermal radiation burn stamped into the highway, and the massive, godlike silhouette descending from the heavens. Something incredibly profound was unfolding out there in the desert. Something deeply real, terrifyingly significant, and utterly devoid of human logic. And simply running away from the nightmare was absolutely never going to make it end. Owen cracked open his laptop right there in the diner and instantly generated a brand new, heavily encrypted text file. Personal master log, Tonopah anomalies. He frantically began transcribing every single detail he could forcefully dredge up from his subconscious. Every microscopic variable from the previous 72 hours, every bizarre interaction, every agonizing gap in his chronological timeline, every glaring logical inconsistency. And as his fingers flew across the keyboard, terrifying fragments slowly began to violently breach the surface of his mind. Disjointed, horrifying visual flashes. A booming voice that completely bypassed his eardrums to vibrate directly within his skull. A suffocating, physical presence that was entirely too massive for his primate brain to properly process. The overwhelming, paralyzing sensation of being meticulously dissected and examined beneath the microscope of something unimaginably vast and infinitely patient. He aggressively hammered it all into the digital document, locked in a desperate drag race against the neurological suppression algorithm that was actively hunting to drag those memories back down into the abyss. Outside the grimy diner windows, the brutal Nevada sun baked the endless, empty wasteland. The asphalt ribbon of Route 6 stretched eternally toward Tonopah, ferrying its standard, mundane flow of commercial haulers and weary commuters, every single one of them completely oblivious to the godlike entities silently gliding through the pitch-black void directly over their roofs. And somewhere deep within that suffocating darkness, an intelligence quietly hovered, patiently waiting, and relentlessly continuing its meticulous dissection of the tiny, amnesiac mammals that foolishly kept rolling through its sovereign territory. It was stealing their existence 19 seconds at a time. 7 minutes at a time. And deep down, Owen harbored the horrifying suspicion that eventually, it was going to demand significantly more. 6 weeks down the line, the dedicated observation post was successfully established, in direct defiance of the military's blanket suspension order. Or, more accurately, a completely privately funded monitoring station was erected, financed entirely by Vance's underground syndicate and operated strictly by civilian volunteers. Owen counted himself among that roster. He had officially rejected the lucrative reassignment package and opted to burn his accrued personal leave instead. On paper, he was simply enjoying a long vacation. In reality, he was currently perched inside a heavily modified, repurposed trailer situated on an elevated ridge dominating the Route 6 corridor, staring unblinkingly at an array of monitors and waiting. Dr. Foster had ultimately suffered the predicted reassignment. Fort Bragg, North Carolina, literally as geographically distant from the Nevada desert as the military could mandate while keeping him within the continental borders. However, prior to his forced departure, he had successfully transferred complete digital copies of his entire life's work to Owen. Every scrap of research, every handwritten note, every working hypothesis. The rogue observation post had been fully operational for a solid 2 weeks. During that window, they had successfully recorded 3 separate civilian encounters. Sedans inexplicably halting, deeply bewildered motorists, minor chronological dislocations. None of the events rivaled the sheer scale of the armored military convoy blackouts, yet they all faithfully adhered to the exact same behavioral patterns. However, tonight felt fundamentally different. At precisely 22:47 hours, the exact identical timestamp when his military column had suffered its catastrophic 19-second void, every single one of Owen's digital monitors registered a massive spike in luminosity. It wasn't the result of the optics short-circuiting, it was generated by an entity physically materializing. All 6 high-definition cameras, strategically angled across a half-mile radius of the highway, successfully captured the identical visual, a massive, geometrically circular silhouette deliberately dropping down from the pitch-black heavens. The physical structure measured roughly 80 feet across in diameter, boasting an impossibly smooth, pitch-black surface that appeared to actively devour ambient light rather than merely reflect it. It was methodically lowering its massive bulk toward the asphalt with incredibly calculated, deliberate maneuvers. Owen instantly snatched his communication mic. "Sarah, are you getting a visual on this?" "Visual confirmed." Vance's voice cracked through the speaker. She was currently stationed at a secondary observation blind roughly 2 miles to the north. "All optical arrays are actively recording. I am deploying the aerial drone now." A compact, highly maneuverable quadcopter buzzed into the night sky from her coordinate, charting a direct intercept course toward the descending anomaly. Owen aggressively monitored the intercept via the quadcopter's live visual feed. The tiny drone successfully closed the gap to a mere 50 feet before its complex internal electronics instantly catastrophically failed. It plummeted like a stone, violently impacting the sandy terrain below. Nevertheless, penetrating that 50-foot perimeter had provided exactly what they needed. The raw video file captured highly specific details a fraction of a second before the signal evaporated. An impossibly seamless exterior, utterly devoid of rivets, joints, or identifying markings, and what strongly resembled a massive access port or complex sensory array positioned on its underbelly, aimed directly down at the highway. The colossal entity continued its deliberate drop. It finally halted roughly 30 feet above the pavement and locked into a flawless, motionless hover. It generated absolutely zero noise, possessed no identifiable propulsion systems, and simply rested in the atmosphere as if the foundational laws of gravity simply didn't apply to its mass. Owen darted a glance at his analog watch. 22:48. Their established tactical protocol strictly dictated that they maintain a safe distance. Purely remote observation. Yet, remaining paralyzed inside the claustrophobic trailer while this impossible event unfolded directly outside felt entirely insufficient. This represented the absolute closest any human being had ever managed to get to properly documenting the nightmare, and Owen was desperate for more data. He snatched up a high-definition handheld recording rig and shoved the trailer door open. "Owen, what the hell are you attempting to do?" Vance barked through his tactical earpiece. I am securing closer optical footage. That explicitly violates the operational plan. We agreed to observe strictly from a distance. The operational plan naively assumed our static optical arrays would secure a clear visual. They lacked the necessary proximity. I am moving in. Owen marched deliberately toward the asphalt, the heavy camera rig actively recording every step. The colossal object remained suspended against the Nevada night, manifesting as a perfect circle of suffocating blackness blotting out the blanket of stars. It exhibited absolutely zero reaction to his steady approach. The moment he crossed the 200-yard threshold, his digital viewfinder began to violently glitch. The image heavily strobed. At 100 yards out, the digital interference multiplied exponentially, yet the recording hardware miraculously sustained its function. Once he breached the 50-yard perimeter, Owen forced himself to halt. This proximity granted him a crystal-clear view of the physical details, yet maintained just enough distance that his digital equipment might actually survive the electromagnetic wash. Peering intensely through the digital viewfinder, the entity's true nature finally came into sharp focus. The exterior hull wasn't actually perfectly uniform. It was etched with incredibly subtle, shifting variations, intricate patterns that loosely resembled interlocking panels, or perhaps something organic entirely beyond human comprehension. Furthermore, the underbelly absolutely featured physical apertures. 3 highly specific openings arranged in a mathematically flawless triangle. From deep within those cavities, a distinct illumination began to bleed out. It wasn't a blinding, aggressive radiance. It was an incredibly soft, ethereal blue-white aura that rhythmically pulsed, mimicking the gentle cadence of biological respiration. Owen abruptly realized that his own respiratory cycle had perfectly synchronized with the pulsating glow. He involuntarily inhaled precisely as the aura intensified, and exhaled the moment it faded. He consciously attempted to forcefully break the rhythm, to hold his breath, but his physical body completely refused to comply. His lungs were entirely enslaved to the entity's cadence. And in that exact terrifying moment, he perceived the voice. It completely bypassed his physical eardrums, vibrating cleanly within the center of his skull, manifesting as highly articulate thoughts that undeniably did not originate from his own neural pathways. "Why do you run?" Owen's grip violently trembled, nearly sending the expensive camera rig crashing to the dirt. "I am not running," he whispered into the void. "I am standing right here. Others run. They forget due to fear. You retain your memory. Why? Because I desperately want to comprehend this." The ethereal blue light instantly accelerated its rhythm. Owen's lungs violently matched the increased tempo, his heart rate spiking aggressively. Astonishingly, it wasn't pure terror fueling the spike. It was pure, unadulterated adrenaline and overwhelming awe. "Understand what, exactly? I want to know what you are. I want to know why you are occupying our airspace. I want to know what your ultimate objective is." A heavy, profound pause blanketed the desert. The rhythmic pulsing gradually decelerated, and Owen's frantic breathing smoothed out in perfect tandem. "We are here to observe, to learn, to fundamentally understand your species. If you are truly seeking to understand us, why do you constantly force us to forget the encounters?" Owen asked. "Human memory is incredibly fragile. Our method of observation fundamentally disrupts your neurological pathways. It is not our intention. It is a biological side effect. You comprehend the concept of side effects?" Owen immediately processed the analogy. He thought about the devastating effects of radiation, about the established scientific principles regarding how the mere act of observing a quantum particle fundamentally alters its state. He realized that his mere physical presence on this highway was likely contaminating whatever delicate data this massive entity was currently attempting to harvest. "Yes, I fully grasp the concept." "Excellent. You will be instrumental in helping the others comprehend, once they are adequately prepared. How exactly am I supposed to know when humanity is ready for that?" "You will simply remember. Once your suppressed memories return in their absolute entirety, once our neurological block permanently dissolves, you will inherently know. The colossal structure initiated its ascent, climbing sluggishly at first before aggressively compounding its velocity. The soft, pulsating blue-white aura faded entirely into darkness. Within a handful of seconds, the entity was reduced to a mere silhouette, blotting out the constellations. A moment later, it vanished completely, tearing through the upper atmosphere with logic-defying acceleration on a northwest trajectory. Owen remained anchored to the desert floor, his chest heaving, the camera rig still faithfully recording empty air. He snapped a look at his watch. 22 hours 51 minutes and 12 seconds. Exactly 3 minutes. The entire telepathic exchange had consumed a mere 180 seconds. However, Owen was acutely aware that the moment he analyzed the digital video file, he was going to discover catastrophic glitches, glaring timecode discrepancies, and those terrifying 19-second voids where his optical lens registered pure blackness, yet his human consciousness retained every single detail. That was simply the established mechanism. The phenomenon violently fractured technological recording devices while ultimately leaving the human mind perfectly intact. He slowly marched back toward the confines of the observation trailer. Vance was practically screaming over the tactical radio channel, her tone laced with absolute panic. "Owen, report your status immediately. You went completely radio silent for 17 minutes. "I am perfectly fine," he gasped. "I communicated with it." "You did what?" "I spoke directly with the entity. It responded telepathically. I will debrief you the second I return to base." But even as the words exited his mouth, Owen could physically feel the clarity of the memories beginning to violently dissolve. They weren't being permanently erased, merely retreating deep into his subconscious, exactly like fighting to retain the vivid details of a nightmare hours after waking up. The second he breached the trailer, he threw open his encrypted laptop and began violently hammering the keys. It was pure, unfiltered stream of consciousness data entry. He vomited every single sensory detail onto the digital page before the alien suppression algorithm could successfully lock down his neural pathways. The pulsating blue light, the involuntary respiratory synchronization, the precise telepathic exchange. "Why do you run? We are here to observe." He smashed the keys relentlessly for 20 unbroken minutes, desperately archiving the truth. When he finally pushed back from the keyboard, entirely drained of adrenaline, he had generated 3 dense pages of frantic documentation. He knew that upon later review, roughly half of the text would read as disjointed lunacy, yet it would remain emotionally and fundamentally accurate. Vance burned rubber arriving at his coordinate an hour later. She immediately tore into the captured video files. The initial brave approach toward the hovering entity was crystal clear. It was instantly followed by the trademark 19-second blackout. When the feed resumed, it simply displayed Owen standing entirely alone on the dark asphalt, aiming the expensive lens directly at vacant airspace for 11 solid minutes. The video concluded with him silently trudging back to the mobile outpost. 31 total minutes of recorded elapsed time. Owen could consciously access perhaps 10 of those minutes. "This is absolutely monumental," Vance breathed, aggressively rewinding the file. "This marks the very first documented extreme proximity encounter that did not immediately culminate in an absolute, total memory wipe. You successfully retained massive fragments. Why specifically target me for that?" Owen asked, exhausted. "I have absolutely no idea," Vance admitted. "But it proves that their neurological suppression isn't an impenetrable absolute. Perhaps physical proximity is the key variable. Perhaps the subject's internal intention overrides the block. Or perhaps it deliberately permitted you to retain just enough data so you could eventually act as its designated messenger." "A designated messenger for what, exactly?" "For whatever profound concept you just violently typed into that document," Vance replied, tapping the laptop screen. "Once your neural pathways fully heal, once you possess the capacity to properly decode those fractured memories, that is exactly when we will finally comprehend what they are attempting to broadcast." Owen stared blankly at his chaotic, manic notes. He knew that by sunrise, his logical brain would attempt to dismiss the entire narrative as pure confabulation, a desperate coping mechanism manufactured by a traumatized mind to plug terrifying holes in his timeline. But he also knew a massive percentage of it was undeniably genuine. The core truth was buried in that text, and eventually, the pieces would lock together. Humanity is actively being studied, Owen whispered into the silence. That is the absolute foundational truth of this nightmare, isn't it? A highly advanced intelligence is dissecting our species, and the Route 6 corridor is merely a convenient, isolated petri dish. That remains our prevailing hypothesis, Vance nodded slowly. And assuming your syndicate is correct, assuming these anomalies are radically escalating in frequency, then it stands to reason that this grand experiment is rapidly approaching its ultimate conclusion. Perhaps this unfathomable observer has nearly finished harvesting its required data. And what happens when the experiment is over? Vance had absolutely no comforting answer to offer him. They systematically dismantled their rogue observation outpost just as the first slivers of dawn bled over the jagged Nevada horizon. The ribbon of asphalt situated below them began to ferry its standard early morning flow of commercial transit. Massive diesel haulers and sleepy commuters commuting between jurisdictions, clutching their thermoses, obsessing over their mundane schedules, living perfectly ordinary lives, remaining blissfully ignorant that hovering in the invisible spectrum directly over their vehicles, a massive, infinitely patient intelligence was relentlessly continuing its clinical dissection of the human race. Stealing their existence 19 seconds at a time, scrubbing 7 minutes of memory in a single blink, biding its time until the grand study was finally complete, and humanity was abruptly forced to realize what it genuinely felt like to be thoroughly analyzed by an entity so vastly superior it defied comprehension. As the morning sun baked the desert floor, Owen began the long drive back to Las Vegas. His heavily encrypted hard drives now contained the absolute closest, most definitive documentation of the phenomenon ever recorded by human hands. His manic digital notes safeguarded fragments of a profound cosmic dialogue that he still struggled to process. Yet, buried deep within the absolute core of his consciousness, a distinct, lingering presence resonated, feeling exactly like the fading echo of a godlike intellect casually brushing against a primitive primate mind and permanently altering its architecture. He knew, with absolute certainty, that more memories would eventually surface. Vance had sworn that the biological suppression algorithm would slowly degrade over the ensuing weeks and months, allowing the blocked data to violently erupt back into his conscious mind in fragmented bursts. The exact second that happened, Owen was prepared to transcribe every single detail. He was fully committed to meticulously archiving the truth and assuming his newly appointed role as the phenomenon's designated herald. Because that was the ultimate consequence of choosing to stand your ground and stop running. You ceased being a mere collateral witness and actively transformed into a crucial protagonist within the narrative. And whether that evolution was a profound cosmic blessing or an apocalyptic curse, Owen wouldn't fully comprehend until the neurological blocks entirely shattered, finally revealing exactly what terms he had agreed to during those stolen minutes on the highway. The pavement stretched out infinitely before his windshield, vacant and silent. The canopy above was a brilliant, flawless blue, projecting the ultimate illusion of safety. But Owen was burdened with the absolute truth now. He understood that normalcy was merely the comforting lie human beings accepted when their brains lacked the capacity to remember the terrifying reality hovering right above their heads. Grant Holloway had proudly operated as an independent civilian contractor for the Department of Energy for a solid 15 years, tasked exclusively with sustaining the massive communication towers peppered throughout the unforgiving Nevada wasteland. It was a deeply solitary profession, a reality that perfectly aligned with his personality. It was strictly him, his heavy-duty rig, his mechanical gear, and hundreds of miles of absolute vacant desolation where no one could interrupt his peace. The agenda for this particular evening was supposed to be completely mundane maintenance out at Tower 19, a critical relay hub positioned roughly 30 miles northwest of the Tonopah facility. The massive structure had been generating erratic, intermittent signal dropouts for the better part of a week. Grant's assignment was straightforward: scale the massive steel lattice, thoroughly inspect the physical wiring matrices, and completely neutralize whatever glitch was triggering the digital interference. He had deliberately pulled up to the site precisely at sunset, allowing himself a comfortable buffer to unpack his heavy gear and properly arrange his halogen work lamps before the suffocating desert darkness completely took over. His junior assistant, a young guy named Brett Kowalski, was actively dragging thick coils of industrial cable out from the bed of the truck when Grant's eyes first locked onto the anomaly. The illumination hovered aggressively low on the distant horizon, positioned firmly to the southwest of their exact coordinates. Initially, Grant's logical brain cataloged it as just another piece of experimental hardware launching out of the nearby test range. Witnessing classified military aviation out in this desolate grid was basically a weekly occurrence. However, this specific radiance completely lacked the standard flight characteristics of a terrestrial aircraft. It remained locked in an absolute, stationary hover roughly 5 miles out, manifesting as a singular, piercing point of brilliant white light burning against the rapidly bruised twilight canopy. "Brett, are you catching a visual on that?" Grant shouted down from the base of the tower, aggressively buckling the heavy straps of his climbing rig. Brett paused his labor and straightened his spine, tracking Grant's line of sight. "Yeah, I see it. Probably just a standard chopper. It's entirely too motionless and sitting way too high up for a rotary wing," Grant countered. The two men stood in silence for a long beat, simply observing the anomaly. The brilliant point of light remained flawlessly frozen in place. It didn't sway against the high-altitude winds, it didn't drop a single foot in elevation. It literally did nothing besides assert its impossible existence within that specific pocket of airspace. "Highly likely just an advanced surveillance drone," Brett muttered, his attention already shifting back to the heavy cables. "The military boys over at the range fly those exact models out here constantly." Grant was far from persuaded by that assessment, but he had a lucrative contract to fulfill. He aggressively double-checked the locking carabiners on his harness and initiated the grueling vertical ascent. Tower 19 stretched an imposing 180 feet into the sky, a brutal lattice of oxidized steel that noticeably vibrated and swayed whenever the evening thermals picked up. Grant had successfully scaled this exact structure dozens of times over his career. The extreme altitude barely even registered on his adrenal glands anymore. The moment he reached the grating of the 120-foot maintenance platform, he anchored himself and began meticulously inspecting the primary relay junction box. Superficially, the hardware looked pristine. He found zero loose mechanical connections and absolutely no signs of environmental corrosion. He smoothly unholstered his digital multimeter and began running diagnostic voltage checks across the exposed circuits. That was the exact second the distant illumination violently altered its state. Grant's eyes snapped toward the horizon out of pure biological instinct, reacting exactly the way a prey animal registers sudden movement in its extreme peripheral vision. The singular, piercing point of light was definitively no longer alone. It had impossibly fractured into 3 distinct entities. It wasn't a sluggish, mechanical deployment, nor did it feature any visible transition phase. In the span of a single heartbeat, the solitary orb had replicated into 3 completely separate illuminations, instantly locking themselves into the geometry of a mathematically flawless triangle. Every single new orb was a perfect clone of the original, emitting the exact same blinding intensity, boasting the identical pure white wavelength, maintaining the same unwavering glow. And terrifyingly, the formation was now actively in motion. The trio of radiant orbs commenced a synchronized drift outward, perfectly sustaining their triangular configuration while simultaneously drastically expanding the sheer volume of their perimeter. The expansion started sluggishly before rapidly compounding in velocity. In less than 30 seconds, they had successfully morphed from a highly condensed cluster into a massive, sprawling formation spanning perhaps an entire mile across the dark horizon. Grant's hand was completely paralyzed around the plastic grip of his multimeter. He stared, utterly hypnotized, as the brilliant entities relentlessly continued their geometric expansion. Their spatial precision was absolutely flawless. The triangular boundaries never warped, the angles never degraded, the entire structure simply magnified in scale. "Brett!" Grant roared down from the elevated platform. "Are you actively getting a visual on this nightmare? Holy mother of..." floated up from the desert floor. Brett's vocal tone carried a raw, ragged edge that Grant had never previously witnessed in the kid. It hovered somewhere between primal, instinctual terror and completely paralyzing awe. The massive celestial formation finally ceased its expansion once the triangular perimeter measured roughly 2 miles from point to point. Instantly, the massive structure initiated a direct, calculated approach directly toward Tower 19. It wasn't a rapid, aggressive dive, it was an incredibly steady, unervingly deliberate glide. All three massive orbs rigidly maintained their synchronized formation, navigating the airspace as a singular, unified entity despite the massive geographical void physically separating them. Grant somehow managed to locate his voice. "Brett, secure the high-definition rig. You need to document every second of this." He heard the frantic, chaotic scrambling echoing from below as his assistant violently tore through the equipment stored in the truck bed. Grant flatly refused to break visual contact with the advancing formation. They had closed the gap to roughly 3 miles out, operating at an estimated altitude of perhaps 1,000 feet. As the massive geometric structure drew nearer, the horrifying truth became undeniable. They were absolutely not mere atmospheric projections or spotlights. They were dense, physical objects. They were perfectly circular, boasting impossibly smooth hulls, with the blinding white radiation actively bleeding directly out of their surface material rather than originating from any external, mounted fixtures. Every single individual craft appeared roughly equivalent in mass to a compact sedan, flawlessly spherical, utterly lacking any identifiable exhaust or propulsion mechanics, and operating in an absolute, suffocating silence. Given their current proximity, if these entities were highly classified helicopters or heavy experimental drones, the desert should have been actively shaking from the deafening roar of combustion engines or the violent chopping of rotor blades. Instead, there was nothing but a terrifying vacuum of sound accompanying their relentless advance. Brett managed to scramble roughly a quarter of the way up the steel lattice, anchoring himself to the 40-foot secondary platform while frantically gripping the heavy digital camera rig. "I've got the lens on them. The system is actively recording." "Excellent. Do not cut the feed under any circumstances." The massive triangular armada relentlessly devoured the distance. 2 miles. 1.5 miles. 1 single mile out. Grant could easily decipher physical details on their hulls now. The exteriors were not actually perfectly sleek. They possessed an incredibly complex texture, highly subtle, shifting geometric patterns that could have potentially been interlocking armor plating, or perhaps an entirely unknown, exotic metamaterial. Furthermore, the intense radiation was undeniably bleeding directly from within the core of the physical objects themselves, entirely ruling out the possibility of external floodlights. Once they breached the half-mile perimeter, the massive formation abruptly slammed to a halt. All three colossal entities killed their forward momentum simultaneously, operating with a terrifyingly synchronized hive-mind precision. They locked into a flawless, motionless hover, perfectly maintaining their massive equilateral triangle geometry, intentionally positioning the physical structure of Tower 19 at the absolute dead center of their kill box. Suddenly, the tactical radio clipped to Grant's harness violently shrieked with static. The sheer shock of the noise nearly sent him over the guardrail. He had completely forgotten the comms unit was even powered on. "Unit 7, this is Tower Command. We urgently request you verify your current operational status." Grant fumbled for the mic. "Tower Command, this is Unit 7. We are currently maintaining visual observation of 3 entirely unidentified aerial craft actively holding formation in direct proximity to our current coordinates. They have locked into a stationary hover, establishing an approximate half-mile radius around the lattice. They possess 0 identifiable propulsion systems." A heavy burst of static flooded the channel. Then, Unit 7, please explicitly confirm that you are currently tracking anomalous aerial targets. Confirmation is absolute. We are tracking 3 flawlessly circular physical objects generating massive outputs of white radiation. They have been executing complex, synchronized maneuvers for the previous 5 minutes. My assistant is actively documenting the entire event utilizing high-definition optical recording hardware. An incredibly long, incredibly tense silence stretched across the frequency. Unit 7, hold your current position and stand by. Grant darted a glance down the lattice toward Brett, who remained rigidly anchored, his camera aimed squarely at the sky. Are you successfully keeping all of them in the digital frame? Affirmative. I have all three locked in the viewfinder. Grant, this is absolutely unhinged. The massive anomalies held their frozen posture for perhaps 2 agonizing minutes. Grant quickly checked his analog watch. Exactly 7:47 p.m. He forcefully burned the timestamp into his brain, vowing to meticulously document the exact chronology if he survived the shift. Without warning, the radiant orb anchoring the left flank of the formation reinitiated its movement. However, it did not advance toward the steel tower. Instead, it executed a flawlessly smooth, vertical ascent, climbing perhaps 500 feet straight up into the atmosphere before slamming back into a stationary hover. Simultaneously, the orb anchoring the right flank executed the exact inverse maneuver, plummeting vertically by the exact same distance. The apex entity maintained its original altitude without a single twitch. In a matter of seconds, the entities had seamlessly transitioned their massive formation from a flat, horizontal plane into a towering, vertical triangle, all while keeping the physical steel of Tower 19 perfectly dead center within their geometric trap. What in God's name are they attempting to do? Brett yelled, his vocal cords stretched to their absolute breaking point. I have absolutely no idea, but their synchronization is flawless. This is a highly deliberate, highly calculated operation. Grant frantically dug into his pocket and produced his smartphone, praying for connectivity. 2 meager bars of service. It was sufficient. He booted up his internal camera software and immediately began furiously snapping digital photographs of the impossible armada. The entities registered distinctly within his digital viewfinder, although the consumer-grade lens severely struggled to properly process the blinding radiance and the sheer physical distance. The trio of massive orbs held their newly established vertical alignment for precisely 30 seconds. Then, the entire massive geometry initiated a rotation. It wasn't the individual craft spinning on their own axis, it was the entire structural formation itself. All three colossal entities flawlessly maintained their exact relative distances from one another, yet the entire miles-wide triangle began violently revolving around a central pivot point that was anchored directly to the steel lattice of the tower. It started at a crawling pace, perhaps completing a single massive revolution every 60 seconds, by Grant's frantic mental calculations, before aggressively compounding its speed. 2 full rotations per minute. Then 3. The sheer velocity quickly rendered the individual craft into a blinding, smeared blur. They effectively transformed into a massive, solid halo of white radiation violently encircling the communication hub. Grant immediately registered a deeply terrifying sensation. The massive steel structure anchored beneath his boots was beginning to flex and sway significantly beyond its engineered tolerances. It wasn't on the verge of catastrophic structural collapse just yet, but the vibration was undeniable. The sheer kinetic velocity of the rotating anomalies was actively generating a massive, highly localized gravitational pressure wave. His tactical radio aggressively broke the silence once more. Unit 7, this is Tower Command. Our primary arrays are currently tracking 3 massively anomalous radar returns completely surrounding your exact coordinates. Do you still possess visual confirmation? Visual is absolutely confirmed. Grant screamed over the rising hum. They are actively revolving in a massive formation directly around our position. The physical lattice is currently enduring severe, unpredicted structural stress. Unit 7, you are ordered to evacuate the structure immediately. Execute an emergency descent and fall back to a secure perimeter. Grant cast his gaze downward. The massive steel tower was groaning audibly now, violently oscillating in a highly rhythmic, terrifying cadence that perfectly synchronized with the massive rotations of the alien halo. Brett, abandon the platform. Get your boots on the ground right now. Brett was already actively bailing. He had the expensive camera rig death gripped in one fist while he practically slid down the vertical access ladder at a reckless, breakneck pace. Grant immediately initiated his own desperate descent, though he was severely handicapped by his extreme altitude. The violent sway of the steel lattice was exponentially more aggressive near the apex. With every single completed revolution of the blinding halo, the massive tower violently flexed. It hadn't quite breached the threshold of catastrophic failure, but it was rapidly approaching the red line. Grant had barely managed to drop 20 feet down the freezing rungs when the massive orbital rotation abruptly and violently ceased. The instantaneous death of their momentum was physically jarring. In 1 microsecond they were a terrifying, blinding ring of kinetic energy, and in the very next, they had instantly snapped back into 3 distinctly isolated, physical entities, flawlessly holding their original, motionless triangular configuration. Grant completely froze on the ladder, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. The colossal objects remained suspended in dead silence for precisely 5 seconds. And then, they initiated a direct, synchronized push toward one another. All 3 massive orbs actively converged upon the exact same dead center coordinate, aggressively closing the massive void separating their positions. Grant remained entirely paralyzed, his heavy work gloves locked in a death grip on the rusted steel rungs, completely transfixed as the massive objects rapidly erased the distance. The laws of physics dictated a catastrophic impact. 3 incredibly dense, massive physical objects simultaneously occupying the exact same geographical coordinate in space should have culminated in a devastating, explosive collision that rained shrapnel for miles. That absolutely did not happen. Instead, the exact millisecond they breached the ultimate point of convergence, they simply and effortlessly merged. The trio of massive, glowing entities seamlessly fused into a singular mass, effortlessly bleeding into one another, exactly like beads of liquid mercury combining on a pane of glass. The transition produced 0 concussive flash, generated absolutely 0 sonic boom, and lacked any mechanical visual process. It was simply the terrifying reality of 3 massive, solid objects willingly occupying the exact same physical space and flawlessly evolving into a singular, unified entity. The newly birthed, consolidated orb radiated with an intensity that vastly dwarfed the combined output of its predecessors. It hovered ominously for a fleeting second, suspended roughly 200 feet above the sandy terrain, and positioned exactly half a mile out from the steel lattice. And then, it violently launched itself directly upward. The sheer rate of acceleration defied every known scientific law. It went from a dead, stationary hover to clocking several thousands of miles per hour in a literal microsecond. The blinding orb instantly smeared into a vertical streak of radiation, then shrunk to an infinitesimal speck, and then ceased to exist entirely. It violently tore a hole through the Nevada night sky with such devastating speed that the human optical nerve was completely incapable of processing the departure. Total elapsed time for the extraction, a fraction of a single second. Grant remained hopelessly paralyzed on the rusted ladder, his lungs desperately fighting for oxygen, staring blankly up at the abruptly empty heavens. Down on the desert floor, Brett was pacing frantically, still desperately aiming the heavy camera lens toward the sky. "Did you witness that? Tell me you witnessed that." "Yeah," Grant breathed, his voice hollow and detached. "I saw the entire thing." His tactical radio was currently locked in a state of absolute meltdown. The operators at Tower Command were frantically screaming for immediate status updates. A chorus of entirely unfamiliar, deeply authoritative voices had flooded the frequency, aggressively demanding visual confirmation, and ordering an immediate, full-scale tactical evacuation of the perimeter. Grant completely tuned out the chaos and robotically completed his grueling descent down the lattice. The exact moment his heavy work boots finally connected with the solid earth, his knees very nearly buckled beneath his weight. The massive spike of pure adrenaline was rapidly evaporating from his bloodstream, leaving his nervous system violently shaking and profoundly drained. Brett was aggressively reviewing the digital playback on the camera's tiny monitor. "I successfully captured it. Every single frame. The initial fracture, the gravitational rotation, the impossible fusion. I have the entire nightmare documented right here." Grant numbly reached for his smartphone. The digital clock read 7:53 p.m. The entire reality-shattering ordeal had consumed a grand total of 6 meager minutes from the initial visual contact to the final, violent departure. 6 minutes that completely annihilated every foundational belief Grant held regarding the physical limitations of the universe. They absolutely did not complete their scheduled maintenance contract that evening. The frantic voices at Tower Command issued a mandatory, immediate recall order back to the main facility, and for the first time in his 15-year career, Grant didn't offer a single word of protest. He and Brett rapidly dismantled their staging area and shoved their heavy gear into the truck bed in absolute, suffocating silence. Both men were desperately struggling to mentally process the sheer scale of the nightmare they had just survived, and neither possessed the vocabulary required to articulate the trauma. The grinding drive back to the Tonopah facility consumed 40 agonizing minutes. Sitting shotgun, Brett obsessively looped the digital playback on the camera's display, analyzing the footage repeatedly as if brute force repetition might eventually render the impossible physics comprehensible. Grant, we genuinely just witnessed an entity that fundamentally should not be allowed to exist. I am fully aware. I mean, it literally violates reality. Those absolutely were not classified drones, and they sure as hell weren't rotary-wing aircraft. Not a single piece of hardware in the human arsenal possesses that kind of kinematic capability. I know, Grant muttered again. He kept his gaze firmly locked on the illuminated asphalt, but his internal monologue was endlessly trapped replaying that horrifying instant when the trio of massive orbs fluidly fused into a singular mass. That specific mechanical action was the single variable his brain completely failed to rationalize. Virtually everything else, the flawless geometric formations, the synchronized flight paths, the aggressive gravitational rotations, and even that logic-defying, hypervelocity vertical launch, could all theoretically be written off as merely exposing humanity to a vastly superior, highly classified tier of aerospace technology. However, 3 distinctly massive, solid objects willingly phasing into the exact same physical space simultaneously? That was an aggressive, undeniable violation of the foundational laws of physical matter. They finally breached the heavily fortified perimeter of the Department of Energy installation at exactly 8:45 p.m. A heavily armed tactical security officer was already positioned directly at the primary checkpoint, awaiting their arrival. Mr. Holloway, Mr. Kowalski, you are both ordered to report directly to Secure Conference Room B, effective immediately. You are required to surrender all digital documentation and physical recording hardware upon entry. When they pushed through the heavy doors, Conference Room B was already fully occupied. The space was dominated by 3 highly intimidating individuals Grant had never crossed paths with in his 15-year tenure. A pair of high-ranking military officers operating in full dress uniforms, flanked by a solitary civilian operative. The civilian was an incredibly sharp-featured woman likely in her mid-50s, sporting iron-gray hair and radiating an intensely weary aura that strongly implied she routinely dealt with reality-bending catastrophes. Gentlemen, please enter. My designation is Dr. Patricia Hammond, operating as the lead director for the NNSA's Advanced Threat Assessment Division. The officers flanking me are Colonel Rivers and Major Park, both deployed directly from Nellis Air Force Base. We are here to conduct an exhaustive, microscopic review of the specific anomaly you witnessed this evening. Grant and Brett silently claimed the empty chairs across the table. Major Park immediately triggered a massive digital display dominating the far wall, flooding the room with dense, highly classified radar telemetry. At exactly 1947 hours, our deep scan arrays initiated active tracking protocols on 3 completely unidentified aerial signatures operating in extreme proximity to your exact coordinates. These signatures manifested simultaneously on our grid. There was absolutely no tracked atmospheric approach. Their initial documented altitude hovered at approximately 2,000 feet. Does that specific telemetry align with your physical observations on the ground? Grant offered a stiff nod. We initially witnessed a singular, massive illumination that violently fractured into 3 distinct entities. I am entirely unqualified to verify the exact altitude. It appeared to be roughly 1,000 feet up, but it could have easily been significantly higher. A singular mass that actively fractured? Dr. Hammond pressed, physically leaning her torso across the table. I need you to articulate that specific mechanism in exhaustive detail. Grant launched into a highly clinical, point-by-point breakdown of the entire nightmare. The initial, hovering orb. The logic-defying, instantaneous cellular division resulting in 3 independent craft. The flawless, hive-mind geometric precision dictating their maneuvers. The violent gravitational rotation around the steel lattice. The impossible fusion. And finally, the devastating vertical extraction. Throughout his monologue, Grant aggressively analyzed the reactions of his audience. Colonel Rivers maintained a mask of aggressive, borderline hostile skepticism. Major Park appeared profoundly disturbed by the implications. Dr. Hammond, however, looked completely and utterly unsurprised, a reaction that Grant found exponentially more terrifying than outright disbelief. The exact second Grant concluded his testimony, Dr. Hammond immediately pivoted her attention to Brett. And you successfully captured this entire sequence on digital optical media? Brett shakily raised the heavy camera rig. I managed to document virtually everything, with the sole exception of the initial cellular fracture. The recording commences from the moment they established their triangular formation, right up until their vertical launch. I am officially confiscating that digital file. I kind of assumed, Brett muttered. He smoothly ejected the SD card and slid it across the polished table. Dr. Hammond efficiently slotted the media into a secured military laptop and threw the raw video file onto the massive wall display. The entire room fell into absolute, suffocating silence as the horrifying reality played out in high definition. The trio of massive orbs holding their flawless geometric formation, the sudden, synchronized altitude shifts, the violent rotational velocity that generated the blinding halo, the impossible physics of the fusion, and the devastating vertical departure. The moment the file concluded, Hammond locked eyes with Colonel Rivers. The behavioral signature is a flawless match for the Hawthorne anomaly we tracked back in March. Rivers offered a grim, heavy nod. It also perfectly mirrors the Black Rock Desert manifestation from late January. Grant felt a massive, icy knot violently tighten in his chest. This exact nightmare has happened before. We are currently sitting on 6 fully documented incidents spanning the previous 14 months, Dr. Hammond confirmed flatly. Every single strike has been geographically confined within the borders of the Nevada Test and Training Range. Every encounter involves anomalous aerial entities actively demonstrating kinematic capabilities that render our current technological understanding entirely obsolete. However, your specific video file marks the very first time we have successfully secured high-definition optical confirmation of the merger phenomenon. Merger phenomenon? Grant echoed, stunned. You literally have an established terminology for it. That implies you have been actively studying these entities for a significant amount of time. We rigorously analyze absolutely everything that violates our sovereign airspace, Mr. Holloway, particularly entities that aggressively defy all known scientific explanations. Major Park manipulated his console, throwing a secondary visual onto the display. The raw radar telemetry aligns flawlessly with your physical testimony. We initially tracked 3 entirely distinct, solid returns that operated independently, yet maintained a mathematically perfect formation geometry. The violent rotational spin actively registered as a massive Doppler effect on our arrays. And exactly at 19 hours 53 minutes and 17 seconds, all 3 distinct radar returns physically converged upon a singular coordinate, and subsequently evaporated entirely from our tracking grid. How is that even remotely possible? Brett demanded. How does a massive, physical object simply cease to exist on military radar? Highly advanced stealth coatings and electronic countermeasures can significantly degrade a radar signature, Major Park conceded. However, executing a complete and total disappearance of this magnitude, while simultaneously achieving that level of vertical acceleration, that is absolutely not a capability that currently exists within the human arsenal. Grant desperately tried to wrap his brain around the brutal physical realities of the event. When the fused entity finally extracted, when it initiated that vertical launch, what exact level of acceleration are we actually discussing here? Major Park briefly consulted his encrypted data slate. Relying purely on the radar tracking metrics captured a millisecond prior to total signal loss, we are conservatively estimating a velocity of approximately 15,000 miles per hour, achieved within a window of 0.8 seconds. That translates to roughly 20,000 g-forces of pure, kinetic acceleration. Absolutely no known biological organism could survive that level of extreme trauma, Colonel Rivers interjected sharply. Any theoretical crew operating within that hull would be instantly liquefied into a biological soup. Perhaps the craft are entirely unmanned, Brett theorized. Perhaps they are merely incredibly advanced, AI-piloted drones. That remains a highly viable hypothesis, Dr. Hammond admitted. However, an artificial intelligence pilot absolutely does not explain the physics of the merger. Three entirely separate, solid craft willingly occupying the exact same physical space simultaneously is a massive, aggressive violation of our foundational understanding of physical matter. The briefing room plunged back into an oppressive, suffocating silence. Grant could faintly detect the drone of the industrial air conditioning units and the quiet hum of the server racks, incredibly mundane, ordinary sounds that felt profoundly absurd in the wake of the cosmic horror they had just survived. Ultimately, he voiced the terrifying question that had been relentlessly chewing at his sanity since the initial fracture. Why did they specifically target our communication tower? Why that exact geographical coordinate? Dr. Hammond fluidly swiped a detailed topographical map onto the primary display. Dozens of glowing red markers scarred the Nevada landscape. Grant quickly tallied 8 distinct impact zones. Every single documented manifestation has triggered in extreme proximity to highly sensitive Department of Energy facilities or heavily fortified military installations. More specifically, they exclusively target zones boasting massive electromagnetic infrastructure, heavy communication arrays, deep scan radar hubs, and massive power substations. You suspect these entities are actively drawn to intense EM fields? Grant asked. We heavily suspect they are systematically studying our infrastructure. Or they are studying us. Or quite possibly, both. She aggressively zoomed the digital map directly onto Tower 19's specific grid coordinate. Your assigned relay tower actively broadcasts across a massive spectrum of frequencies. It simultaneously processes both highly classified military logistics and standard civilian communication traffic, and it occupies a highly critical geographic nexus point. Assuming a superior intelligence desired to dissect our global electronic nervous system, that specific tower represents a highly logical infiltration point. Brett was glaring intensely at the digital map. Does this map represent the entirety of the anomaly strikes? These specifically denote the formally documented events possessing multiple credible witnesses or undeniable technological confirmation, Hammond clarified. We operate under the heavy assumption that dozens of additional encounters have simply vanished unreported, or were foolishly dismissed by local authorities as conventional aerospace traffic. Colonel Rivers aggressively pushed his chair back and stood to his full height. Mr. Holloway, Mr. Kowalski. Every single syllable uttered within the confines of this facility is classified at the highest possible level. You will both be executing ironclad non-disclosure agreements prior to your departure. You are explicitly forbidden from discussing the events of this evening with any living soul operating outside of our formally authorized channels. That mandate strictly includes your immediate families, your closest friends, and absolutely any social media platforms. Is that entirely understood? Both men offered compliant nods. Excellent. We will require you both back at this installation tomorrow morning to undergo highly detailed, secondary debriefing protocols. Dr. Hammond will facilitate the logistics. Rivers offered a curt nod to Major Park, and the two military officers swiftly exited the room. Dr. Hammond remained seated, scrutinizing Grant with a piercing intensity that made his skin crawl. Mr. Holloway, you have been actively servicing communication infrastructure across this specific grid for a solid 15 years. Have you ever, in the entirety of your career, witnessed anything even remotely resembling tonight's anomaly prior to this evening? Grant carefully considered the question. I've occasionally spotted odd illuminations in the upper atmosphere, sure, but they were always incredibly distant and universally explainable as conventional test flights or low-orbit satellites. Absolutely nothing that caused you to fundamentally question the nature of what you were observing? Not until tonight, Grant confirmed quietly. She tapped a quick note into her digital tablet. And moving forward after tonight, now that you are fully aware that these anomalous strikes are an active reality, do you intend to continue operating your contracts within this geographical sector? Grant instantly recognized the trap. It was a psychological stress test. She was actively gauging his resilience, calculating the odds of him panicking and abandoning his clearance. Yeah, I plan to continue fulfilling my contracts. Whatever those massive entities actually are, they made absolutely no aggressive moves toward us. They didn't pose a physical threat. They merely observed. That explicitly aligns with the established behavioral pattern we have cataloged, Hammond noted. Advanced observation entirely devoid of direct interference. However, Mr. Holloway, you must understand that a lack of hostility does not automatically render them benign. It simply means their ultimate intentions remain a terrifying unknown. She rose from the table to exit, but hesitated near the doorframe. One final directive. Should you happen to experience anything remotely unusual over the course of the next several days, hypervivid nightmares, unexplainable gaps in your memory, severe migraines, literally anything, you are to report it to this facility immediately. Several prior witnesses have documented severe, delayed psychological blowback. What specific brand of blowback? Grant asked. Predominantly psychological trauma, severe, compounding anxiety, an obsessive compulsion to mentally replay the encounter, severe insomnia. Nothing tangibly, physically destructive to your biology, but deeply, profoundly unsettling. She smoothly passed him a plain business card featuring a direct phone line. You are authorized to utilize that number at any hour if you feel the psychological need to unpack what you survived tonight. Occasionally, vocalizing the trauma acts as a pressure valve. The moment she vanished down the hall, Grant and Brett executed their terrifying NDAs and were finally cut loose. It was rapidly approaching midnight. They marched out to Grant's heavy-duty rig in a suffocating silence. "Are you holding together all right?" Grant finally asked as they hauled themselves into the cabin. Brett slowly shook his head. "Not in the slightest. My brain is stuck on an endless loop, replaying the exact moment those massive orbs fused. The physics are totally impossible. Three massive, distinct physical structures cannot simply occupy the identical space and magically become a single entity. But we stood there and watched it happen. I am painfully aware. What the hell do you honestly believe those things are?" Grant cranked the massive diesel engine and began rolling toward the exit gates. "I have absolutely no definitive idea, Brett. But I guarantee you they do not belong to the United States military. And if they are actively, methodically dissecting our planet's electromagnetic infrastructure, that implies a massively advanced, terrifying level of intelligence. It implies they are operating with a highly specific objective." "That is precisely the variable that terrifies me the most," Brett murmured into the darkness. "An objective? Because if they are operating with a definitive purpose, what exactly is the endgame when they finally accomplish it? What happens to us the second they conclude their grand experiment?" Grant possessed absolutely no comforting theories to offer him. They simply cruised through the pitch-black Nevada wasteland, driving under a canopy of stars that suddenly felt infinitely more populated and vastly more terrifying than they ever had before. Exactly 3 days later, Grant found himself returning to Tower 19. It wasn't for a scheduled maintenance run. The massive relay array was actually operating flawlessly now, the strange signal interference completely and inexplicably gone. He made the solitary trip simply because he found it impossible to banish the memory of what he had witnessed, and somehow, physically returning to that specific geographical coordinate felt profoundly necessary. He pulled up right at dusk, mirroring his previous arrival time perfectly. He parked his rig in the identical spot and stood on the dirt, intensely scanning that same patch of the southwestern horizon where the initial illumination had manifested. There was absolutely nothing anomalous this evening, just the first faint stars piercing through as the twilight faded into black. Grant had brought along Brett's heavy recording equipment. Dr. Hammond had relinquished the camera after successfully cloning the SD card. He methodically mounted it onto a tripod, angling the lens directly toward the steel lattice, just in case history decided to repeat itself. His smartphone vibrated in his pocket. A quick text from Brett. "You actually drove back out there, didn't you?" Grant smirked faintly and tapped out a response. "Yeah. Is anything going down?" Brett asked. "Not yet," Grant replied. "Just be careful out there." Grant slipped the phone back into his pocket and marched toward the base of the massive structure. He had packed his heavy climbing harness without a concrete plan to actually scale the steel. However, now that he was standing in its shadow, the overwhelming urge to climb took hold, a primal necessity to observe the wasteland from that exact elevated vantage point once more. He strapped into his rig and began the vertical ascent. The rusted metal was freezing against his palms. The architecture felt incredibly robust and intimately familiar. Reaching the 120-foot maintenance platform, the exact coordinate where he had been anchored when the anomaly initially fractured, Grant halted and lowered himself to the grating, letting his boots dangle precariously over the abyss. The desolate Nevada terrain sprawled out infinitely in every direction, vacant and colossal. Hiding somewhere deep within that sprawling emptiness, an entity had manifested, executed physics-breaking kinematics, and then completely evaporated. It was something undeniably intelligent, wielding a technological mastery that reduced human engineering to primitive child's play. Grant mentally reviewed the red markers on Dr. Hammond's digital map. 8 officially confirmed strikes. But realistically, how many more remained totally undocumented? How many solitary travelers had crossed paths with this phenomenon and chosen absolute silence, paralyzed by the fear of public mockery or severe professional blowback? Suddenly, the tactical radio clipped to his belt spat static. He had brought the comms unit strictly out of ingrained professional habit. "Unit 7, this is Tower Command. Our grid currently shows your transponder active at Tower 19. Requesting an immediate status update." Grant unclipped the receiver. "Tower Command, this is Unit 7. I am merely conducting a routine visual sweep of the hardware. All systems are currently nominal." "Copy that, Unit 7. Please be advised that our arrays are registering highly intermittent radar pings within your immediate sector. Absolutely nothing is formally confirmed as of yet, but maintain high situational awareness." Grant's heart rate instantly spiked. What specific classification of radar contacts? Fleeting, transient returns. It is highly possible they are merely atmospheric glitches, but factoring in the recent escalation of activity, we are actively logging every single blip. If you catch visual confirmation of anything anomalous, report it to base instantly. "Will comply." Grant secured the comms unit back onto his rig and aggressively swept the horizon with his eyes. The sky remained completely devoid of any anomalies, yet the confirmation that the military radar was actively hunting phantom signals caused his nervous system to vibrate with pure anticipation. 20 agonizing minutes crawled by. The atmosphere transitioned into total blackness, completely saturated with brilliant, razor-sharp starlight. The moon had not yet crested the horizon. Surprisingly, Grant felt his tension slowly bleeding away despite the terrifying context. There was a profound serenity to hanging suspended at this extreme altitude, completely isolated from human civilization. It was solely him, the freezing desert air, and the sprawling night. And then, his tactical radio violently broke the silence. It wasn't a human voice transmitting this time. It was pure white noise. However, the cadence was entirely unnatural. It wasn't chaotic, randomized atmospheric interference. It was highly structured, highly rhythmic, strongly implying that the audio pulses contained a deliberate code. Grant strained his ears to analyze it. The digital static surged and retreated in distinct, measurable waves. A rapid succession of 3 sharp bursts. Absolute silence. 3 more bursts. Silence. 3 final bursts. An undeniable, deliberate pattern structured around the number 3. He instantly snatched his heavy binoculars and frantically swept the southwestern skyline. Nothing. He darted a look at his analog watch. 8:13 p.m., exactly 26 minutes later than the timeline of the previous manifestation. The radio static persistently hammered out its code. 3 bursts. Silence. 3 bursts. Then, the digital multimeter still clipped to his utility belt, from when he had half-heartedly inspected some junction boxes earlier, abruptly began to emit a shrill tone. It wasn't a standard error beep. It was a completely continuous note that aggressively pitched up and down in frequency. Grant ripped it from his belt and stared at the glowing display. The device was hyperactive, registering massive voltage spikes on internal circuits that weren't even physically connected to a power source. The digital numbers fluctuated with chaotic violence. 0 volts, 40 volts, 0 volts, 180 volts, 0. 110. 3 distinct, massive voltage spikes that perfectly mirrored the radio's rhythmic bursts. An external force was actively hijacking his equipment. An entity was deliberately attempting to communicate. Grant yanked his smartphone from his pocket and immediately engaged the video recording software. He positioned the lens to capture both the wildly fluctuating multimeter display and the rhythmic static bleeding from the radio. "I have no idea if you possess the capacity to understand my language," Grant announced into the freezing air, feeling utterly absurd but overwhelmingly compelled to initiate contact. "But I am standing right here. I am actively listening." The rhythm of the radio static instantly shifted. The staccato bursts accelerated in speed. The voltage spikes on the multimeter surged even higher. And then, far out in the southwestern heavens, 3 blinding lights simultaneously materialized. It wasn't a singular orb fracturing this time. 3 entirely distinct points of radiance blinked into existence at the exact same microsecond, flawlessly arranged in the identical equilateral triangle formation he had witnessed before. They were stationed significantly further away this time. Grant roughly estimated a 5-mile distance. Yet, even from that extreme range, he could definitively confirm they were identical to the craft from 3 nights ago. Same massive dimensions, same blinding intensity, same ethereal white glow. The trio of entities maintained their frozen hover for 30 solid seconds. Then, they initiated their advance toward the steel lattice. It was a sluggish, incredibly deliberate glide. Grant fumbled for his radio mic. "Tower Command, this is Unit 7. I have established direct visual confirmation on 3 unidentified aerial objects bearing southwest. Estimated range is approximately 5 miles. They are actively advancing on my position. Copy that, Unit 7. Our arrays are currently painting 3 distinct radar returns. Do you have your optical documentation hardware running? My camera is actively recording." Grant forcefully directed his gaze downward. The high-definition rig he had mounted on the tripod was angled perfectly upward at the steel structure, guaranteeing it would capture the entities if they breached the immediate perimeter. The glowing armada relentlessly devoured the miles. 4 miles out. 3, 2, 1 mile remaining. They abruptly halted. It was the exact same perimeter distance they had established during the previous encounter, almost as if an invisible boundary existed that they refused to cross, or perhaps, refused to cross yet. Grant's radio violently shrieked with static once more. This time, bleeding through the white noise, he perceived something entirely different. A distinct audio signature that faintly resembled a human voice, heavily distorted, digitally layered, yet undeniably structured. "Unit 7. Do you receive?" Grant's hands violently shook as he depressed the transmission button. "I am receiving your signal. Please repeat your message." More heavy static washed over the channel. Then, why return? Because I desperately wanted to comprehend this, Grant answered. I needed to witness you again. Absolute silence. Grant held his breath, his lungs burning. Then, understand what? What you are. Why you're here. What you ultimately want. The trio of blinding lights reinitiated their movement. However, they did not advance toward the steel tower. They turned their trajectories inward. They began a slow, synchronized convergence, flawlessly maintaining their triangular geometry while actively shrinking the vast physical distances separating their hulls. Grant observed the maneuver intensely through his binoculars. The physical structures of the objects were incredibly distinct now, perfectly circular, measuring perhaps 30 feet across in diameter, radiating that inexplicable, blinding white aura from their very surface material. The moment they closed the gap to roughly 50 feet apart, they halted. The synthesized radio voice broke through the static once more. We observe, learn, understand you. Why? Because you are actively becoming. Becoming what exactly? Grant demanded. No response followed. The trio of radiant orbs remained locked in their tight formation for an agonizingly long moment. Suddenly, Grant detected a sound that caused the blood in his veins to freeze completely. A mechanical, highly rhythmic noise originating from the desert floor far below. It was the heavy horn of his work truck. It was blaring into the night in a highly specific cadence. 3 short, aggressive blasts. Absolute silence. 3 more short blasts. It was that identical pattern of 3. Grant snapped his gaze downward. His heavy-duty rig was barely a shadow in the pitch-black environment, but he could vividly see every single light on the vehicle violently flashing in perfect synchronization with a horn. The high-beam headlights, the crimson taillights, the interior cabin dome, all of them strobing in that relentless 3-burst code. Then, the heavy climbing tools clipped to his own body began to animate. His solid steel hammer, secured to his harness by a thick lanyard, started physically swinging on its own accord. It wasn't swaying randomly in the wind. It was carving perfect, deliberate circles in the air that flawlessly mirrored the gravitational rotation the massive orbs had executed 3 nights prior. His heavy aluminum carabiners began aggressively clattering against one another, generating distinct metallic chimes grouped specifically in sets of 3. The tone emitting from his multimeter fractured into 3 highly distinct, individual pitches, endlessly cycling through the auditory sequence. Literally every piece of human technology within his immediate radius was actively responding to the entities. Or, more accurately, the entities were actively puppeteering his hardware, generating an impossible localized event that Grant's brain utterly failed to process. "Stop it!" he shouted directly into the radio mic. "Please, you are deeply terrifying me." The heavy truck horn instantly died. The steel hammer ceased its unnatural swinging. The rattling carabiners fell dead silent. The synthesized voice bled through the radio channel. Fear was not the intended objective. It was a demonstration only. A demonstration of what? We easily affect your tools. Your advanced machines. We mean no harm. We only wish to show absolute capability. Grant fully understood the terrifying implication. They were deliberately flexing their power. They were explicitly demonstrating their absolute, effortless mastery over every single facet of human electromagnetic technology. "I fully understand," Grant confessed into the mic. "You have the power to manipulate our equipment. You can completely control it." Affirmative. But that is not our ultimate purpose. Our purpose is to fundamentally understand you. Then what exactly do you wish to know? The channel fell back into dead silence. The 3 glowing anomalies held their frozen positions. Then, without a single microsecond of warning, they initiated the impossible fusion sequence. Grant watched, utterly mesmerized through his binoculars, as the trio of colossal objects drove toward a shared, central coordinate. Physics demanded a catastrophic, explosive collision. Instead, they effortlessly bled together. 3 distinct masses fluidly morphing into a singular, unified entity in a horrifying violation of everything humanity understood regarding physical matter. The newly birthed, consolidated light burned with a ferocity that vastly eclipsed the original orbs. It hovered ominously in the sky for 5 agonizing seconds. However, it did not execute a hypervelocity vertical launch this time. Instead, it slowly began tracking directly toward the communication tower. It was a sluggish, entirely non-aggressive approach, yet it steadily devoured the geographical void separating them. Grant's primal instinct screamed at him to instantly bail down the ladder and run for his life. But a profoundly strange force kept him anchored to the grating. It wasn't paralyzing terror. It was closer to an absolute, unshakable certainty that he was required to remain exactly where he was. He needed to witness the conclusion of this event. The blinding anomaly finally halted a mere 50 feet away from the steel lattice, 50 feet from the exact platform where Grant was currently paralyzed. At this incredibly intimate range, the physical details were overwhelming. The exterior hull was absolutely not smooth. It was dominated by hyper-complex geometric patterns that actively shifted and reconfigured themselves in real time as he stared. The intense radiation wasn't a static glare, it pulsed softly, flawlessly mimicking biological respiration. Grant abruptly realized he could physically feel the entity's presence. It wasn't generating thermal heat, but rather a profound, tactile sensation, exactly like standing entirely too close to a massive industrial magnet or an exposed high-voltage current. Every single hair on his arms stood violently on end, and his skin buzzed with an intense, electrical tingling. The synthesized voice broadcasted through the radio one final time, the audio significantly sharper now. "You deliberately returned." "Why?" Grant sucked in a freezing breath of desert air and offered the absolute truth. "Because I desperately needed to verify that you were actually real. Because I could not continue living my life without comprehending exactly what I had witnessed." "You actively seek the truth?" "Yes. We also actively seek the truth regarding your species, regarding your kind. We observe in order to learn. Before what happens?" The massive entity pulsed significantly brighter. "Before absolute contact. Genuine contact. This sequence is merely a preparation phase. You represent a localized test to determine if your species is adequately ready." Grant's mind violently reeled. "Ready for what, exactly?" "Ready to possess the knowledge that you are absolutely not alone." The massive structure slowly initiated a vertical ascent, meticulously maintaining its exact relative proximity to the steel tower. Grant hauled himself to his feet, staring up as the blinding mass began to climb. "Wait!" he screamed into the night. "Will I ever witness you again?" The radio shrieked with static one last time. "You will retain the memory. You will inherently know when the appropriate time arrives." And with that, the blinding anomaly violently launched upward with that identical, physics-shattering acceleration. It instantly smeared into a brilliant streak, shrunk to a microscopic point, and then vanished entirely from the universe. Grant remained anchored to the elevated platform for an incredibly long duration after the sky went empty. His hands were violently trembling. His brain was spinning out of control. Every single piece of hijacked equipment had magically reverted to normal operational status. The multimeter was dead silent, his heavy steel tools hung motionless, and the work truck parked far below was entirely dark and quiet. Down on the dirt, his tripod-mounted camera had successfully recorded the entire nightmare. The initial approach, the terrifying telepathic exchange, and the devastating vertical extraction. Grant's smartphone violently vibrated in his pocket. A text message from Dr. Hammond. "We successfully tracked the entire incident. You are ordered to report to base immediately." Grant numbly typed a response. "I am currently en route." He executed his descent down the steel lattice with extreme caution, his legs feeling completely unstable. Once his boots hit the dirt, he marched over to his heavy-duty rig and simply stood there for a long moment, staring up at the sprawling canopy of stars. He fundamentally knew that one of those distant points of light absolutely wasn't a star. Somewhere hiding in that vast blackness, an entity was actively watching. a hyper-advanced intelligence that currently viewed the human race as an ongoing psychological experiment to determine if formal, global contact was viable. And against all odds, Grant had apparently passed their localized threshold, by willingly returning to the drop zone, by actively engaging the anomaly, and by displaying an overwhelming desire for comprehension rather than surrendering to blind, animalistic terror. He methodically packed up his scattered equipment, secured the incredibly valuable camera rig, and fired up the engine for the long haul back to Tonopah. The impending military debriefing was going to be excruciating. The subsequent interrogations would be relentless, and Grant was fully prepared to sign a mountain of fresh NDAs demanding his absolute silence. But he didn't care. He would never forget the encounter, simply because he finally knew the absolute truth. The blinding anomalies weren't just passively scanning human infrastructure. They were meticulously dissecting the human psyche itself. They were aggressively testing our capacity to process the reality that we were severely outclassed. That extraterrestrial contact was not only possible, but imminent. And that every single foundational belief humanity clung to regarding their supreme status in the cosmos was on the verge of being violently, permanently shattered. The trio of orbs fracturing and fusing wasn't merely a terrifying display of superior engineering. It was a highly deliberate message. A visual demonstration explicitly stating, "We possess the capability to execute actions you cannot even begin to comprehend. We can completely override your most advanced tools. We can instantly manifest and evaporate at our discretion. And we are currently in the process of deciding whether you possess the psychological fortitude to handle the reality of our existence." Grant navigated the pitch-black ribbon of Nevada asphalt, driving past the desolate wastelands and the jagged mountain silhouettes beneath a sky that would never, ever feel the same again. His tactical radio abruptly shrieked with static. There was no synthesized voice this time, merely three highly distinct, aggressive bursts of white noise, followed instantly by absolute silence. Grant offered a faint, exhausted smile despite the lingering terror. They were absolutely still out there. Still watching every move. Still meticulously preparing. And somewhere buried deep within the unfathomable mountains of data they had harvested, they were actively making their final decision. When Grant finally breached the Tonopah facility gates at exactly 10:45 p.m., Dr. Hammond was already waiting for him alongside her entire tactical analysis team. They immediately corralled him into a heavily fortified secure room and launched their barrage of questions. Grant answered every single inquiry with absolute honesty. He detailed the synthesized radio broadcast, the terrifying technological hijacking of his gear, and the chilling final transmission regarding the preparation phase for global contact. When he finally stopped speaking, a suffocating silence dominated the room for several agonizing minutes. Eventually, Dr. Hammond cleared her throat. "Mr. Holloway, the events you have just articulated perfectly align with highly specific elements recovered from 3 separate prior encounters. However, absolutely no operative has ever successfully reported establishing direct, two-way communication prior to this evening. You are highly likely the very first human being to have engaged in a genuine, verified exchange with whatever these entities actually are. What exactly do you believe they are?" Hammond hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "I believe they are precisely what they claimed to be. Highly advanced observers currently laying the groundwork for formal contact. They are actively stress testing us to determine if our species possesses the psychological stability to survive the revelation that we are definitively not alone in the universe. And do you think we can actually handle it? I honestly have no idea. But if they are operating with this level of extreme caution, this degree of calculation, selectively revealing themselves to isolated individuals, gradually demonstrating their terrifying capabilities, communicating in strictly controlled stages, then perhaps they are actively trying to help us survive the shock. Perhaps they genuinely want this inevitable contact to be successful." Grant thought back to the horrifying moment the 3 massive orbs effortlessly fused together. The complete annihilation of established physics. The chilling transmission declaring that humanity was actively becoming ready. When exactly do you project they will initiate this formal, global contact? Hammond swiped her tablet, throwing the digital map covered in glowing red markers onto the wall display. The frequency of these manifestations is radically accelerating. We have documented 8 massive encounters in a mere 14 months. If this specific statistical curve continues, we will be witnessing these anomalies on a weekly basis within the next 6 months. And if they continue to relentlessly escalate their operations, evolving from passive observation to aggressive demonstration, and now to direct communication, then total, global contact might be significantly closer than any of us are prepared for. She locked her eyes directly onto Grant. You have officially become a critical variable in this phenomenon. They possess intimate knowledge of you. They actively and specifically responded to your presence. That inherently renders you incredibly valuable to our research, but also highly vulnerable. We are going to require you to continue actively reporting absolutely anything unusual that happens to you. Grant offered a slow nod. I will file the reports, but I am absolutely not going to abandon my contracts out in the wasteland. If they decide they want to initiate communication again, I fully intend to be on site. I fully expected you would say exactly that. Hammond smoothly handed him an entirely new business card featuring a different secure hotline. This is a direct, unfiltered line to my personal monitoring syndicate. It is active 24 hours a day. If you catch a visual on those orbs, if you detect those rhythmic audio patterns, if you experience literally anything anomalous, you dial this immediately. I will have a heavily armed tactical unit on your specific coordinates within minutes. Grant accepted the card. What exactly occurs if they ultimately decide our species isn't ready? What happens if humanity completely fails their psychological stress test? Then I strongly suspect they will simply retreat into the shadows. They will continue their passive observation. They might attempt to initiate contact again in another decade, or perhaps another century, or maybe an entire millennium from now. She paused, her expression darkening. Or, alternatively, they will simply abandon this project entirely and move on to analyze other, more viable species on entirely different worlds. Honestly, that outcome would be infinitely worse, Grant murmured quietly. Possessing the absolute knowledge that they were hovering right here, knowing that a cosmic bridge was entirely possible, and having them definitively judge that the human race simply wasn't worth the effort. Hammond offered a profoundly sad smile. Yes, that would absolutely be the worst-case scenario. Grant finally escaped the underground facility at 2 a.m. He drove his heavy rig back to his residence in total silence, his nervous system far too electrified by adrenaline to even process the concept of fatigue. When he finally killed the engine in his driveway, he remained seated in the cabin for a long while, simply staring up through the windshield at the sea of stars. Without warning, one of the distant, glowing pinpricks appeared to violently pulse. It executed exactly 3 highly distinct, aggressive cycles of brightening and dimming. Then, it instantly snapped back to normal, rendering itself completely indistinguishable from the surrounding cosmic background. Grant couldn't help but smile as he finally stepped out of the truck and headed inside. Tomorrow morning, he would be forced to file his exhaustive official documentation. Tomorrow, he would endure endless hours reviewing the captured digital footage alongside the military analytics teams. Tomorrow, he would robotically execute all of his incredibly mundane, daily routines. But absolutely nothing would ever genuinely feel normal again. He now carried the absolute burden of knowing that the heavens had actively fractured. 3 impossible entities had effortlessly fused into one. And buried within that horrifying, physics-breaking fusion, an unmistakable message had been successfully transmitted. You are not alone. We are constantly watching. And very soon, once you are adequately prepared, we are going to formally introduce ourselves. The only lingering, terrifying variable was whether the human race would actually possess the psychological fortitude to survive that specific moment when it finally arrived. Grant ultimately surrendered to sleep just as the sun began to aggressively bleed over the horizon, his body entirely spent. And within his deeply suppressed dreams, a trio of blinding orbs engaged in a flawless geometric dance, violently fracturing and effortlessly fusing, actively generating hypercomplex patterns that his conscious primate brain utterly failed to decode, yet some deeply buried primal sector of his soul instantly recognized as a highly advanced form of language. It was the distinct dialect of godlike entities who chose not to communicate utilizing primitive spoken words, but rather by physically demonstrating the absolute limits of what was universally possible. By effortlessly dividing the very sky and providing undeniable proof that reality was exponentially more terrifying and infinitely more awe-inspiring than humanity had ever dared to imagine. Exactly 3 weeks later, Grant found himself standing back at the base of Tower 19 for the 4th consecutive time since his mind-bending second encounter. Once again, he wasn't there to fulfill a maintenance contract. The massive steel array had been functioning flawlessly. He was out in the freezing desert because he had been explicitly summoned. It wasn't a formal dispatch from Dr. Hammond or Tower Command. He was being aggressively summoned by an entirely different entity, an unexplainable, magnetic compulsion that initially manifested as a subtle, nagging instinct, but had exponentially intensified with every passing day until it became a psychological impossibility to ignore. He had rapidly learned how to identify the subtle markers, the undeniable pattern of threes relentlessly invading his daily routine, his digital alarm clock inexplicably triggering at exactly 3:33 a.m. for 3 consecutive nights, randomly discovering exactly 3 loose coins discarded on the pavement in 3 entirely distinct geographic locations, his industrial multimeter outputting an impossible reading of 333 volts while actively testing a circuit strictly rated for 240. They were actively broadcasting to him. They were deliberately signaling their desire for a third encounter. This time around, he had hauled significantly more advanced hardware into the wasteland. He didn't just pack standard optical cameras. His truck bed was loaded with a high-end spectrum analyzer, a military-grade electromagnetic field detector, and a highly sensitive portable oscilloscope. If the entities intended to showcase their terrifying capabilities again, Grant was absolutely determined to capture every single measurable metric possible. Brett had practically begged to ride along, but Grant had firmly shot the request down. This specific operation felt profoundly, undeniably personal. The anomalies had explicitly addressed him by his full name during the previous contact. He needed to definitively prove if that connection was an authentic, targeted reality, or merely a terrifying hallucination. He pulled up to the staging ground precisely at sunset. 8:47 p.m. His hypervigilant, pattern-obsessed brain instantly calculated that the digits added up to 3. He knew it was highly probable he was simply hallucinating connections that didn't exist. But then again, perhaps that was the entire point of the exercise. Perhaps acquiring the ability to properly identify these hidden mathematical patterns was the actual psychological test. Grant rapidly deployed his heavy equipment array, arranging the sensors in a wide semicircle wrapping around the rear of his truck, ensuring every single device was fully calibrated and actively recording data. Once the perimeter was secure, he scaled the rusted steel ladder up to the 120-foot platform and simply waited. The sprawling desert landscape was suffocatingly quiet and completely vacant. A faint, freezing breeze carried the distinct scent of dry sagebrush and pulverized dust. High above, the vanguard of the evening stars was slowly beginning to pierce the twilight. At exactly 9:09 p.m., precisely 3 minutes past the designated pattern, Grant's tactical radio violently shrieked. 3 aggressive bursts of white noise, instantly followed by dead silence. He snatched the mic from his harness. "I am standing right here. I successfully received your broadcast." Absolutely no reply. However, Grant intimately understood their operational rhythm now. They never offered an immediate response. They deliberately forced him to wait, methodically ratcheting up the psychological anticipation. Or perhaps they simply functioned on a cosmic time frame that was entirely incompatible with human impatience. At exactly 9:12 p.m., his deployed electromagnetic field detector began to aggressively chirp from the dirt below. Grant peered down at his sensor array. The EMF readouts were violently spiking. It wasn't registering at a lethally dangerous concentration, but it was definitively, undeniably elevated far beyond the standard background radiation levels. And then, he finally caught sight of it. It didn't manifest on the southwestern horizon this time. It appeared directly overhead. A singular, piercing point of blinding illumination, hovering at a significantly higher altitude than previous encounters. Grant roughly calculated it at 5,000 feet up. It resembled a brilliantly glowing white speck that could have easily been dismissed as an unusually bright star, were it not for the terrifying fact that it was actively mobile, dropping toward the Earth in a highly controlled, sluggish descent. Grant watched it plummet. The trajectory was a mathematically flawless vertical line. Absolutely zero drift, zero deviation, merely a relentless, deliberate plunge directly toward his exact coordinates. The instant it hit the 2,000-foot mark, it abruptly slammed the brakes. Grant immediately raised his high-powered binoculars. The physical entity was perfectly circular, boasting a significantly larger mass than the craft he had previously documented, perhaps measuring a full 50 feet across in diameter. Furthermore, the blinding white aura was noticeably softer this evening, radiating a less aggressive, almost welcoming luminescence. His tactical radio violently crackled. Grant Holloway. They had explicitly utilized his full designation. That was an entirely new development. Yes, I am actively standing by. You deliberately returned once again. Why? Because you actively summoned me. The repeating patterns, the mathematical sequences of 3. I successfully recognized them. A heavy, profound silence stretched across the frequency. Then, you adapt and learn with extreme rapidity. This is a highly positive metric. Your specific species possesses a massive capacity for adaptation. The colossal anomaly reinitiated its vertical drop. 1,500 feet. 1,000. It finally ceased its descent a mere 300 feet directly above the steel lattice. It was hovering close enough that Grant could easily decipher the intricate physical details without relying on his binoculars. The exterior hull sported that identical, shifting geometric architecture, yet the patterns were exponentially more complex this time. It looked exactly like observing an impossibly advanced code being aggressively compiled and rewritten in real time across the surface of the craft. What exactly do you require from me? Grant demanded into the freezing air. We require absolutely nothing from you, or from your kind. We are merely going to demonstrate significantly more data tonight. Because you are finally prepared. Prepared for what? Show me what? The massive orb pulsed brilliantly. Once. Twice. 3 distinct times. And then, it violently fractured. But it didn't merely split into a trio of craft this time. It explosively divided into 6. The singular blinding mass seamlessly replicated into 6 flawlessly identical entities, instantaneously arranging themselves into a mathematically perfect hexagonal geometry surrounding the exact central coordinate where the original craft had hovered. The spatial precision was absolutely terrifying. Every single object was stationed at the exact same distance from its neighbors, rendering the massive hexagon flawless. Down on the dirt, Grant's sophisticated spectrum analyzer went into absolute meltdown. The digital readouts were screaming, registering massive electromagnetic signatures bleeding across high-band frequencies that fundamentally should not have been physically possible. His portable oscilloscope violently charted bizarre waveforms that aggressively violated standard Newtonian physics, energy waves traveling in looping patterns that heavily implied they were actively manipulating the localized flow of time itself. The armada of 6 blinding orbs held their hexagonal trap for exactly 10 seconds. Then, they initiated movement. It was absolutely not random chaos. Every single individual entity began deliberately tracing a highly specific, complex flight path. Grant stared in absolute awe, desperately attempting to decode the aerial geometry. They were actively drawing something massive in the Nevada sky. They were carving out a specific shape, an intricate symbol. It required several seconds for his primate brain to properly identify the structure. It was a colossal double helix, the exact structural foundation of human DNA. The 6 glowing entities successfully completed their massive aerial diagram and instantly snapped back into their flawless hexagonal formation. Grant felt the oxygen completely vanish from his lungs. "You are actively demonstrating the concept of genetics," Grant breathed into the mic, "evolutionary biology. You are explicitly stating that this entire phenomenon is rooted in biology. Biology, higher consciousness, cosmic evolution. They are all inextricably connected. You are an incredibly young species. Yet, you possess massive, untapped potential." The 6 blinding orbs reinitiated their complex dance. This time, they aggressively carved out an entirely different geometric structure. It resembled a sprawling, interconnected network. Glowing nodes rapidly linking to other distant nodes, violently expanding outward across the sky, exactly like a massive digital web, or the intricate firing synapses of a biological brain. "Intelligence," Grant whispered. "You are literally mapping the architecture of intelligence. You are demonstrating exactly how consciousness interlocks." "Affirmative. Your specific species is rapidly approaching a critical evolutionary threshold, a point where individual consciousness expands and merges into a collective network. The exact moment that transition occurs, you will finally be fully prepared for global contact." The armada of 6 orbs violently collapsed back upon the central coordinate. However, instead of seamlessly fusing back into a singular mass, they rapidly reconfigured themselves into 3 highly distinct entities, instantly locking back into their familiar, triangular geometry. "The trio of craft," Grant noted, his voice trembling. "That specific number holds a massive significance to you, doesn't it? 3 acts as a fundamental message. 3 represents absolute equilibrium. A singular entity operates in pure isolation. 2 opposing entities inevitably breed conflict. But 3 distinct points generate stability, enable cooperation, and foster genuine growth. You are explicitly stating that our species must evolve to think in configurations of 3, rather than existing as isolated 1s or opposing 2s. Grant fully understood the lesson. They were actively lecturing him on advanced cosmic philosophy utilizing real-time, physics-breaking demonstrations. A singular consciousness operating alone was entirely incapable of verifying objective truth. 2 opposing consciousnesses inherently generated friction and competition. However, a trinity of minds possessed the capacity to triangulate data, verify reality, and successfully achieve a unified consensus. "Exactly how many of your kind are currently operating out there?" Grant asked. The trio of blinding lights immediately began aggressively multiplying. 3 violently fractured into 9. 9 exponentially detonated into 27. 27 rapidly ballooned into a number that completely overwhelmed Grant's ability to count. The entire night sky directly above the steel tower was instantly saturated with a sprawling constellation of blinding white anomalies, every single one flawlessly spaced, all executing a terrifyingly synchronized, hive-mind aerial ballet. Then, as rapidly as the armada had manifested, it violently collapsed back down into 3 singular orbs. "We are many," the synthesized voice broadcasted calmly. "We possess sufficient numbers to actively observe every single individual of your species. Every single day. Every single night. We are constantly learning. Endlessly waiting. Meticulously preparing. Are you actively preparing humanity, or are you preparing yourselves? Both variables must be satisfied. Genuine contact requires absolute readiness. On both sides of the chasm. We relentlessly study your behavioral patterns. You must gradually learn our operational patterns. The exact moment those 2 distinct patterns flawlessly align, absolute contact becomes a viable reality." The trio of blinding lights initiated a massive, sweeping rotation around one another. It was the exact same gravitational spin Grant had survived during the previous encounter, but the velocity was significantly slower this evening, rendering the visual display deeply, almost aggressively hypnotic. Grant abruptly realized his own biological respiration was forcefully synchronizing with the massive orbital rotation, his heart rate flawlessly mirroring the alien rhythm. Down on the desert floor, his highly expensive sensor array was completely losing its mind. Every single deployed instrument was passively recording mountains of impossible data that would literally take military analysts months to properly decode. However, Grant was no longer concerned with the hard metrics. He was actively experiencing something profoundly deeper, a terrifying, raw connection. It wasn't being facilitated through spoken language or advanced technology. It was being forged through sheer, overwhelming presence. Through the mutually shared observation of cosmic patterns. He squeezed his eyes shut and realized he could still vividly see the blinding lights. Not as a lingering optical illusion. They had somehow been permanently scorched into his actual consciousness. 3 distinct points locked in an endless rotation, constantly generating equilibrium, aggressively demonstrating infinite possibility. When? Grant demanded, his eyes remaining tightly shut. When exactly will this formal, global contact actually initiate? Soon. According to your chronological metric. Years. According to our metric. An instant. We are simply awaiting the threshold moment. The exact second when a sufficient volume of your population is adequately prepared to accept the absolute truth. What specific number constitutes a sufficient volume? We do not operate on raw numbers. We monitor percentages. We require a critical mass. The exact moment a sufficient volume of minds remain entirely open to the sheer possibility of our existence, we will formally manifest. We will not reveal ourselves to isolated individuals. We will reveal ourselves to the entire species simultaneously. Grant finally snapped his eyes open. The trio of blinding lights had completely ceased their gravitational rotation and currently hung absolutely motionless, locked in their flawless triangular trap. "Am I currently ready for that?" he asked quietly. "You are already fully prepared. That is the explicit reason we choose to visually demonstrate our capabilities to you. That is why we deliberately broadcast to your frequencies. You currently operate as a vital bridge between your primitive species and our own. Your designated role is to actively retain these memories, to meticulously prepare the others when the final moment arrives." The armada of lights began a slow, synchronized ascent, flawlessly maintaining their tight formation. Grant slowly hauled himself to his feet, gripping the frozen railing as he watched the anomalies climb. "Will I ever cross paths with you again before the global contact initiates?" "Many times. We are constantly observing. We will continually summon you whenever we are prepared to demonstrate more data. Each subsequent encounter will reveal significantly more truth, until the absolute reality is entirely known." The 3 blinding orbs violently punched the throttle, accelerating directly upward, rapidly shrinking into streaks, then distant stars, and finally vanishing into nothingness. However, Grant did not experience a profound sense of loss in their absence, because something fundamental had permanently shifted deep within his own psychology. He possessed a terrifying, absolute certainty, a profound level of cosmic comprehension that completely transcended human vocabulary. He meticulously climbed down the steel lattice and immediately inspected his sensor array. Every single expensive device had successfully documented the encounter. He possessed hours of impossible, raw data, undeniable, hard proof of the terrifying reality he had just survived. His smartphone aggressively vibrated in his pocket. A secure text from Dr. Hammond. "We successfully tracked the entire anomaly. Every single second of it. Report to the facility immediately." But before Grant could even begin to draft a reply, a secondary text materialized from a completely untraceable number. "You are absolutely not operating alone in this endeavor. Other individuals have been explicitly chosen. Others are actively being prepared. The exact moment you are truly ready, you will inevitably find them." Grant stared blankly at the glowing pixels. Others. That actually tracked perfectly with logic. If these highly advanced entities were actively attempting to systematically prepare the entire human race for a global revelation, they would absolutely require multiple psychological bridges. They would need a vast network of individuals scattered across wildly different geographical grids, originating from diverse cultures and highly varied backgrounds. He frantically typed a response. How exactly am I supposed to locate them? The cryptic reply arrived instantly. You do not actively hunt them. You simply recognize the mathematical pattern of threes. The exact moment you cross paths with another individual who actively perceives the rule of three, who fundamentally comprehends the underlying geometry, you will inherently know. Grant fired up his heavy-duty rig and merged back onto the highway heading toward Tonopah, his brain spinning totally out of control. The impending military debriefing was going to be an absolute nightmare. The interrogations would be utterly exhausting. But he now possessed something infinitely more valuable than simple answers. He now possessed a terrifying, undeniable cosmic purpose. When he finally breached the heavily guarded facility, Dr. Hammond was already waiting for him alongside her standard tactical analysis unit. However, on this particular night, there were fresh faces in the room. A handful of individuals Grant had never previously encountered. He immediately deduced they were civilian operatives pulled from various alphabet agencies, given their distinct lack of uniforms and incredibly intense demeanors. Mr. Holloway, Hammond stated immediately, before we formally launch into this debriefing, there is something critical I need to disclose to you. You are absolutely not the only operative involved in this. Grant's pulse violently spiked. Not the only one what? You are not the only civilian they are actively and directly communicating with. We have successfully identified 11 additional individuals scattered across 4 separate states. Every single one of them operates as a civilian contractor, or works heavily isolated shifts in extreme proximity to classified military installations. Every single one of them is formally reporting terrifyingly similar encounters. Highly progressive contact, advanced cosmic teachings delivered via physics-breaking geometric demonstrations, and highly specific telepathic messages regarding a global preparation phase. She swiftly manipulated the massive wall display, throwing up a digital grid containing high-resolution photographs. 11 distinct faces. They spanned wildly different ages, genders, and ethnicities, yet every single photograph shared a highly specific, chilling commonality, a distinct, haunted look in their eyes. It was a profound look of terrified recognition, an absolute, crushing awareness. Internally, we have designated your specific group as the Contact 11, Hammond continued grimly. You 11 individuals represent the absolute vanguard. You are the prototype batch. Assuming our predictive analytics are even remotely accurate, these entities will begin exponentially expanding their direct contact operations to a significantly larger demographic as the timeline progresses. They are actively constructing a massive global network of human beings who have been psychologically conditioned to survive the impending full disclosure. One of the unidentified civilian operatives stepped forward. She was a woman sporting deeply empathetic eyes and heavily graying hair. Mr. Holloway, my designation is Dr. Sarah Vance. I operate as a lead director for the Consciousness Research Initiative. My syndicate has been aggressively tracking these highly anomalous manifestations for nearly 2 decades. However, the specific behavior we are witnessing right now is entirely unprecedented. It isn't simply the sheer terror of the technology they are actively deploying, it is their highly specific methodology. They are actively acting as teachers. They are methodically preparing us. That behavioral profile strongly implies that they genuinely desire for this global contact to be a peaceful success. Grant immediately flashed back to the massive, glowing DNA helix, the sprawling neural network diagram, the relentless mathematical pattern of threes. They explicitly stated that formal contact will initiate the exact moment enough human minds are adequately prepared. When we finally breach the critical mass of psychological acceptance. What is your best projection on their timeline? Dr. Hammond and Dr. Vance traded a highly loaded, incredibly tense glance. Vance was the one to finally answer. Relying purely on the aggressive compounding acceleration of these incidents, combined with the massive expansion of their direct contact operations, our internal models heavily suggest a window of roughly 18 to 36 months until some form of massive, undeniable global revelation occurs. However, that is purely statistical speculation. These entities clearly operate on their own unfathomable timeline. 18 months, Grant repeated, the blood draining from his face. That is absolutely not a sufficient window to psychologically prepare the entire human race. Which is precisely why your designated role is so absolutely critical, Hammond countered sharply. You, alongside the other 11 operatives. You are literal, living proof that establishing contact is viable. That it doesn't inherently result in violent, apocalyptic destruction. Your personal experiences, your deeply detailed testimonies, they will serve as the psychological anchor that helps the rest of the planet survive what is rapidly approaching. Grant locked his gaze back onto the grid of 11 faces illuminating the wall. Have every single one of these individuals endured the exact same terrifying experience that I have? They are incredibly similar in nature, but absolutely not identical, Vance clarified. Every single encounter appears to be highly tailored, explicitly customized to the specific psychology of the targeted individual. Your brain is heavily wired for logic, so you are receiving advanced geometric demonstrations and complex pattern recognition puzzles. The other operatives are receiving entirely different curriculums. One subject formally reported enduring highly complex musical communications, advanced harmonics and crushing auditory frequencies. Another subject detailed blinding color patterns that somehow telepathically conveyed massive blocks of meaning. They are actively engaging every single person by exploiting their most dominant perceptual modality. That logic actually tracked perfectly. If their ultimate objective was to guarantee absolute comprehension, attacking a subject's mind utilizing their strongest inherent learning mechanism was undeniably the most efficient tactical approach. When exactly do I get to meet the rest of the group? Grant asked. In exactly 2 weeks, Hammond replied. We are currently organizing a highly secure, off-the-grid summit where you 11 can freely exchange your data without the paralyzing fear of public exposure or media interference. Hammond offered a very faint, deeply weary smile. Although, speaking strictly off the record, I highly suspect the entities are already fully aware of the gathering. They seem to possess an absolute awareness regarding every single move we make. The subsequent debriefing dragged on for a brutal 6 hours. Grant meticulously detailed every single microsecond of the encounter. The terrifying 6-way fracture, the sprawling DNA helix diagram, the massive neural network web, the exponential multiplication into an endless sea of lights, and every single syllable of the telepathic exchange. When the grueling session finally concluded, Grant managed to drag himself out of the underground bunker at exactly 4 a.m. He collapsed into the driver's seat of his heavy rig and just sat there for a very long moment before turning the key. Peering up through the windshield, the sprawling canopy of stars looked fundamentally different now. It wasn't because the cosmos had physically shifted, but because his primate brain finally comprehended what a terrifying number of those distant lights actually were. They were advanced observers. They were cosmic teachers. They were godlike entities meticulously preparing the human race for a violent, permanent transformation in our understanding of reality. Grant's smartphone aggressively vibrated on the passenger seat. Another text message originating from the completely untraceable number. Sleep well tonight, bridge builder. Tomorrow, your preparation continues. The patterns will actively guide you. He offered a faint, exhausted smile and finally merged onto the highway, driving his rig deep into the freezing Nevada darkness. Tomorrow morning, he would drag himself out of bed and return to his incredibly ordinary job. He would run maintenance on rusted towers, solder broken equipment, and navigate the painfully mundane reality of his daily existence. But absolutely nothing in his life would ever genuinely be mundane again, because he had been explicitly chosen. 11 other individuals had been explicitly chosen alongside him. And countless more would inevitably be selected until that terrifying critical mass was finally achieved. Until humanity was deemed psychologically viable. Until the very sky violently fractured one final time, permanently revealing the horrifying, awe-inspiring reality that had always been lurking just barely beyond the limits of human perception. Grant finally surrendered to sleep that morning, entirely devoid of the terrifying nightmares featuring blinding lights. Instead, his subconscious mind was completely saturated with sprawling, complex patterns. Threes violently compounding into sixes, expanding outward into infinite fractals. Everything was perfectly interconnected. Everything possessed a terrifying, deliberate purpose. And every single calculation was relentlessly marching toward that singular, inevitable moment when formal contact would no longer be whispered telepathically to isolated truck drivers in the freezing desert night, but violently broadcasted to the entire human species simultaneously. And the exact second that terrifying moment finally arrived, Grant knew he would be fully prepared. Because he had successfully absorbed the very first fundamental lesson the blinding entities had attempted to teach him. Reality was infinitely stranger, exponentially more beautiful, and vastly more populated than the human race had ever dared to imagine. The sky had violently divided for the sole purpose of showing him the absolute truth. And that terrifying truth was this: we were never actually alone in the dark. We simply hadn't possessed the psychological capacity to handle the knowledge yet.